The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is October the 15th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1581 AD, commissioned by Catherine de Massini, the first Ballet Comique de Lorraine is staged in Paris. In 1582, Georgian calendar introduced in Spain, Portugal, and Pontifical States, after skipping 10 days from October 4th to sync the calendar to the solar year and compensate for the drift that had occurred due to the Julian calendar having too many leap days. In 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte arrives on island of St. Helena to begin his exile. In 1969, Vietnam Moratorium Day, millions nationwide protest the war. In 1993, Nelson Mandela and South African President F.W. de Klerk awarded Nobel Peace Prize. In 2017, Elisa Milano's tweet, "If you have been sexually harassed and assaulted, write me too," prompts flood of replies across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. In 1977, Debbie Boone's "You Light Up My Life" goes number one and stays number one for 10 weeks. In 1989, Wayne Gretzky passes Geordie Hall to be as NHL's all-time top scorer. Born on this day, Virgil Timur Khan, Akbar, Jos Mingle Karari, Frederick Nietzsche, George Kenneth Galbraith, Penny Marshall, Fela Kuti, John L. Sullivan, Bobby Morrow, Jim Palmer, Roscoe Tanner, Victor Pensy, Dealer Deschamps, and dying on this day, Tazuzko, Mata Hari, Hermann Goering, Cole Porter, Carl Gambino, and Nor Odom Sehonok. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Chicago Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 35. All cars stand by. Federal agents are staking out on John Dillinger. That's all.
Here's a message for the motorist who does not feel that his car is performing as well as it should. It may sputter and jerk at starting. It may buck when you step down hard on the accelerator. It may be logy on the hill. Now, it is possible that you may need the services of a mechanic. But before you consult him, make this test. Fill your tank with Rio Grande Cracked with tetraethyl, the dependable performance of which is responsible for its demand by police and fire departments. Then put your car through its paces. You may be surprised to find out that the fault has been the gasoline you've been using and not the mechanical condition of your car. Rio Grande Cracked will bring out the best in your car. If it will not perform with Rio Grande Cracked, we suggest that you take it at once to a reputable mechanic. But make the above test first. You may save money and also discover the qualities of Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. This time of year, you should be particularly careful about lubrication. Bearings and other moving parts are expensive, and it requires dependable oil to protect them. Be certain by using either Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil. These oils have longer life because they are extra refined. Also, you are guarded against substitution because these famous oils are sold only in patented, extra-measure, tamper-proof cans. Drain and fill your crankcase with either Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline at a cost no more than bulk oil. And now, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department has a message for you. Good evening, Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Just 4 months ago, it was my privilege to bring to you from Tucson, our sister city of the Southwest, a dramatization of the excellent police work of Chief Wallard and his men in capturing the Dillinger gang. On that occasion, I remarked that the next time Dillinger met an officer of the law, that officer might shoot first and talk afterwards. That is exactly what happened in Chicago just 72 hours ago at this time. Tonight, I wish to express not only for myself and my brother officers, but for the people of the Southwest, our admiration and gratitude to the police officers and federal investigators under Melvin Purvis, who Sunday night rid the nation of its public enemy number one. And in this radio recreation of the Dillinger saga, to salute every peace officer who risked his life in the long battle to crush the Dillinger mob.
September 26, 1933. Under a hail of machine gun bullets, Charles Makeley, Harry Pierpont, and Russell Clark, accompanied by 7 other convicts, successfully escaped from the Indiana State Penitentiary. As the 10 desperate criminals disappear into the mists of early morning, All Indiana wakens to a reign of terror. A few days later in Lima, Ohio. You the sheriff?
Yeah.
You holding John Dillinger here?
Yeah.
We've come to get him.
Who are you?
Officers from Michigan City, Indiana. He's wanted there.
You'll have to show me your credentials.
Here's our credentials. Terror spreads throughout the Middle West. Hysterical fear mounts. Not since the days when Jesse James rode the prairies have respectable citizens lived in mortal dread of ruthless outlaws. Dillinger is loose.
Indianapolis, $21,000 taken from the Massachusetts Avenue Bank.
New Carlisle, Ohio.
Bandits take $53,000 from New Carlisle Bank in daring daylight robbery.
Harold, Pennsylvania.
Hold up a Faro Bank. Lost $24,000.
Daleville, Indiana.
Hold up and lost of $3,500.
Mount Pelier, Indiana. $12,000 fall from the Mount Pelier Bank. Racine, Wisconsin. Hold up of the American Bank and Trust Company. Lost $27,000. Greencastle, Indiana.
$74,000 bank robbery.
Such is the list of crimes attributed to the Dillinger mob in their 2.5 months of gun-mad freedom, when they ride the plains of the Middle West like avenging scourges of evil. Careful traps set for them are laughed away in a hail of bullets from the gangsters' guns, which claimed the lives of Police Sergeant W.T. Shanley of Chicago and Indiana State Patrolman Eugene Teague. Outraged public opinion is demanding the lives of these mad messengers of doom, when, like a screaming flock of harpies, they descend on East Chicago, Indiana in early January. Each with the latest model submachine gun hooked under his arm, Dillinger, Makeley, Pierpont, and Clark burst into the First National Bank of East Chicago.
Those men have got guns.
This is a stick-up. Everybody stand still.
Now, look here, my good man.
Stand still, I said.
Clark.
Yes, John. Keep these people covered.
Right.
Charlie and I'll go through the tills. I'll take everything in this place in less than 3 minutes. Come on, Charlie.
Oh, look, there's a policeman.
Where?
Outside. He sees something wrong. He's coming in.
Look out, John! Here comes the cop!
Hey, what's going on in here? Oh! That's what's going on, copper. Why didn't you tell me there was a bull coming in, Harry?
I didn't see him.
Better keep your eyes open in the future. It's healthier.
Got all the stuff, John?
Yeah, everything that was loose. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
All right, you folks, just stay where you are. Unless you want to dose a lead poison like this copper's got.
With 3 policemen murders to the mob's credit, federal officers combined forces with local and state police. Roads are blocked. The militia is turned out. Society prepares to do battle against its enemies. But as suddenly as it began, the reign of terror ends. Peace once more descends on the Middle West. The shattered nerves of farmer, merchant, and banker gradually return to normal. Dillinger seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. A pale desert moon casts its transparent coverlet over the jagged crest of Mount Lemmon. From a sandy wash, a coyote howls at the silent squall that broods above him, thrusting its spiny arms toward the star-speckled velvet dome overhead. Across this scene of beautiful desolation comes a discordant note, a tinny popular song, played by a 3-piece orchestra in a desert roadhouse. The place is a few miles from Tucson, Arizona. It is the night of January 24th, 1934. A couple of traveling salesmen at the bar scrape up an acquaintance with a drunken gentleman from Chicago who claims he's a racketeer. The 2 salesmen, kidding him, claim that they are safecrackers. Taking them at face value, the gentleman from Chicago invites them to go to his house for a drink.
Sure, things got a little hot back east, so I came out here with a couple of pals to let cool it off.
You figuring any stick-ups out here?
No, are you?
You never can tell.
Well, you're a damn fool to try it.
Why?
Say, there are only 2 roads out of Arizona. And every Indian on the reservation knows the country better than you do. You could never make a getaway.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
Say, I got some new equipment here. Like to see it?
Yeah, sure.
Just a minute till I open up this grill.
Say, will you look at that?
Yeah.
It's the real thing, all right.
It is the new super caliber machine gun. Takes a 35.1.
Gee, that's quite a weapon, isn't it?
Weapon? I'll say it is. This baby's dynamite. Rip a hole in you big enough to drive a truck through.
Well, I think we better be getting to bed. It's pretty late.
What's the hurry? Charlie will be in soon.
Who's Charlie?
He's my partner. You ought to see him handle a sawed-off shotgun.
No, I think we better go to bed. Glad to meet you, pal.
Yeah, sure. Oh, so?
So long. Well, I'll be a lot of expensive.
Listen, Harry, that guy's the real thing. He isn't kidding.
You're selling me? Listen, I think we better report him to the police.
Yeah, but that's taking a chance. If he isn't somebody they're looking for, he might put us on the spot.
Yeah, if he is, and he wakes up tomorrow morning and remembers what he told us, he might put us on the spot anyway.
Maybe you're right, Harry. Let's report him to the police right now. Chief Wallard of the Tucson Police Force recognizes the frightened salesman's description of the loquacious gunman as Clark, a member of the Dillinger gang, and immediately sends officers J. Smith and Dallas Ford to stake out his house on 2nd Avenue. After a little wait, a man leaves the house, is arrested, brought into the chief's office, and identified as Charlie Makeley. Realizing now for certain that he's on the trail of the Dillinger mob, Chief Wallard sends officers Ford, Sherman, and Iman to watch for several hours, parked near the house, and no one appears. Then Sherman resolves on a bold plan and approaches the house.
What is it?
Does Mr. Clark live here?
Yes.
Well, I got a special delivery letter for him.
Well, give it to me. I'll give it to
No,
him.
I'm sorry. I'll have to deliver it to him myself in person.
Well, you can't.
Don't close that door on me.
So get your foot out of there.
Open up there.
Come on, boys.
Who wants it to blow?
Keep those other guys out. I'll take care of him.
Look out, Drake. He's got a gun.
Yeah, well, I got it by the hammer. He can't use it. Slam the door, then. Oh, come on. Break the door in.
Didn't know you were making such a big guy, did you, Copper? I'll finish you off as soon as I can get over to the bed where I left that gat.
Hold it, Jeff. I'm coming now.
You're...
Thanks, Dallas. I guess that pistol whipping will keep him quiet for a while.
Oh, you killed him. You killed him.
Well, I'm afraid not, lady. He's just sleeping for a while. But you nearly took my finger off when you slammed that door on it.
Oh, we got taken your head off.
Oh, now that's no way to talk, sister, because it won't do you a bit of good. You're coming along to the station with us just the same.
Clark, still unconscious, is taken to the police station, where his bruises are dressed, and he is identified by Mark Robbins, identification expert of the Tucson Police Department. Shortly afterwards, motorcycle patrolman Earl Nolan picks up Pierpont as he's leaving a tourist camp. The stakeout is resumed on the 2nd Avenue house. In the early evening, just as the dusk is deepening into night, a car pulls up across the street from the house and a man gets out. Detective Heron is 5 steps behind Dillinger when the bandit stops in his tracks at the sight of blood, which had fallen on the porch steps when Clark was taken out. Heron steps up to him as Dillinger wheels around, hands in his coat pocket.
Put up your hands, Dillinger.
What is this? A stick-up?
No, it's an arrest. Put him up. I'm pulling the trigger.
Arrest? What for? What's the charge?
Fugitive from justice will do for the time being. Walker, Mullaney, cover that dame in the car over there. No, you don't, Dillinger. Feel that in your ribs? Now, don't get fancy. I'll let you have it. Now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you of your gun. Two, man. One on either side. And now, if you'll lower your hand...
All right. Come on. Cut out the politeness. Put the braces on and let's get down to your lousy jail. I won't be there long anyway. There ain't a jail in this country strong enough to hold me.
By rail and by plane, officials rush to Tucson from Wisconsin, from Indiana, from Ohio. Each state eager to extradite the men for crimes in their territory. After days of legal complications, Dillinger is spirited away by plane to Crown Point, Indiana, to answer for the murder of the patrolman in the East Chicago holdup. A day later, the other 3 bandits leave by train for the east to face trial in Lima, Ohio, for the murder of Sheriff Fibber. Ohio Justice is swift. Harry Pierpont and Charles Makeley receive mandatory death sentences. and Clark is imprisoned for life for the murder of Sheriff Fibber in Lima. But in the Lake County Jail at Crown Point, Indiana, John Dillinger's mind is occupied with other matters than answering to the bar of justice. His strange activities arouse the curiosity of Herbert Youngblood, his Negro cellmate.
Mr. John, what you all been whittling away at? You know, for a man what's got a murder rap waiting for, you all is the most unconcerned white man that I ever done see.
Well, Herb, I'll tell you. If you'll keep it a secret.
Sure thing. I keep the secret good.
Well, you're sure better.
Sure I will. Now, what is it, sir?
This thing I'm whittling at is a key to the jailhouse.
A key to the jailhouse? Say, what you all talking about? Looks like a dumber gun to me.
We're both right, Herb. It's a dumb one, and it's my ticket out of this hick jail.
Say, what you all mean?
I mean that after I get this thing whittled with these razor blades, I blacken it with shoe polish. Stick the blades on this full chamber, and the guard will think it's a real gat.
Yeah, but that's an awful chance for you to take, Mr. Young.
Better than the chair, ain't it?
Well, I suppose it is.
I'll only need it until I get the guns in the sheriff's office. Say, Herb, I might want a partner. How about it?
You all mean you won't take me with you?
Sure, if you got the guts.
Why, sure, I've got the guts, Mr. John.
Okay, Herb, now here's the idea. We'll wait until the guard brings us our chow.
Well, John, here's the bite of supper for you.
Well, that's just swell, Turnkey. And now you can stick 'em up.
Wait, what?
Shut up.
Don't shoot.
Get in here, quick. Grab his gun, Herb.
I've got him, Mr. John.
Please don't shoot.
Okay, Turnkey. Now you stay here and keep your trap shut. Come on, Herb, let's go.
Once more the cry goes up. Dillinger is loose. But Dillinger eludes the dragnet that extends across 4 states. Officials declare that Dillinger will be shot on sight if he sticks his head inside Chicago. And the next day, Sheriff Tully's abandoned car is found on the Chicago side street. In the Lima, Ohio jail, Clark, Makeley, and Pierpont sit up all night, awaiting their delivery at the hands of their pal John. Earl Fibber, the murdered sheriff's son, strips them to their underwear, throws floodlights on the jail, and dares Dillinger to come and get his friend. In Fort Huron, Michigan, Herbert Youngblood is fatally wounded in a gun battle with the police. Before he dies, he admits that John has crossed the lake. The trail grows cold. And then in April, a tip comes that Dillinger is hiding out in the apartment of his sweetheart, half-Indian, Evelyn Frechette. Unaware that he's been spotted, Dillinger is enjoying a noontime breakfast with his girlfriend.
Oh, John, it's swell to have you here.
Yeah. Good to be here, Ev. I'm getting tired of jumping around like this all the time. I'd like to settle down. Draw breath without having to look around for bulls.
I know, honey. It's tough. I don't think they recognize you now you've got your hair dyed red. You look so different.
What do you mean, different? Don't you like me this way?
Oh, I'd even like you bald, John.
Yeah?
Sure, anyway.
That's swell. Come on, honey. Give me a kiss.
Will I?
Oh, babe, you got it. Hey, what's that?
What?
There's a guy on the stairs. Wait until I look out the window. Mr. Bull. Hey, what is it?
What do you mean, John?
If I thought you'd spill anything...
Oh, what do you take me for, John? A fink?
Okay, but if I ever find out you tipped me off...
Oh, honey, you ought to know better.
Okay. Now listen. I gotta get out of here. You hold him off the front way. I'll take this gun and shoot my way out the back. Goodbye, honey.
Oh, goodbye, John. Oh, be careful.
Sure.
Hey, gotta go down the steps.
And Dillinger once more eludes the law. His sweetheart, Evelyn Frechette, is arrested and sentenced to 2 years in prison for harboring a criminal. But Dillinger, wounded, escapes. Joined by John Hamilton, Tom Carroll, and Homer Van Meter, the new Dillinger gang descends on the Warsaw, Indiana police station in a midnight raid that furnishes them with bulletproof vests, guns, and plenty of ammunition. And then they retire to a hideaway on Spider Lake in northern Wisconsin. which Hamilton had already prepared for them. Here they lay their future plans.
Say, John, how about those two coppers in East Chicago?
What two coppers?
O'Brien and Mulvihill. The two that was to identify you for that dump off of O'Malley.
Oh, yeah. Sort of bad having them run around alive.
Yeah. Well, we have to see what we can do about that. I'm going to take care of those smokes if we can. That.
What's that?
Sounded like a jack.
Put out all the lights in the joint. Grab your route and get out of quick.
With the lights in the lake resort suddenly off, a confused federal agent who had fired at a car which refused to halt plunged into the underbrush after the fleeing figures of the Dillinger mob. Willis Baum, one of the federal men, trails three of the fugitives to a neighboring house. As he approaches the building, he is met by a burst of machine gun bullets. And the life of another peace officer is added to the mounting toll of murders attributed to the Dillinger mob.
Attention all cars. Milwaukee police calling all cars. John Dillinger and several companions fought it out with federal officers at Spider Lake tonight and escaped. Thought to be headed toward Milwaukee. That is all. Calling all Cook County Sheriff's cars. Dillinger and several of his gang are reported traveling toward Chicago. Shoot to kill this time, boys. Detroit police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Be on the lookout for John Dillinger, reported bound for Detroit. Pick him up, boys.
But the slippery Dillinger gang evades the law again and leaves only a grisly memento of their passing on the outskirts of East Chicago. When the bullet-riddled bodies of Officers O'Brien and Mulvihill, the state's star witnesses against Dillinger, are discovered early on the morning of May 24th. This latest Dillinger crime sends Sergeant Martin Zarkovich of the East Chicago Police Force striding furiously into the office of his chief.
Yes, Sergeant, what is it?
Chief, O'Malley was my partner.
Yes, I know that, Sergeant.
And O'Brien and Mulvihill were two of my best friends.
Yes?
Now they're all dead, bumped off by Dillinger.
So we think.
And I'm convinced that he did it, and I want to even things up.
What do you propose?
I propose to go after Dillinger myself.
That's a pretty big job, Sergeant.
I know it, Chief. But I want you to let me go about it my own way, and I know I can get that guy.
All right, Martin. I believe in you. Go to it.
Sergeant Zarkovich disappears from sight. Becomes an habitué of northern Indiana and Chicago saloons. Keeps an alert ear open everywhere for news of Dillinger. Through the boasting conversation of a drunk who talks too much, Zarkovich learns of a woman who shall here be nameless, who has reason to hate Dillinger as much as he does. He manages to make her acquaintance and finally to gain her confidence.
Sure, I hate John. Why shouldn't I hate him? Why, if he hadn't talked Tony into joining up with him, Tony'd be alive and in my arms right now.
Yeah, but I can't understand. You're seeing John all the time.
Sure I am. I see him. I kid him alone. And all the time I'm wanting to cut his throat.
Well, why don't you?
Because I guess I'm afraid of him. Those eyes of his. Well, they look at me and they seem to tell me that they'll haunt me forever if I do anything to him.
Maybe his eyes wouldn't haunt you, but some of his boys might.
Oh, I ain't afraid of myself. I don't care what happens to me.
Of course, there's another way to do it.
Yeah? How?
Well, the person that turns him over to the bulls gets 15 grand.
What do you think I am, a stool pigeon?
No, I didn't say that. I just pointed out that 15 grand side of it. Now, look at it this way. You hate him. You want him out of the way. Well, if you bump him off, they'll try you for murder. That is, if the boys don't get you first. But if you turn him in, you'll have the protection of the bulls and enough dough to travel for a long time.
Yeah, but that'd make me a stool pigeon.
Well, what of it? That guy ought to be out of the way. Everyone knows that. I'll tell you this. If I knew where he was, I'd turn him in.
Well, maybe you're right.
Sure, I'm right. And now I'll tell you. You give the dope to me, and I'll see that everything's handled so you'll be protected.
Department of Justice, Purvis speaking.
Hello, Chief. Look, this is hot and it's straight. Dillinger is going to the Biograph Theater on the north side tonight to see Manhattan Melodrama.
You're sure of that?
Absolutely. He goes there almost every night.
Okay, and thanks.
Purvis, accompanied by a score of Department of Justice operatives, stake out the Biograph Theater early Sunday evening. Purvis and one of his aides sit in their car a few doors away from the theater. More than an hour passes uneventfully. And then, just before 9 o'clock...
Hey, Ed. There he is.
Where?
Walking up to the ticket office. I can't mistake that head.
Oh, I see. Now he's turning.
Yeah.
That's him, all right. Look, Mel. He's dyed his hair.
Yeah, it's black. And he's wearing gold-rimmed glasses. But that's him.
Can I let him get into the theater?
Sure. We won't take any chances. There, he's bought his ticket and he's going in. Keep your eye on the exit, Ed. I'm going to give the boys the final orders.
Okay, Chief.
That was him, Rockerman.
I thought so.
Now, you and Mike stick around the doorway of the tavern here and keep your eye glued on that theater. Ryan, you and Kelly watch those exits down the alley. He'll probably be in there a couple of hours, but he might get suspicious and try to get out the back door. And get this straight. No matter what he does, we're taking him tonight. Try to get him alive, but if you can't, get him dead.
Two torturous hours are spent by the officers surrounding the theater. 2 hours and 4 minutes. And then the doors of the theater swing wide, and the shirt-sleeved audience throngs out into the sweltering summer night. Dillinger saunters onto the sidewalk, accompanied, so some reports say, by a young woman clad in red. Purvis closes in behind him. As Dillinger crosses an alley, Purvis waves his hand. 5 officers close in. Suspicious? Dillinger reaches for his pocket.
John Dillinger died on the way to the hospital. The post-mortem of rumors and sob-sister conjecture is now taking place. The king is dead, and already the public are crowning the new king. Already the crown of fame as public enemy number 1 rests on the head of babyface Nelson, a henchman of Dillinger's. Stripped of all of this dime novel romanticism, of this crime publicity, which is only possible in this publicity-conscious nation of ours, stripped of all of the glamour, John Dillinger was just a hoodlum, a cheap criminal, whose stupidity made him appear a daring outlaw. Melvin Purvis and his men, with the help of the police, did a great job in ridding the country of him. And I am confident that this is only the beginning, that with the splendid cooperation of federal, with state and municipal peace officers, the criminal killer and racketeer will be ground completely out of existence.
Thank you, Chief Davis. When you see a fire engine roaring down the street, sirens shrieking, or a police car cruising grimly along the highway, doesn't it give you a thrill? And doesn't it give you a feeling of security to know that this vigilance is kept up 24 hours per day for no other reason than to protect your life and property and the lives and property of your fellow citizens? For jobs like these, the equipment must be kept in perfect mechanical condition, and no motor is dependable without positive lubrication. Sinclair Oils have a national reputation as a dependable lubricant. The Army, with all its trucks, tractors, and passenger cars, depend on Sinclair Oil. The Navy annually renew its contracts with Sinclair for fine oils for its wide variety of equipment. 150 airlines, airports, and aircraft manufacturers make Sinclair Oils their standard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may have Sinclair Opaline, a premium motor oil in sealed cans at the low price of 25 cents per quart. The Army and the Navy depend on Sinclair lubrication. Is there a better guide for your judgment? By the way, Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free.
Chicago police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 35. John Dillinger was shot a few minutes ago by federal men. And that's all.
Tonight's special broadcast of Calling All Cars was written and produced by William N. Robeson. The orchestra was conducted by Frederick Stark, and the following cast appeared. Mary Tuthill as Evelyn Frechette, Clarinita Burt as Opal Long, Martha Wentworth as the unnamed woman, Hanley Stafford as Dillinger, Richard LeGrand as Clark, Sam Pierce as Sergeant Krakovic, Lindsay McHarry as Purvis, Truman Ames as Pierpont and Chief of Police, Robert Frazier as Sherman, O'Malley and the Turnkey, Stuart Wilson as Makeley and Heron, and Charlie Lung as Ford, Youngblood, and Van Meter. Sound effects conceived and executed by Lloyd Creekmore. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
I'm strong. I'm alert. I'm getting younger.
A dying commander takes a youth drug to fight terrorists holding hostages. But will dangerous side effects jeopardize their mission?
If we don't deliver Jameson in 5 minutes, one of the hostages will be executed.
Sir, look out!
Find out on Star Trek The Next Generation.
And now,
I'm Elvis Presley.
Stay tuned for the movie you've been waiting for. The King Lives. Elvis. Next.
I never have to ask around to know what's right for me. I like my fun, I like my friends who keep me company. And when I want some cooling down or picking up, you see, I don't have to think about what to drink, 'cause milk's the one for me.
Milk is the one. Gives me the cold, fresh taste I like, the lift I like.
I don't have to think about what to drink, 'cause milk's the one for me.
Milk's the one.
TWA will fly a certain group of people free during February and March. The group tends to be especially small and cute and lovable. The group is kids under 12.
Yeah, we fly free.
Each child must bring an adult, and they get a break, too, with the biggest super savers ever. It makes a very affordable family vacation. Kids fly free on TWA.
Come and fly away on a winter holiday. TWA.
Elvis Presley Week on the 4:30 movie.
Star Galactica will not be seen tonight because of the following special, but will return next Sunday at a special time, 10, 9 Central and Mountain, following the new Roots.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, now, Rosie, isn't that nice of Durwood and Gary?
What do you mean?
Well, they just turned over the whole, entire, complete, total CBS network to us.
Golly, what sports? What are we going to do with it?
Let's sing a song.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Ridiculous.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
yes,
not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I can shoot a partridge with a single cartridge.
I can get a sparrow with the bow and arrow.
I can do most anything.
Can you bake a pie?
No.
Neither can I. Anything you can sing, I can sing louder. I can sing anything louder than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Well, maybe she can.
Anything you can buy, I can buy cheaper. I can buy anything cheaper than you.
No, you can't.
40 cents?
50 cents.
30 cents.
See if you can get it for a skinny, and then I'll believe you. I don't think you can make it for a skinny.
Anything you can dig, I can dig deeper. I can dig anything deeper than you.
30 feet.
40 feet.
I'll go to digging.
60
You're not
feet.
digging, you're
yes,
athletic.
I can.
right. I could be a racer, quite a steeplechaser.
I can jump a hurdle even with my girdle.
I can live on bread and cheese.
And only on that?
Yep.
So gonna rat. Any note you can reach, I can go higher. I can sing anything higher than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Get me some oxygen.
Yes, I can.
I got a nosebleed. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Rosie, if you don't mind, I think I'll climb back into my hammock. Would you sing something soothing?
I'm just delighted to do it. How's this?
What is there to say? And what is there to do? The dream I've been seeking has, practically speaking, come true. What is there to say? And how will I pull through? I knew in a moment contentment and home meant just you. You are so lovable, so livable. Your charm is just so unforgivable. You're made to marvel at, and words to that effect. So, what is there to say? And what is there to do? My heart's in a deadlock. I'd even face wedlock with you.
Well, friends, today I ask you, how would you like to become an instant scientist?
You know of a diploma mill?
No, it's no racket, Ken.
But, Bing, it takes years of training to become a scientist, any kind of scientist.
True, Rosie, but right now there's a tremendous scientific experiment going on where anyone can be in on it. Now, that makes you a qualified scientist, doesn't it?
Are you sure you don't mean guinea pig?
No, I mean scientist.
Hey, I'm interested. What are the qualifications, Bing?
Well, the main requirement is a bathtub. A bathtub and a keen sense of observation.
A bathtub scientist, is that it?
Say, Bing, this has nothing to do with bathtub gin, does it?
Bathtub gin? Say, you been watching The Untouchables again?
Yeah, and the Roaring Twenties, too, on reruns.
No. It's no experiment with gin in the bathtub, Ken. It's a new scientific theory on which way bathwater goes.
Which way the bathwater goes?
Yeah, you watch which way it goes down the drain.
That makes you a scientist?
Yep.
You know, it's funny, I really never pay any attention to which way the bathwater goes down the drain. It just goes down the drain, doesn't it?
No, Ken, it doesn't. Not to a man of science, it doesn't. It goes either clockwise or counterclockwise. That's the way it goes.
Well, I guess I just never noticed. I never even gave it a thought.
Well, you're not unique. Most people haven't. But now that's a big scientific project, and anyone with a bathtub who takes a bath and who takes the time to watch the water, well, they can get in on this experiment, you see.
And you claim that this is scientific, huh?
Highly scientific.
Say, this is what you might call water watching, isn't it?
Yeah, like bird watching.
Well, I got to hear more about this, Bing, because, I've always wanted to be a scientist.
Well, everyone feels the same way. It's all the vogue, to be a scientist these days. And I tell you what I'll do. After a little song here, I want to tell you more about water watching and how to be a scientist.
Very well, Professor Crosby.
Oh, when the red robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song.
wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Come in, Red. I've been blue, now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin, there comes a bobbing. Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Bob it, Red.
Now, Bing, will you get back to the fascinating subject under discussion?
Ah, will do, with alacrity, too. Watch your bathwater, folks.
Nothing personal is intended in that remark, is there, Bing?
Oh, never. Nothing personal. It's purely scientific, this is. Study, that's what I mean.
Well, then, what about this water watching?
Well, I tell you, now, it hasn't been definitely established, but experts who are water watchers claim that in the southern hemisphere, water drains out of the bathtub clockwise. And in the northern hemisphere, water drains out counterclockwise, you see.
I can hardly wait to get home to check my bathwater.
Isn't this fascinating? It has to do with the poles, the north and south poles. Now, this water going clockwise and counterclockwise down the drain, they think. And experts are watching in bathtubs all over the world now, and they're sending in reports. So that's why I say, Ken, that you and I and Rosie can get in on this. You see, we can be scientists, and we can be part of this big scientific experiment.
Well, it isn't being an astronaut or anything like that, but it's being in the swim, you might say.
Yes, being in the tub.
Yes.
You can swim if you want, but after you swim, you be sure to check the water now and see which way it goes down the drain.
Which way did the bathwater go?
It went that way, partner.
Well, anyway, the point is, does it rotate counterclockwise or clockwise? That's the thing, friends. Wherever you are, make a note of it and report it. By the way, who do we report our findings to, Bing?
Oh, you know something? I really don't know. Well, I suppose you could send any vital information to your plumber, but don't run into overtime.
To your plumber?
Well, he perhaps could forward it to the proper place. I just don't know. I've got to get more information. Now then, should we have some music here?
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Check and see which way it goes into the mic, will you? Huh?
There are guys just right for some kissing, and I mean to kiss me a few. Oh, those guys don't know what they're missing. I've got a lot of living to do. Sizzling steaks all ready for tasting, and there's motor cars all shiny and new. Gotta move, 'cause time is a-wasting. There's such a lot of living to do. There's music to play, places to go, people to see. Everything for you and me. Life's a ball, if only you know it. And it's all just waiting for you. You're alive, so come on and show it. There's such a lot of living to do. see everything for you and me. Life's a ball, if only you know it, and it's all just waiting for you. You're alive, so come on and show it. There's such a lot of living to do. There's such a lot of living to do. There's such a lot of living to do.
You know something?
What?
I think it would be nice if Buddy Cole would play something now.
Well, that's a good suggestion, Rosemary.
There's nothing really original about it. It's not brilliant, but it's a good, solid proposal.
Oh, a good, solid proposal indeed, Buddy.
Well, Buddy and boys, you've done it again.
Done what again?
Played a number.
Oh.
And very well, too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Weren't you paying attention, Ken?
Well, oh, yes, naturally. But you see, when I listen to music, I just get carried away.
Oh, so do I. Especially if I'm not involved in it.
By the way, do you get carried away when Bing sings?
Yes, quite often.
Oh, maybe we should put that boy to work then.
I'm for it.
Hey, Bing, how about singing a song now and weaving a magic spell for Rosemary and the other ladies listening?
You happen to be talking to a fellow that just happens to do that sort of work. That's my touch. Stand by.
In the hustle of today, we're all inclined to miss those little things that mean so much. A word, a smile, a kiss. When a woman loves a man, he's a hero in her eyes. And a hero he can always be if he'll just realize. She may be weary. Women do get weary wearing that same shabby dress. And when she's weary, try a little tenderness. You know she's waiting, just anticipating things she may never possess. While she's without them, try a little tenderness. tenderness. It's not just sentimental. She has her grief and her care, and a word that's soft and gentle makes it easier to bear. You won't regret it. Women don't forget it. Love is their whole happiness. It's all so easy. Try a little tenderness.
Well, that's all for now, friends. This was the day we told you how you could become present-day Sir Isaac Newton. Observe, watch, study. Study your bathwater.
See which way it goes.
Say, Bing, Sir Isaac Newton, he was the inventor of the Fig Newton, wasn't he?
No, Ken. Isaac Newton was the fellow who discovered the law of gravity, as you very well know.
Well, also the Fig Newton, I thought.
No. The Fig Newton was discovered by a man named Newton J. Fig. Now, that's Fig with 2 G's.
Why not?
So long, friends. That's long with 2 G's, just for today.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
I'm looking for a new kind of truck. One that works hard and rides easy. Toyota, what have you got?
The all-new SR5 long bed sport truck. A new soft ride system that smooths out a rough situation. Bigger inside, more legroom and shoulder room. One tough new truck that knows how to take it easy.
Toyota, you've got it.
Ask for it. You got a Toyota. You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put real chocolate chips in your cookie mix. You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put chunky peanut butter in your cookie mix. You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put sun-made raisins in your oatmeal cookie mix.
New improved Nestle cookie mixes have all the right ingredients to make cookies taste really homemade.
You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You make a real great tasting cookie mix.
Hey, I got all 3 rings.
That's not the only rings you got. You got ring around the collar. Yep, ring around the collar.
Those dirty rings. You try spraying, even scrubbing with powders, and still you've got
ring around the collar.
Try Whisk. Whisk sinks in and starts to clean before you start to wash, then gets your whole wash clean.
This time, you deserve the prize.
I do.
No more ring around the collar.
Use Whisk around the collar for ring around the collar. Every time.
Guess who?
Garlic.
Garlic? That's strong?
Loud and clear. You ought to get the signal.
Get the signal?
Signal mouthwash. It fights strong mouth odors, even onions and garlic.
Signal, a mouthwash so effective it fights strong mouth odors, even onions, even garlic. Clinical tests prove it. Your cleaner, fresher breath will prove it.
Guess who?
You got the signal.
Signal fights strong mouth odors.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. The fear you can hear. For the next 52 minutes, we're going to take you into the world of mystery, into the world of terrifying imagination. The story you are going to hear concerns a question which has been asked since the first men on Earth were born and died. Is there a life after death? Is there a way to return from the grave? And if there is, can we come back in the body of a living creature? Even one that has claws instead of fingernails? Here is one chilling answer.
Dr. Singh, you have to tell me. Could my wife have come back as a bird? A sparrow, something like that?
Well, your wife was a rather big woman, Mr. Moresby, in a physical sense.
How about a snake? A seagull? How about a cat? A great, big, fat cat? A cat?
Our mystery drama, The Return of the Moresbys, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Patrick O'Neill. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Now here is Act One. Like all murder stories, sooner or later, it reaches the office of a daily newspaper.
You wanted to see me, Chief?
You bet I want to see you, Prouty. Come in and shut that door.
I bet I know what it's about. That story I filed on Richard Moresby, right?
I got a flash for you, Prouty. This is a newspaper office, not a fiction magazine. You take this story of yours and see if you can sell it to Weirdo Digest or something. But get it off my desk.
Now, wait a while, Max. I know it's offbeat, but I thought I handled it with a kind of a light touch.
Stories about murder can't be handled with a light touch, not on this paper.
But it's accurate. I mean, this is exactly what the guy Moresby told me, just before he died.
Well, he must have been out of his head.
He asked for somebody to hear his story. That's how I got to meet him. I was at the hospital covering that subway accident.
Now, that story made sense to me. Nothing but nice, clear facts. But this nonsense...
Please, let me tell you about this guy. Maybe you'll change your mind.
All right, what about him?
Well, for one thing, he was a real distinguished-looking guy. The only thing peculiar about him was his eyes.
His eyes?
Yeah. They were the palest blue eyes I ever saw on a man. They weren't really blue at all. They're like silver.
Big deal. So he had silver eyes.
And when he started to tell me about himself, well, I just had to hear the whole story, Chief.
Yes, I was born in London, but my family moved to the States when I was young. They didn't improve much on the climate when they did. We lived in Vermont. I don't think I was ever warm enough until the age of 24 when I moved to Southern California. I lived on beaches. A superb swimmer, a superior surfboarder, and a terrible bum. It was on the beach at Malibu that I met the woman who was to become my wife. Her name was Una. She was as pale as a gardenia with bones. Una had more bones than any other woman I've ever met.
Lovely day, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
I said it's a beautiful day. I don't think I've ever seen the ocean look prettier.
Frankly, the Pacific always looked a little muddy to me.
I wonder if that's what Balboa said when he first saw it.
Well, he probably said, what a great place for surfing.
Ah, I see you have a surfboard.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I see a wave that I like. Will you excuse me?
Oh, I wish I had the nerve to try it.
Yeah, you really should. Well, bye now.
Maybe I'll ask my chauffeur to teach me.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Charles, my chauffeur. He's very good at sports.
Come to think of it, that wave doesn't look so good after all. By the way, my name is Richard. Richard Moresby.
How do you do? My name is Una.
Una Vandermeyer. That was her name. As soon as I realized that she was from the Vandermeyer family, she didn't seem half as bony as she did before. In fact, not only did I become accustomed to Una's appearance, I was even able to tolerate her inane conversation.
Can't you just feel the mystery of the stars, Richard? Sometimes I feel their vibrations as if they're trying to communicate with me. Do you ever feel that?
Well, sometimes, I suppose.
I really think we must be one with the universe, don't you? I really believe there's just one great universal soul, and we're all part of it. Don't you think so, too?
Yes, of course. Right on, as they say. You see what I mean? She talked that way all the time, from the first day of our honeymoon. Well, it was a fine honeymoon just the same. It lasted a whole year on the beaches of the Caribbean, on the French Riviera. I got browner and browner. Una got freckles. Finally, we returned to our home in Los Angeles and settled down to a quiet, comfortable marriage. Earth is that you're playing?
It's sitar music, darling. Oh, it's just so spiritual.
What made you buy the record?
No, Dr. Singh recommended it.
Who?
Dr. Singh, at the Temple of Metapsychosis, you know.
The Temple of what?
Metapsychosis. I told you about joining the temple last week. Oh, Richard, sometimes I think you don't listen to me.
Now, as you may know, Southern California abounds in quasi-religious organizations. And she'd gone through a number of them without discovering the universal soul at any of their altars.
Darling, please come to one of Dr. Singh's lectures. He's such a magnificent speaker. He emits such vibrations.
And I went. You see what an obliging husband I was? Actually, it turned out to be more interesting than I thought. The temple itself was unpretentious, and Dr. Singh was an impressive man. And when he spoke, I realized why his message had such appeal for Una, because he preached a doctrine that combined eternal life with a love of small animals.
The soul is immortal. The soul cannot die. The soul, upon leaving the body, must make its passage elsewhere. There is a science called eschatology, which deals with the last four things: death, judgment, heaven, and hell. It is the most ancient of all sciences, and from its wisdom has come the inescapable certainty of the transmigration of souls.
Yeah, I know it's a bit weird, but stay with it.
And where does the soul go? According to the wise men of all generations past, the soul departs from the mouth of the dying. It is consequently a small thing. A bird, a snake, a mouse, a dove, or a hawk, a dog, a cat, an insect. For these small creations of God are empty vessels placed upon earth for only one purpose: to house the departing souls of humanity, so that they need not wander forever in a trackless eternity.
Yeah, it's pure rot, of course. But that's what the man said, and Una sat there and believed every single word.
Oh, wasn't he marvelous, Richard? Isn't it wonderful that the soul never dies? That we can all come back as little animals?
I'm not sure I want to come back as an animal.
But you'd still be you, Richard. Oh, don't you see?
Well, by the way, what was that envelope you handed Dr. Singh after the meeting?
The envelope? Oh, that was my donation, of course.
Your donation to the temple?
Yes, to support the work of Dr. Singh, to open other temples around the world.
Well, how much money was in the envelope?
Now, what does it matter, Richard?
I'm just curious.
$2,000.
Una, you go to that temple once a week. Do you always give that kind of donation?
Oh, it's all in a very good cause, Richard.
Well, in an equally good cause, that of finding out exactly how much of my wife's money was supporting this nonsense, I sneaked a look at Una's checkbook. The answer astonished me. Not only had my wife put more than $30,000 into Dr. Singh's collection plate, she had also donated some $20,000 more to various institutions for the care and feeding of cats, dogs, and birds.
It was so kind of you to honor us with a visit, Dr. Singh. I know how terribly busy you are.
On the contrary, you were kind to invite me to your lovely home.
Oh. Now tell me, Dr. Singh, what determines the kind of animal one becomes when the soul escapes after death?
Mrs. Moresby, that is a question which has baffled wise men for countless generations.
But isn't it possible to do, well, research?
Yes, Mrs. Moresby. I don't doubt that we could find the answer to such great questions if only we had the proper resources. But, unfortunately, that would require money. A great deal more money than the movement has at present.
Well, it seems to me you don't do badly. Well, there you are.
Hello, Richard.
Where have you been all morning?
Right here, in my little sewing room.
Don't tell me you were sewing.
Oh, don't be silly. Actually, I've been composing something.
A letter?
Oh, something more important than that. Richard, do you realize that I have no last will and testament?
Well, why should you? Healthy young chicken like you?
I can't call myself young anymore, Richard.
You'll always be young to me, darling.
Oh, that's very sweet. But just the same, it's only practical to have a will. Would you read it over, Richard, and see if it sounds legal enough?
Certainly. Well, let's see now. I, Una Vandermeyer Moresby, a resident of the city of Los Angeles, state of California, residing at 8 Sheridan Drive, being over the age of 21 and of sound and disposing mind and memory. Darling, this is superb. Where on earth did you get the language?
Well, to tell you the truth, I copied it out of Daddy's will.
The one that left you $10 million?
Yes.
Well, I don't see how you could go wrong. Let's see now. Not acting under duress, menace, fraud, or undue influence of any person whomsoever... And, good Lord, Una.
What's that? What is it? What?
You're not serious about this.
Oh, about making a will? Well, of course I am.
I mean, this bequest to the temple of mumbo jumbo.
What's wrong with it? Now, listen, darling. I told you how important Dr. Singh's work is, but it requires money to carry it on. Tons of money. So the least I can do is to help the poor man as much as I can.
But you're giving him 90% of your entire fortune.
Ah, you'll still have $1 million if I go first, Richard. Isn't that enough?
No, it isn't. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous.
Don't you realize that man is a fraud, a charlatan?
What?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Una, open your eyes. Don't you realize the simple truth? Your money won't build any temples. It's just going to line the pockets of that turbaned phony.
Richard, what a terrible thing to say. Well, you told me you liked Dr. Singh, that you were very impressed by his theory of transmigration.
Darling, I was only saying all that to please you. But now I'm telling you that the only thing Dr. Singh is planning to transmigrate is your money into his savings account. And frankly, I'm not going to let him do it.
Richard, what are you doing? You're tearing up my will.
That's right.
How dare you do such a thing? It's my money, and I'll do whatever I please with it.
Una, darling, I just want you to have a chance to come to your senses.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with my senses. I can see very clearly what the real trouble is. If I didn't leave a will, all my money would go to you, wouldn't it?
Well, naturally, I'm your husband. You don't have any other relatives.
And that's why you're acting this way. It's just plain and simple greed.
Una, listen to me.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm glad you tore up that will, Richard, because I realize now that I was quite wrong.
Do you?
Yes. It's a mistake to leave only $9 million of my money to the temple. I'm going to leave all of it to Dr. Singh.
When Una actually drafted that incredible document and called our attorney for a Monday morning appointment, I realized that I had to do something very drastic before the weekend was over. I had to kill my poor, misguided wife. I had to make her one with the universe.
It's obvious that Mr. Moresby is going to be a very reluctant murderer. The question is, will his reluctance get in the way of his efficiency? We'll get the details when we return shortly with Act 2. let's return to Richard Moresby. In order to find him, we'll have to search the highway, for Richard has taken his white Jaguar out for a spin. But there he is now.
On Saturday morning, I took a little spin in my XKL and did some thinking on the open road. I didn't want to kill poor Una, of course. The whole idea was repellent. But on the other hand, the thought of Dr. Singh spending the fortune that was rightfully mine was even more abhorrent. However, I decided I would make one more stab at a reconciliation. Darling, may I come in?
It's your living room, too.
It doesn't feel like it. Matter of fact, I've felt like a stranger in this house for the past 2 days.
I suppose that's my fault.
Well, you haven't been exactly cordial, have you?
I've hardly been home, Richard. I spent all day yesterday at the temple and all morning at the Pet Breast Kennels.
And how are all the little souls doing?
You just won't stop being a reverend, will you? It's been my money all along, hasn't it, Richard? From the very beginning, you were attracted to my money.
Oh, now, darling, if you thought that, you would never have married me.
I didn't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it now.
Well, now, how can I prove to you that you're mistaken?
Richard, you really want to prove it?
Of course, I'll do anything you say.
All right. Now, I know exactly what you can do. You can let me leave my money to Dr. Singh and the temple.
The whole 10 million?
Yes, because that's the only way I'll know that it's me you love.
Well, you can't say I didn't try. But Una's decision now left me with absolutely no alternative. I was still deeply unhappy about the necessity of taking her life. However, fate was kind to me that very afternoon.
Now you're sure that you want me to continue reading, Richard?
Of course, darling.
Well, I'm sort of embarrassed about this part. It's a paper that I wrote myself.
Something you wrote?
Yeah, I wrote it this morning. I was going to show it to Dr. Singh. It's it's a sort of a poem. It's called Death.
Snappy title.
Hope I can read my own handwriting. Death has become nothing to me. Death holds no fear for me. Come, death, I welcome you. Lead me to the woods, the waters, the air above the earth. Come, take me, death. Your touch is kind. Richard? Oh, Richard, why do you look like that? Is it really that terrible?
Oh, terrible. Oh, no, my darling, it's beautiful.
Do you mean it?
You must give it to me, Una. I must have it.
You like it that much?
Yes, I certainly do.
Oh, well, I'll type it up for you, Richard.
No, I must have the original. No, just the way you wrote it.
Oh, darling, I'm so flattered. What will you do with it?
Oh, I'm going to put it in a frame, of course. And I know just where I'm going to hang it. Yes, I could hardly believe my ears. Una had written her own suicide note in her own handwriting. It was truly karma at work. Now there was no question of failure, and no longer any need for delay.
Oh, what a lovely idea this was, Richard. Candlelight dinner for two.
Yes, I thought you'd enjoy it.
So sweet of you to handle the whole menu with Cook. You spoil me shamefully.
And that night, I spoiled her just a bit more by bringing hot cocoa to her in bed.
Oh, Richard, you shouldn't have bothered.
But I know how you like your hot cocoa before retiring, Una. You can't get to sleep without it.
No, but Parker could have brought it to me.
Oh, no, this is something I had to do myself.
Oh.
No, drink it down now.
Yes. I'm drinking it.
Does it taste all right?
Oh, it tastes just fine.
Now, that was very good news, because I'd prepared the hot cocoa myself, and I had no idea whether 25 melted sleeping pills would seriously affect the flavor. Finally, Una was all tucked in for the night. I went into my study, picked up the poem she had written for Dr. Singh, and brought it to the bedroom. I placed it carefully on the night table beside her. Then I bent over my sleeping darling to see if she was getting along all right. She was very, very quiet. And then a dreadful thing happened. Una opened her eyes.
Richard. Oh, Richard.
Hush, darling. Now go back to sleep.
Richard, I'm sick.
No, my love. No, you're only sleepy.
Cocoa tasted so strange. I didn't want to upset you, Richard, but I'm sick.
No, you'll feel much better in the morning, Una. I promise you. Tomorrow morning, you'll be one with the universe.
Richard, that paper.
What paper, darling?
Is my poem. My poem for Dr. Singh. What's it doing there?
I was just reading it over, darling, that's all. And
bottle, my sleeping pills. Oh, it's empty. The bottle is empty. Oh, Richard. What have you done?
Nothing, darling, nothing. Now, just go to sleep.
Cocoa. You put sleeping pills in it. All of them.
Don't try to get up, Una, please. Now, don't.
Trying to kill me. You're trying to murder.
Now, for heaven's sake, Una, now stop saying things like that. Do you want the servants to hear?
Help somebody. Help.
Now, come on, lie down. Lie down, Una, for heaven's sake. Come on, now, lie down. Lie down. There. That's better.
You won't get away with it. You won't get away with it, Richard. I promise you.
Anything you say, darling.
I'll come back, Richard. You know I'll be back.
Yes, of course. Just welcome death, Una. The way you wrote in your little poem.
I'll be back. I swear it. Oh.
The funeral was held 2 days later. It was a magnificent occasion, of course. I gave Una a farewell that was consistent with her vast fortune. Everything was the best. Coffin, flowers, preacher, everything. Her burial place was one of the choicest bits of real estate at Forest Lawn. The only discordant note was the fact that Dr. Singh insisted on saying a few words at the service. They were familiar words, but frankly, they gave me a slight bit of a chill.
The body of Una Moresby is dead, but her soul lives on. The soul cannot die. The soul is immortal. It has left the earthly remains of this woman and has sought the body of a small living thing. There it will abide until the Almighty is ready to choose its next home. Mourn not the end of Una Moresby, for there is no end.
I couldn't help congratulating myself on how well everything had gone. When I called for medical attention the night of Una's death, the physician was only too ready to declare her a suicide. The police had to be informed, naturally, and they, too, agreed with the doctor's verdict. Una had died by her own hand, and she had died without a will. There was simply no question that the matter would be probated in my favor. Suddenly I realized I was not only rich, but a rich widower. What vistas opened for me? What the devil? Look out, you stupid mongrel! Dog trying to get run over. I admit I was shaken up by it. It was sort of a coincidence, you know? Right after the funeral and all that. was very glad to be home again. You can be sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Moresby.
Yes, Parker?
Cook is worried about the raccoon, sir.
The what?
There's been a raccoon at the kitchen door all morning, and Cook is badly alarmed, I'm afraid. I've tried to scare it away, but it keeps returning.
A raccoon, for heaven's sake? Why don't you just shoot it and make a coat out of it?
I was wondering if you wished me to call the game warden, sir.
Please, Parker, do whatever you please about it. I'm going to take a nap.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
I went upstairs at once, undressed, and got into bed. It was a warm day, and yet I found myself cold. I got out the electric blanket and soon felt very cozy indeed. In fact, I felt so much better that I made a phone call. Hello. May I speak to Rachel? Thank you very much. Hello, Rachel?
Yeah, who's this?
Rachel, you probably don't even know my name, but it's Moresby, Richard Moresby.
Who?
You met me at the club numerous times. I'm the rather distinguished-looking gentleman who sits at the table on the far right corner.
Oh, yeah, well, that's not my station.
Yeah, I know it isn't, and I've always regretted it. Frankly, I would have enjoyed my lunches at the club even more if you had served them.
Listen, I'm pretty busy right now.
Well, what I wanted to find out was if you're busy this evening.
Oh, what'd you have in mind?
Oh, a little, quiet dinner, perhaps.
Is that all you had in mind?
Why don't we just wait and see? I can pick you up outside the club whenever you're free.
Yeah, how I know it's you. I mean, I'm still not sure which gentleman you are.
I'll be sitting in an XKL Jaguar. Do you think you'll recognize it?
A Jag? I get off at 6:30.
See you then. Yes, I was feeling very good now. Very good indeed. I would have drifted off into a pleasant sleep except for one thing. For a moment I thought a bomb had gone off in the room. Then I realized it was nothing more than a bird. A foolish sparrow had dived in headfirst into the plate glass window of the bedroom and now lay stunned on the carpet. I looked at the thing's fluttering little heart, and suddenly I was struck by a terrifying palpitation of my own. The dog, the raccoon, the bird. Good Lord. Could one of them have been Una?
Has Una Moresby returned from the grave? Nonsense. Such things don't really happen. But perhaps we should reserve judgment until I return shortly with Act 3. Now let's see if common sense has returned to our hero. He's doing a sensible thing right now. He's taking a good, refreshing shower.
By the time evening came, I was feeling better. All my peculiar notions about Una's animal reincarnation seemed ludicrous as I stood in front of the shaving mirror. I thought about the delicious young woman that was waiting for me at the club. I'd admired Rachel's way with a tray for months, but ever faithful to my wife, I hadn't done more than gaze from afar. But now, things were going to be different. Yes, who is it?
It's Parker, sir.
Yes, come in, Parker. It's all right.
Excuse me, sir. A bit of emergency in the kitchen.
Well, what is it?
A snake, sir.
A what?
Cook insists that there's a snake curled up in the telephone wire.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Parker.
Cook says it's there, Mr. Moresby. They do get into the house sometimes.
Well, tell Cook she's seeing things. Tell her to stop nipping at the cooking sherry, and she'll soon stop seeing snakes.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I would guess it was Cook, sir.
Oh, for heaven's sake, go down and see to it, Parker.
I'll try, sir. But I'm not very good with snakes, sir.
Well, what do you think I am, an expert? But that wasn't the end of it. 10 minutes later, Parker was back upstairs saying that the snake had left the kitchen and run into the living room. No, I suppose snakes don't run, they slither. It slithered into the living room and was now embracing still another telephone wire, obviously mistaking it for a long-lost love. But then, another unsettling thought came into my mind. What if the snake... No, that was ridiculous. Hello?
Hi. Is this Mr. Moresby?
Yes, who's this?
Rachel, from the club.
Oh, yes, Rachel, what is it?
Listen, could you make it 6 instead of 6:30? I'll try to sneak out a little early.
Yes, fine, I'll be there as soon as I can.
In the Jaguar, right?
Yes, in the Jaguar.
Listen, the reason I want to leave earlier is because my husband always picks me up at 6:30.
What was that?
So I asked one of the girls I work with to tell him I got another job someplace. He won't care. He likes me to earn extra money.
Yes, I see.
So, just to make the story look good, I guess you'll have to lend me a few dollars after our date.
Yes, of course.
And listen, I really do remember you, sugar. You're the handsome one with a cute bald head. See you soon.
As it happens, I have a very full head of hair. But distressing as Rachel's telephone call was, an even more disturbing thought intruded. The snake was in the telephone wire. What if the snake had been trying to listen in on the extension phone? I knew the idea was absurd, but I couldn't help a superstitious shiver of dread. In fact, I was so troubled that I decided to forego my date with Rachel, the waitress. It wouldn't matter anyway. She'd be angry at some man at the club with a cute, bald head. The next day, I did the only thing that really relaxed me. I went to the beach. It proved to be an excellent idea. I stretched out on the golden sand and let the sun warm me. I listened to the waves beating against the shore. I listened to the haunting cries of seagulls circling overhead. Suddenly I was aware that the gulls which had been hovering over the water were now hovering over me. Now, instead of their cries being sad and plaintive, now they seemed menacing. I stood up hastily, but the gulls seemed to be increasing in number. I saw their sharp, pointed beaks, their raking claws. They were predators, of course. How many times had I seen them swoop into a dive and snatch up some poor fish out of the sea? And there was one seagull in particular. Its beady eyes seemed to be staring at me. No, it was my imagination, of course. I wasn't a fish. I was a man. But just the same, I found myself running down the beach. Running for dear life. And that's when I knew it was time to see a doctor.
Yes, Mr. Moresby. I'm very pleased that you honored the temple with your presence.
I'm grateful that you're willing to see me, Dr. Singh. I realized that, well, you've had a disappointment.
A disappointment? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I know my wife made certain promises to you concerning her will.
I believe she mentioned some modest donation.
She wasn't in her right mind, of course. I mean, when she took those sleeping pills.
Yes, it was very sad. I trust that she has found the peace and happiness that she sought.
Frankly, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I mean, about whether you really believe that my wife is, well, that she's some kind of animal right now.
But of course I believe it, Mr. Moresby. I don't merely believe. I'm positive. When your wife passed from this world into the next, her soul made its escape.
Yes, I know how it goes, but what I'd really like your opinion about is what sort of animal do you think she might be now?
I told you, Mr. Moresby, we have no way of knowing.
But can't you take a guess? I mean, you said it might be influenced by a person's karma. Am I quoting you right?
Yes. The kind of person she was in life may well determine the kind of animal she is now. Your wife was soft. Your wife was gentle. Your wife was independent in spirit. Now, what animal does that remind you of?
I don't know. I can't think.
Then go home and think about it, Mr. Moresby. Go home and try to be one with the universe.
I went home, and I tried to be one with the universe. And when that didn't work, I tried being one with a bottle of scotch. I was still in the library, asleep in the big leather chair, when I heard the noise in the cellar. I simply had to investigate. I looked into the cellar and found that one bare bulb wasn't enough for a thorough search. I found a flashlight and went down the cellar steps. At first there was nothing I could see. But then, there's an empty oil can. Swiftly, my flashlight picked out the culprit. At first, I thought it would turn out to be a mouse, but instead, it was a large, white cat. I don't like cats. I never have. Skulking, cynical creatures. When the beam of my flashlight hit it, the cat froze. I saw it was an alley cat. Its fur shaggy, its eyes baleful in the light. It was fat, and yet it was bony, too. I said scat, but it didn't scat. Instead, it started to walk toward me. And I knew for certain what Dr. Singh had meant. I knew for certain I was looking at the reincarnation of my wife. As soon as that hideous apparition howled at me, I made a cowardly dash for the cellar door. Once I was on the other side, I remembered the hunting rifle that Una had given me for Christmas. It stood unused in an upstairs closet. I found it. I loaded it and brought it back to the cellar. I hadn't fired a rifle since boyhood. I stood on the top of the stairs with my flashlight, picked out the ghostly white form of the cat. I put down the light, raised the weapon, and squeezed the trigger. The report was deafening, but the recoil was worse. My precarious balance on the top step was lost. I fell to the bottom. I tried to get up again, but the pain in my right leg was agonizing. I found out later that it was broken. But the cat was still alive. And it was regarding me at eye level now. Its fur matted with plaster dust. Its eyes filled with hatred. I tried to crawl toward my fallen rifle. Just as I saw the creature advancing toward me, I screamed, "Una!" My hand was on the rifle now, grasping it too quickly in my panic. My fingers touched the trigger, the rifle went off again.
Well, that's how Moresby ended up in the hospital, Chief, with a broken leg and a bullet in his hip.
And then he died.
But I think he was telling the truth. You could see it in his eyes.
His silver eyes, right?
Yeah, his silver eyes.
And you really believe that the guy's wife came back as a cat to get her revenge?
What does it matter? It's still a good story.
Sorry, Prouty, I can't okay it.
Well, what if I got more details? What if I talked to this Dr. Singh? If I went to the Moresby cellar and found that cat?
And what would you do then? Ask her if she's Mrs. Moresby?
I still think it's worth a try, Chief.
I'll tell you what, Prouty. What are you doing for lunch?
I hadn't thought about it.
Well, think about buying my lunch.
You?
There's a pretty good restaurant right around the corner where the Moresbys live. Now, we can get a bite there and then check out that cellar. So, this is where it happened, huh?
Moresby fell from these steps when he fired that rifle. Hey, you can still see the plaster dust where the bullet hit.
Yeah, I see it. But I don't see any white cat.
It might be hiding someplace.
Or it might be a figment of his imagination.
Maybe so. Hold it. Did you hear something?
No.
Listen. There it is. Look.
It's a cat, all right. And it looks like it just found its supper.
Oh, that mouse is still alive.
Yeah, but not for long. Look at it squirm.
He's eating it.
Yep. And there goes your mouse.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter, Prouty? Never see a cat eat a mouse before?
Chief, did you see that mouse?
Sure I saw it.
But didn't you notice something?
Like what?
Its eyes. Chief, did you ever see a mouse with eyes like that? They were so pale blue, they were almost silver.
And so the cat and mouse game comes to an end. But according to Dr. Singh, there is no end. Perhaps Richard Moresby will have his turn next in another afterlife. I'll be back in a few moments. Do you believe in reincarnation? Do you believe the dead return? We have to believe it, because here we are, the reincarnation of radio drama. We hope you'll keep us alive by listening again to the Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Patrick O'Neill, Marion Seldes, Nick Pryor, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Datsun introduces the perfect snow car, the snug and nimble new Datsun 310. Rich, soft velour to warm your body. Rear window defrosters, side window defoggers, new rust-proofing, and front-wheel drive to pull you through. See the snow-loving, gas-saving new Datsun 310 at your Datsun dealer before you can't get to your Datsun dealer. To pull you through.
There are lots of ways to get acid indigestion when you have a headache. Sometimes it's not what you eat, but when you eat it. Sometimes it is what you eat. Sometimes it's not what or when, but how much.
For all those times, take Alka-Seltzer. Listen. It's the sound of fast relief.
Oh, what a relief it is.
Sold out again.
The new improved Gillette Track 2, please.
Yeah, say, who needs improved when these twin blades will do?
Track 2 has micro-smooth edges. Makes the blade smoother than ever.
Shave better than me?
Better, safer, smoother, and comfortable.
Comfort, schmumfort, you don't have the... But...
Do you have the new improved Gillette Track 2?
Improved Track 2? Improved Track 2?
The new improved Gillette Track 2. Micro-smooth edges make it a better shave.
My gray hair looked awful. So when he called me his old lady, it wasn't funny.
I meant it affectionately.
I'm too young to look old. That's why I use Loving Care. It's not like most hair colorings. It's gentler because it has no peroxide. I just wash away my gray and wash in my own natural color. Me gray, no way.
I still call her my old lady.
Loving Care Color Lotion, only from Clairol.
'Cause you're too young to look old.
Guilty. Not guilty. 6 votes guilty, 6 votes not guilty.
Ken.
Could go on all day. Bailiff! Pass out the Right Guard deodorant.
Good.
We got stick or spray.
With Right Guard, stick or spray protects all day. They don't just cover up odor, they help stop odor before it starts. All day. 6 took stick, 6 took spray. It's unanimous.
Right Guard deodorant. Don't get dressed without it.
Ballpoint pens are such a drag, a tiresome affair.
Never fear, Quicksilver's here. Scoring to the point for flair. Introducing Quicksilver, the rolling ball flare. A smoother ball than ordinary ballpoints and famous Flair ink. So Quicksilver flows smoothly and looks brilliant. Now you've got Quicksilver.
Ballpoints can't compare.
It's smooth and quick, a whole new kick. Score to the point for flair. Quicksilver, the rolling ball flare.
Tuesday, Fonzie's advice turns Ralph from a loser into a lover. On Happy Days.
I've got a serious crush on you.
Then Lenny falls in love with Laverne.
Laverne who?
Then a mouse is on the loose, but Chrissy smells a rat.
I thought you'd never ask.
And on Taxi, Louie makes the rules.
You ever grab me again in a non-erogenous zone, you're gone.
Tuesday on ABC.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. You get a call that someone has broken into a necktie manufacturer's. A large supply of hand-painted ties have been stolen. Your job? Check it out.
It was Saturday, September 10th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 8:31 a.m. when I got to room 45. Burglary.
Hi, Joe.
Morning. Anything for us?
Patrol car picked up a couple of high school kids about 3 a.m.
No?
Found them hanging around a filling station over on Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Juvenile was checking them against those other filling station jobs last week. Just to let us know.
Okay.
All right, it's going to be a scorcher.
Yeah.
You noticed it last night? The heat.
Oh, yeah, sure I did.
I don't think I slept more than 30 minutes. Wonder about air conditioning the house.
What?
It's pretty expensive, isn't it?
Well, I guess it depends, doesn't it?
Yeah. Be worth it, though, weather like this.
Well, we don't get these spells too often.
Well, I don't know, Joe. Lots of the new houses have air conditioning.
Yeah.
Just the bedroom might not cost too much. You know, one of those portable units.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Burglary Friday. Yes, sir. Just a second. All right, what's the address? All right. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, I see. Right away. Bye. Tie manufacturing company out on Western. Somebody cleaned them out last night. Over 100 dozen neckties.
Yeah.
Owner says he knows who did it. Frank and I drove out to a small manufacturing shop on Southwestern Avenue. 9:03 a.m. We interviewed the owner, George Prosper. He told us the back door had been forced open during the night and that a large supply of hand-painted neckties had been stolen.
You see right here? The lock's broken.
Yes, sir.
That's how he got in. No mistake about it.
Uh-huh.
You take anything else beside the ties?
Oh, a little cash, $80, $90. But the ties are the important thing.
Oh?
Yeah, they're worth at least $5 a piece retail, all hand-painted, you know.
Yes, sir.
Some of them are worth more, special designs.
Why is that?
Well, they're made up for the individual, one of a kind.
Oh, I see.
Of course, most of the ties he stole weren't specials. They were from a wholesale stock, Christmas orders.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit it doesn't feel very much like Christmas today, but we have to get our orders filled before the end of October.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly hope you'll be able to get the ties back for us in time.
Yes, sir. You said you had an idea who the thief might be.
Yeah, that's right. Morgan Gilroy.
Well, who's he?
Young fellow used to work for me. I let him go first last week.
Uh-huh.
Just wasn't dependable. Always late in the morning. Careless worker, too.
Yeah, well, why do you blame him for the burglary?
Well, he was very upset when I fired him. Said his wife was having a baby. Said I didn't have any right to let him go without notice.
I see.
Told him I'd warn him often enough. Gave him a whole week's pay, and that seemed more than fair to me.
Did he say anything else?
Well, yeah, he threatened me.
Oh?
Said I'd be sorry I fired him. Said I'd live to regret it.
Uh-huh.
Made quite a scene. Told him if he didn't get out, I'd call the police.
Did he leave then?
Well, not right away. He quieted down some, asked me to change my mind and keep him on. Said he couldn't be out of work now, that he had to have a job on account of the baby.
Mm-hmm.
I told him there are plenty of jobs to be had. If a man really wants work, he can find it.
Yeah.
Different when I was his age. Had to earn your wages.
Mm-hmm.
And you take young fellas like Gilroy, careless, irresponsible, always looking for shortcuts, always looking for an easy dollar. Never give value in return.
Yeah.
That's why I'm sure it was him. Just the sort of stunt he'd pull. Easy way to earn $1.
Well, then he's got something to learn, hasn't he? This was the hard way. Frank and I called the crime lab. While they checked the premises, we continued to interview the victim, George Prosper. He gave us a description of the suspect, Morgan Gilroy, and Gilroy's home address. He also gave us a detailed description of the stolen property. 10:17 a.m. The lab reported that they were unable to find any useful fingerprints on the jimmy door. Pictures of the jimmy marks were taken. There was no other physical evidence. 10:57 a.m. Frank and I drove out to the address Prosper had given us. It was a small apartment house on Fountain Avenue in Hollywood. The Gilroy apartment was number 7.
Yes?
Morgan Gilroy in?
No, he isn't.
You Mrs. Gilroy?
Yes, sir.
We're police officers, ma'am. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Pleased to meet you.
Be all right if we come in for a minute?
Oh, I guess it'll be all right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm not fixed up. I kind of overslept this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you out late last night, Mrs. Gilroy?
No.
How about your husband?
What about him?
Was he out late? Well?
Don't you think you ought to tell me why you want to know?
It's a police matter.
Then maybe you'd better talk to Morgan.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know where he is?
At work.
Now, where's he work, Mrs. Gilroy?
For a time manufacturer.
Which one, do you know?
Prosper's. George Prosper. That's the owner's name.
Mm-hmm.
How long has your husband worked for him?
6 or 7 months.
And that's where he went this morning, did he?
That's where he goes every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened to Morgan?
We'd like to talk to him, that's all.
Then why don't you? I told you where you could find him.
Yes, ma'am.
The Prosper Tie Company. I don't know what the address is, but it's in the phone book.
Oh, we just came from there, Miss Gilroy.
Well, I don't understand. Didn't you see Morgan?
Your husband doesn't work for him anymore.
What?
He was let out last week.
What? I don't believe you.
That's what his boss told us.
Well, Morgan would have said something about it.
No.
Oh, you've made a mistake. You must be talking about a different person.
No, ma'am.
Well, it's got to be a mistake. Well, sure, Morgan gave me his paycheck last night. Every Friday night he gives me his paycheck. He got paid yesterday. The same as every week.
Do you still have the check?
No, not exactly.
What do you mean?
Well, it wasn't the check he gave me, not really.
Oh.
You see, he'd cashed it on his way home from work.
I see.
But it was the usual amount, $80. Mr. Prosper must have paid him.
What time did your husband get home, Miss Gilroy?
Last night?
That's right.
Well, he was later than usual.
How late?
If Morgan's in some kind of trouble, I've got a right to know. I've got a right, haven't I?
Suppose you just answer our questions, would you?
He wouldn't have done anything wrong. Not at a time like this. You see, we're going to have a baby.
I see.
Morgan doesn't even think about anything else. He wants everything to be just perfect when the baby comes. That's why he couldn't have done anything wrong. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yes, ma'am.
That's why, whatever it is, well, it just has to be a mistake.
Well, you can help us clear it up.
All right.
What time did he come home?
About 2:15.
A.M.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Did he say where he'd been?
He called from the shop about 5:30 yesterday afternoon. Said they had a rush shipment to get out, that he'd be working late. Told me not to wait up for him.
Had he ever worked this late before?
Once or twice. Not till 2:15, maybe, but till nearly midnight.
Were you awake when he got home?
Yes, sir.
Then you're sure of the time, 2:15.
Yes, sir, I'm sure. You see, I couldn't get to sleep. I was kind of worried about him. I guess I kept watching the clock. It was 2:15 when he came in.
What did he say?
He was kind of put out. Provoked about my still being awake. Said I ought to get my rest on account of the baby. I guess I sort of flared back. I said it was his fault on account of him being out so late. Oh, it wasn't a real fight or anything like that.
Yes,
He said I oughtn't to blame him, that we'd need all the extra money he could make. And he took out his wallet and gave me this week's pay, like I told you.
Mm-hmm. Did he bring anything else home with him, Mrs. Gilroy?
With him?
Extra clothes, ties, anything like that?
No.
You mind if I look around the apartment?
Well, I know where everything is. If you'll tell me what you're looking for, maybe I can help you.
That's all right. I can make out. Is this the bedroom?
Yes, the bed isn't made.
Don't worry about it.
I wasn't feeling very good this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like some coffee?
No, ma'am, thank you.
What about your friend?
No, I don't think so.
Did Mr. Prosper really say he fired Morgan?
Yes, ma'am.
Or did he say why?
Well, you better ask your husband about that.
Just isn't fair. At a time like this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't appreciate Morgan. None of the people he's worked for.
Yeah.
Man does his best. This is the thanks he gets.
Miss Gilroy, these ties belong to your husband?
Why, yes.
You know where he got them?
Sure, there's some he made at the shop. Samples.
I see.
Does he have any more of the same kind?
I don't think so. Don't tell me all this fuss is about a couple of ties.
Well, it's a few more than that, ma'am.
Oh?
100 dozen. Except for the 3 ties which Frank had found in the bedroom, we were unable to turn up anything else that seemed to answer the description of the stolen property. 12:15 p.m. Frank stayed at the Gilroy apartment to wait for the suspect while I drove back to the tie factory. George Prosper identified the ties taken from Gilroy's closet. He said that they were samples manufactured in his plant. He also said that they had been given to the suspect and had not been stolen. 1:36 p.m. I checked Gilroy's name through R&I. They had nothing on him. 2:17 p.m. I returned to the suspect's apartment.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Any sign of him?
No, not so far.
Where's Miss Gilroy?
She's lying down.
Oh.
She's taking this pretty hard. Went all to pieces after you left.
That's a shame.
I guess you can't blame her much.
No.
And the heat and all. She's bound to be upset. Find out anything?
Well, these are Gilroy's ties.
Yeah.
Prosper gave them to him. Says they're somewhat similar to the ones that were stolen, but they're not the same.
Uh-huh.
Now, you want to go out for a sandwich?
Yeah, I guess so. You eat already?
No, I wasn't hungry.
Mm-hmm. Can I bring you back something?
Oh, milkshake, maybe. That'll do it.
Okay. Chocolate?
Yeah, fine.
I won't be long.
Frank?
Yeah?
Miss Gilroy's all right, isn't she?
Well, I guess so.
Well, I mean, she doesn't need a doctor or anything like that.
Well, I don't know, Joe.
Well, you'd know more about it than I do.
Well, I suppose if she needs a doctor, she'd call one.
Yeah. Well, hurry it up anyway, will you?
Sure.
I thought I heard... Oh, you.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the other officer?
Went out to get some lunch.
Oh,
You feeling better?
yes, thank you. The apartment's so stuffy today. That's what it was.
Yes, ma'am.
No, that isn't what it was at all.
Ma'am?
You and that other policeman. You've got me so nervous I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Well, I'm sorry we had to bother you.
You're just wasting your time. Morgan won't be home before 6 o'clock. He never gets off work, and I can't seem to get it through my head that he's not at the shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Look, the minute he comes in, I'll telephone you. Or if I hear from him, I promise, the minute he comes in.
Well, it might be better if we wait.
Won't you try to believe me? Morgan's honest, completely honest.
Yes, ma'am.
He hasn't done anything wrong. If he had, I'd know it. He'd have told me.
Well, there's one thing he didn't tell you, Miss Gilroy.
Oh?
That money he brought home last night.
Well?
Where it came from. Frank and I waited in the apartment until the suspect, Morgan Gilroy, came home. 6:17 p.m. We took him into custody and drove him down to the city hall for questioning. He was very uncooperative and for nearly an hour refused to discuss his whereabouts the previous night. 7:08 p.m. We continued the interrogation.
How'd you happen to lose your job last week, Gilroy?
Ask the boss.
He says you weren't dependable.
That's his opinion.
You afraid to tell your wife he fired you?
Who says I didn't tell her?
Did you?
Well, maybe you'll feel more like talking in the morning.
Morning?
That's right.
You can't keep me down here tonight.
Is that right?
You want to drive Judy out of her mind? You saw how she acted when you guys took me in. Well, what are you trying to do to her?
We're not doing anything to her, Gilroy. All we want is some straight answers from you.
It wasn't enough losing my job just when I needed it the most. Now you guys got to crawl on my back, too.
When'd you get your last paycheck?
From Prosper?
Yeah.
The day he fired me?
That was last week sometime.
I guess so.
You gave your wife some money just last night.
So?
You told her it was this week's pay.
Well, I had to tell her something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I didn't want her worrying about me being out of work. I had to tell her something.
Where'd you get the money?
Borrowed it.
Yeah.
Maybe it looked like I was stealing, but I wasn't. I was going to tell him I was taking it. It was just a loan till I started drawing unemployment. I thought we was buddies, Steve and me. Some buddy turned you over to the cops for a lousy $80.
Who's Steve?
Steve McGill. Isn't that why you picked me up?
When were you with this, McGill?
Last night.
What time?
5 o'clock on.
Till when?
It must have been nearly 2. It was a little after when I got home.
Where were you?
I met Steve at a bar over in Vermont.
What's the name of it?
Black Pony.
What'd you do then?
I had a couple of drinks, bite to eat.
All right, go ahead.
Some other guys came in, friends of Steve's. I met them once or twice, too.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, let's get up a poker game. I told him I couldn't afford it. I didn't have any cash to spare. Steve said for me not to worry, that if I ran short, he'd stake me.
Yeah.
We all went over to his place. I did real good for the first couple of hours. I only had $5 to start with, ran it up to over 100.
Is that right?
They were all ribbing me about how I was the one that didn't want to play.
Yeah.
Along about midnight, my luck started turning. By 1:30, I was cleaned out. Always seemed to be second high.
Mm-hmm.
Get a straight, sure as fate, somebody else would have a flush, second high.
The game break up at 1:30?
Well, they played on a little longer without me, 15, 20 minutes. I stayed on because I wanted to make a touch from Steve after the other guys went home.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't know how to bring up the subject. Not that Steve can't afford it. He's got plenty of dough, and he won over a couple of hundred in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of beating around the bush, and all of a sudden I noticed how drunk he was. Couldn't get his pants off.
Mm-hmm.
Just toppled over on the bed and went to sleep. At least he sure looked like he was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Money was still laying there on the table where we'd been playing, over $200. I only took 80. That ought to prove I ain't a thief. If I was, I'd have taken it all.
What'd you do then?
I went home.
Did you stop off on the way?
Well, I couldn't have. Ask Judy. She'll tell you. I was there by a little after 2.
Were you in the neighborhood of the tie factory last night?
Now, within a half a mile. What's that got to do with it, anyhow?
Where's this friend of yours live?
Steve?
That's right.
A little street just off Western, Gramercy Place.
You got a telephone?
I guess so.
You know the number?
Not offhand. It must be in the book.
I'll check it, Joe. Last name's McGill, huh?
That's right. What the heck's going on here? You guys didn't even know about Steve. He didn't turn me in. Well, who did?
A lot of ties were stolen last night. Factory you used to work for.
Ties?
That's right.
Well, you think I had something to do with it?
Your ex-boss does.
Well, he hasn't got any right to accuse me.
He threatened to make trouble.
Well, I may have sounded off when he fired me, but it was just talk. How could I make trouble for him?
Somebody did. We were unable to contact the suspect's friend, Steve McGill, until the following morning. He confirmed the story Gilroy had told us and refused to press any charges against him. From McGill, we got the names of the other 3 men who had played cards the night the tie factory was broken into. They also confirmed Gilroy's alibi. Sunday, September 11th, 10:46 a.m. Morgan Gilroy was released. Frank and I went back to the office.
Now we got nothing.
That's right.
You think his wife was telling the truth? About him getting home at 2:15.
We can't prove he didn't.
No, I guess not.
Well, it seems to be cooling off a little, doesn't it?
Yeah. Probably would have been able to sleep last night, too.
Yeah.
Just my luck.
Well, maybe you can grab a nap this afternoon.
No, I don't feel right when I sleep in the daytime, Joe. Isn't good for a person, you know. Throws your system right out of whack. Except for my brother-in-law, Armin. He can sleep anytime, any place. No strain at all.
We get it. Burglary Friday. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've got it. When did it happen? I see. Right. Goodbye. Men's clothing store out on Crenshaw. Owner came in this morning to do some work on the books.
Uh-huh.
Somebody had jimmied the back door during the night. Stole a supply of suits, slacks, sport coats.
Yeah.
And a batch of hand-painted ties. Frank and I drove out to Nimbo's men's store on Crenshaw Boulevard. We talked to the owner, Carl Nimbo. He showed us how the store had been entered and gave us a description of the stolen merchandise. The thief had apparently followed the same M.O. that had been used on the Prosper Tie Company. We were unable to learn anything more about the suspect's identity. Several days later, a tie shop in Hollywood reported the loss of over 200 knit ties. The following night, a men's clothing store on Wilshire Boulevard was burglarized. Investigation indicated that all these crimes were the work of the same man or men. Burglars who were known to have used similar M.O.s were interrogated. No leads were developed. Monday, September 19th, 8:06 p.m. Frank and I were getting ready to go off duty.
You want to stop by the house on your way home?
No, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll hit the sack early.
We could watch a little TV. It's supposed to be a good fight tonight.
It's too late for that now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Oh, we could watch something else. You're not going to go to sleep at 8 o'clock, are you?
No.
Well, come on, then. I'll get it.
All right.
Burglary, Smith. Who? Oh, yes, sir. Sure, I remember. Yes, sir. I see. What's that address? We'll meet you out in front. Right away, yes, sir. Guy owns that tie factory, George Prosper.
Yeah.
He's calling from a bar over on Normandy.
Uh-huh.
One of his stolen ties just walked in.
We drove out to a small bar and grill on the corner of Normandy and Kingsley Drive. George Prosper was standing in front of the place when we pulled up. He walked over to us.
Evening, Mr. Prosper.
Good evening. How are you?
Pretty fair. You sure this is one of your ties now?
Positive. It was a special. Worked out the design myself.
I see.
There isn't another one like it anywhere.
I see. Can you point them out to us?
Mm-hmm. Now, you see, through the window there, that corner booth?
That one there, huh?
Yeah, tall fella sitting alone.
Okay, thanks.
You want me to come in with you?
No, sir, we'll take care of it. We might need you later on, though.
Whatever you say. You know how to get in touch with me.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Well? I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Okay, sit down. Well?
We're police officers.
Okay.
What's your name?
Trendle. Dick Trendle.
You got a job?
Sure.
Doing what?
CPA.
Public accountant?
That's right.
Must make pretty good money, huh?
What makes you think so?
The way you're dressed.
I'm single. I don't have a lot of expenses.
It's a nice suit.
Thanks.
Remember where you bought it?
Sure, San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Went up there on my vacation a week ago.
Can we see the label?
Okay. Okay?
Yeah.
One drink?
No, thanks.
My pleasure.
Nope.
You ever been arrested, Trendle?
Sure.
Tell us about it.
Speeding?
Nothing else.
No.
You get that tie up north, too?
No.
Where'd you get it?
Fellow I met a couple of nights ago. Got to talking to him in a bar.
What bar?
One Olympic down toward town. Don't remember the name of it.
What about this fella?
We were talking. Said he was in the clothing business. Happened to mention my hobby was stamp collecting.
Yeah.
Said sure was a coincidence.
What do you mean by that?
One of his customers was a stamp collector, too. Had the factory make up a special tie for him, designed it like rare postage stamps.
Oh.
This one right here, the one I'm wearing.
Uh-huh.
Offered to sell it to me.
Yeah.
Because the customer it was made for had left L.A.
You have the tie with him?
In his hotel. Took me over there to show me.
What hotel was it?
Oh, I don't know, a little place a couple of blocks away from the bar.
You think you could find it again?
I guess so.
Did you go up to his room?
Yeah, he showed me the tie. Showed me a lot of other clothes, too.
Did you buy anything else?
Nothing else I needed. I stocked up when I was in San Francisco. Didn't need the tie either, but it was a real bargain.
Yeah.
$350, it's all he asked for it. Felt like this is worth at least $7 or $8.
Mm-hmm.
Sure couldn't see how he was making any profit selling it at a price like that.
He made a profit.
Well, it doesn't seem possible. It must have cost him more than $350.
No, it didn't.
Huh?
But it will. Dick Trundle gave us a description of the man who had sold him the tie. He agreed to accompany us to the bar where they'd met. 10:17 p.m., Frank and I interviewed the bartender at the BTJ Cafe on Olympic Boulevard. He remembered the suspect and said he had been in several times during the past week. He couldn't tell us his name or address. We left the bar and canvassed the vicinity for the hotel where the suspect had taken Trundle. 10:58 p.m., Trundle identified the Mortensen Hotel as the suspect's residence. Frank and I went inside and talked to the clerk on duty.
To the best of my knowledge, there's only one person staying here who fits that description. That's Mr. Lafferty.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the nicest gentlemen you ever meet. He's in the clothing business.
Is he around now?
Let me check his box. Yes, he must be in his room. The key's not here.
What room is that?
It's 212. He's very careful, Mr. Lafferty. Always leaves his key at the desk whenever he goes out.
All right, thanks.
He's generous, too. Generous to a fault.
You don't say.
Sure. See this tie? He gave it to me.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
That's too bad.
Hmm?
You may have to give it back. Frank and I walked up to the second floor. Room 212 was at the end of the hall near the fire escape. The transom was open, and we could see a light inside the room.
Who is it?
Come on, open up.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Police officer, stand still.
Oh, police. You're wasting your time. I don't believe in firearms.
He's light, Joe.
What did I tell you?
All right, where's the stuff?
I suppose you mean the items I stole?
That's what we mean.
I've already managed to dispose of a good deal of it. What's left is in the closet, in the bureau. By the way, the burglar kit's under the bed.
Thanks.
Always believe in cooperating with the police. Things seem to work out better that way.
Yeah.
Although, frankly, I'm surprised you weren't here sooner.
Is that so?
Last week. That's when I was expecting you.
Oh, I'm sorry we were late.
Well, looks like we got everything we need, Joe.
All right, let's go.
You didn't overlook the tools.
Don't worry.
Last week, I was certain you'd be here then.
Mm-hmm.
Right after my second job. I've never been able to pull more than 2 before, without being arrested, I mean.
You don't say.
It was 4 this time, you know.
Yeah, we know.
4 jobs. Well, that's a new record for me.
Well, let's don't let it go to your head, huh?
Oh, I don't take all the credit. If I'd ever worked Los Angeles before, you probably would have found me sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Have to go somewhere else when I get out.
Yeah.
Maybe up north to Seattle. I never worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Might be able to pull 5 jobs before they catch me. Set myself a new record.
Yeah, well, that's not likely.
You'll see. Just wait till I get out.
We won't be around that long.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 7th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Russell Herbert Lafferty was tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree, 4 counts. Because of his previous record, he was adjudged to be an habitual criminal and was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California.
Dragnet, the story of your police force in action, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
This man leads an incredible gang. The lookout, the mall, the mouthpiece.
Are you a minister or Batman?
The driver, and the hit person.
You have a right to remain silent, sucker!
Walt Disney Productions' hilarious story of ladies who meet big-time crime head-on.
How would you like to spice up your life?
Ordinary housewives who turn into the North Avenue irregulars. Rated G. Soon at theaters everywhere.
I'm the spot maker. I live in your dishwasher, spotting and streaking glasses and dishes. Do I make you unhappy? Embarrass you? Oh, no! Calgonite!
That's right, spot maker. Calgonite with blue cleaning crystals to wash soft water clean, rinse soft water clear. It keeps the spot maker out of your dishwasher. For the cleanest, clearest dishware possible, get Calgonite. Calgonite, the end of the spot maker.
How do you handle a hungry man? The manhandlers.
He's working up an appetite a manhandler can handle. Looks like my boy's grown up. He's ready for Campbell's manhandlers, like beef soup, juicy beef, and sun-ripened vegetables. A big-tasting soup, a man-sized part of a man's meal.
The manhandlers.
The manhandlers. Good.
One sip of sunrise, so mellow you know it's the end of bitter coffee.
End of bitter coffee, bye-bye.
Sunrise is here.
Sunrise instant coffee, mellowed with chicory. Tastes better natured, not bitter. Because Nestle found a way to use chicory to bring out coffee's better nature, but leave the bitter taste behind.
It's not bitter.
The end of bitter coffee, bye-bye. Sunrise is here.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatt's, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatt's the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatt's the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest, the byword Blatt's, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatt's beer. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Hedda Hopper. Yep, the Mad Hatter herself. Yes, sir, I understand when she buys a hat, the clerk says, will you wear it home or will you eat it here? Huh? Well, she's a newspaper dame, Duffy. Yes, a gossip mongress. Yeah. She writes a movie column, sort of a who's who in Hollywood, only hers is more who did what to who. Yeah. Well, she's going to help me run a coming-out party for your daughter. Will it be formal? No, Duffy, it's semi-formal. The dames come half-dressed. Yeah, Hedda's just going to wear a beanie. Yes, sir, it should be terrific, Duffy. How much will you allow me to spend on this coming-out party for your daughter? Huh? $15 if she comes out? And $20 if she don't come back. Okay, it's a deal. I'll call you later.
Mr. Archie, is Miss Duffy going to have another coming-out party?
Yeah, why, Eddie?
But that gal's been coming out for the last 10 years.
Well, so what?
In Groundhog Circle, it's now known as Miss Duffy's Day.
Who's coming to the party?
Oh, only the upper dregs, Eddie. Here, read these exclusive invitations that I sent out.
Now, let me see. Monster coming out party. You are hereby honored to be a guest at a private luncheon in memoriam of Miss Duffy. Dearly beloved daughter of Honorable and Miss Duffy, MP. MP. Member of Parliament?
Mama and Papa. Read the rest of it.
Cuisine will start promptly at 9 o'clock and will continue until dinner. Signed, Heather Hopper. P.S. Kindly RSVP. What's that RSVP?
Means black tie. Hey, that reminds me, what do you think I ought to wear, Eddie? Me full dress suit?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, yes, you ought to wear one, and no, you ain't got one.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Art, is there any chance of me making a play for one of them young society dowagers here tonight?
The dowagers ain't the young dames.
Oh, no?
No, the dowagers is the old men.
Oh, in that case, I better not make a play for them.
I think you'd be safer. And, watch your manners tonight, Finnegan. This is a coming out party, and...
what's the idea of this coming out party?
Well, it's an illusion party, you see. The idea is to make Miss Duffy seem more popular.
Oh, she ain't popular now, huh?
No, but it ain't her fault, Finnegan. You know, look what the poor dame's got against her. Heredity, environment, the wind. So we're gonna make her a debutante. Hey, wait a minute. Speak of the devil, here comes the Deb now.
Hello, Archie. You dear boy.
What is this?
This is too divine of you to throw this coming out party for me. Rally, it's too utterly utter.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so glad Hedda's coming tonight. She's utterly marvelous. Too utterly.
Miss Duffy, if you utter another utter, I'm going to throw you out in the gutter.
Rally, such talk from a menial.
Who's a menial? I'm just as good-natured as the next guy. But I don't want you putting on no dog with me. Remember, social rule number 1 is be yourself. In your case, you better forget rule number 1. And rule number 2
Rule number 1, rule number 2, don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy.
You don't know what it is to be a debutante. Hour after hour, walking up and down, balancing the blue book on your head for purrs. And clothes. Every day running for fittings to Shapiro the tailor. You should stand there while he sticks pins in you. A little higher, Miss Duffy. A little lower, Miss Duffy. Pull your stomach in, Miss Duffy. Put your back out, Miss Duffy. I could scream. Sometimes I wish I'd been born a peon.
Duffy, I didn't realize you were so social.
Rally, if I ain't a socialist, who is? Have you forgotten the parties we gave at Newport?
We gave it?
Didn't we ever invite you?
No.
Well, no offense intended. I suppose it's just that our family is such a clammy group.
Might as well humor it. Your family is very exclusive, huh?
Exclusive? Goodness, we never met anybody. That's why even to this day, nobody even knows I am a debutante.
I got the flowers like you told me, Arch. Practically brand new, too.
Practically brand new? Where did you get them?
Cavendish, the undertaker.
How much did you pay for them?
$25.
They look more expensive.
Well, I should. They came from a well-to-do corpse.
Well, they should make a nice corsage for Miss Hopper. Now, let's see. When I hand her the flowers, I'll make a speech. I'll say, Miss Hopper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words. So I ask these humble flowers to speak for me.
Hey, Arch, that fruit salad on the free lunch.
What about it?
It's moving.
That ain't the fruit salad. That's Hedda Hopper. Good evening, Miss Hopper. Miss Hopper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words. So I ask these humble flowers to...
Mind if I use the phone?
Not at all.
Thanks.
I am a young man...
Hello, operator. I want Beverly Hills 5, 4124. Yes, I'll hold the line. Now, what were you saying?
I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Hello?
So I ask these humble flowers...
Yes, operator, I'm calling Beverly Hills. I'm sorry. What was it you were saying?
I am a young man...
Quiet. This might be a hot scoop. Hello, Tyrone.
Tyrone?
This is Hedda Hopper. I called to find out about the big event. What? She did? 3 o'clock this afternoon? Oh, how wonderful. What? Well, were you with her at the time? Right by her side?
Oh, how sweet, huh?
What's that? How many? 4 of them?
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
How does she feel? A little tired?
Well, naturally.
What? Well, I'll bet you the next time she'll do even better.
3-1.
Well, take good care of her, Tyrone. I'll be seeing you.
Hedda, don't tell me that the Tyrone Powers...
Yes, his pedigreed dachshund just won 4 blue ribbons at the dog show.
My, this will be an interesting tidbit at the Kennel Club. Now, as I was saying, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Archie, stop beating around the bush. Come on, let's get it over with.
Get what over with?
The corny jokes about my hat.
Okay, have it your way. My tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words, but Hedda, that hat you're wearing.
What about it?
It looks like something Queen Mary left in a pigeon coop. How often do you have to water it?
Archie, don't be ridiculous. These flowers are artificial.
Artificial? Oh.
Only the vegetables are real.
I see. Well, anyway, I am a young man. I'm a bulldog. Now, as I was saying, Miss Hopper...
I know you were a young man.
I was when this thing started. Look, here, Hedda, let's cut it all out. These flowers is for you.
Well, thank you. You say these are flowers?
Yeah.
I'll bet they were lovely. Let me see. Shall I wear them on this shoulder? No. That doesn't look quite right. Perhaps this shoulder. No, that isn't right.
Why don't you try them laying down?
Please. Well, Miss Hopper, those flowers seem to do something for you. You know, they sort of bring you to life.
That's more than did for the last guy.
Maybe we better change the subject. You know, Hedda, the last time I was in Hollywood, I dropped around to your house, but she wasn't home.
Oh, what a shame.
Yep, I rang your bell about 5 times.
You rang it 6 times.
Well, anyway, you wasn't home. Boy, you must make a lot of dough to have a house like that, huh? tell me, how much do you make a week writing that column of yours?
Isn't that rather a personal question?
Yes.
Well, I do all right. For years, I've been syndicated in nearly every city in the country.
What you do in your time is your own business. Tell me, how do you dig up that gossip for your column?
I have a secret combination.
What's that?
Small talk and large keyholes.
Never fails, huh?
Only once, and it was quite a shock. I wanted to confirm a rumor, so I had my eye to the keyhole.
Yeah? And what did you see?
Another eye.
Not Luella.
Heaven forbid. No, it was another actress. And I made a terrible mistake.
You made a mistake? What?
I reported that she was dead, when actually she was in the best of health.
Well, what did you do?
Well, the paper had already gone to press, so there was only one thing I could do.
What's that?
We buried her.
Naturally.
Say, Art, I did the... Who's the tomato?
This ain't no tomato. This happens to be one of the most important newspaper columnists in the country.
Don't tell me this is Billy Rose.
Billy Rose. Finnegan, take a look. How could this be Billy Rose?
Yeah, you're right, Art. A little too tall.
That's my trouble as a newspaper woman.
What is that?
My height. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, none of it is perfect.
Look, ain't you ever heard of Hedda Hopper?
Why, certainly. Hedda Hopper's a dame that wears them funny-looking... Well, Hedda Hopper! As I live and breathe.
You do?
Every day.
Mr. Finnegan, you remind me of somebody, and I can't think who.
Well, we got a lot in common.
Really?
Yeah, I can't think either.
Let me see. Who do you remind me of? Is some Hollywood bigwig.
Bigwig?
That's a toupee with a producer under it.
Well, thank you very much. But, as long as I'm a bigwig, you must invite me to a party sometime.
A party? Finnegan, you wouldn't know how to act at a Hollywood party.
Oh, no? I can throw a right-hand punch just as fast as the next guy.
I'm talking about etiquette.
Well, Archie, the rules of etiquette for any party are always the same, whether it's in Hollywood or New York. Anything you do should be based on consideration for the other fellow.
Him, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
For example, let me take these two glasses.
Yeah.
I fill them both with black beer. Now I offer them to you. Which glass do you take, the large one or the small one?
Well, that's easy. I take this one.
No, Finnegan. You took the large glass. That's bad manners.
But it's good beer.
I know, but if you had offered them to me, I would have taken the smaller glass of black.
Then what are you kicking about? That's what you got.
Just a second. I think I know what Miss Hopper means. Now, here, Finnegan, I'll offer them to you, Hedda. Here's the two glasses. Now, take your choice.
Okay. I'll take this one.
Oh, wait a minute. You took the biggest one.
Finnegan, you're the one that's learning manners, not me.
Besides, Finnegan, just serving Black's beer at a party is good manners in itself. And incidentally, speaking of parties, Hedda, I'm throwing a coming-out party here tonight for a debutante, you know.
What debutante?
Over there by the cash register, the one with the short forehead and the long yet.
Archie, is she coming out?
Yeah.
Do you think that's wise?
Be nice to her. She really believes she's a debutante. You know, it's got a slight case of paraphernalia. Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archibald.
I would like to present you with Miss Hopper, a world-famous news reporter. Miss Hopper, this is Miss Duffy, a misprint.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
So terribly divine of you to come.
Oh, quite.
I'm sorry to be tardy, but I've been out playing polo all day.
Oh, tally-ho! Do you like to ride?
Does one? I'm utterly nuts about it.
Me too. I wouldn't think of being seen in public without a horse under me.
Yes, being on top of a horse is so much less crowded than the subway.
Yes, and one feels so aristocratic.
Doesn't one? But being an aristocrat does have its drawbacks, doesn't one?
Well, that depends. How does one mean it?
I mean, after whiling away a day around the stables, one smells so, doesn't one?
Well, as long as the horses don't complain, what does one care?
How true. Well, toodaloo, darling.
Toodaloo, darling. Brother, what a character.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised, Hetty. You know, there's guys that go for her type.
Really?
Yep. At the Locomotive Wipers Convention, she was voted Miss Loose Caboose of 1936.
Well, she can probably thank the horse for that. So that's what's going to make her debut tonight.
Yep, and Hedda, guess what? I'm going to let you be the hostess.
Me, arrange a party, sandhog Ciro.
Mr. Hopper, in Duffy's Tavern, we would no more think of catering to the sandhog trade than we would of throwing the garbage out the window without first yelling for. Now, what do you say?
Absolutely not.
But, Hetty, you can't disappoint all them people.
What people?
All them Hollywood stars you invited down here.
I didn't invite any Hollywood stars.
Would you like to see the invitations?
You mean you printed invitations and signed my name?
Now that you mention it, yes.
Oh, in that case, I suppose I'll have to be the hostess at this party.
See how everything always works out for the best? Now, what can we do for entertainment?
Well, we can dine, dance, play games like charades.
Charades?
Yes, it's a game where everybody impersonates famous people.
Oh, that should be fun. See, you can guess who this is.
Eddie. Come with me to the Casbah.
Hildegard!
But, Mr. Archie, Miss Hopper is used to spending thousands of dollars on parties.
Well?
And you going to get her to run this debutante party for $15?
So what? This is a cut-rate debutante. Besides, how much black beer can people drink? Hedda.
Yes?
Hedda, how much you figure this party will cost?
Well, we should be able to do it for $5.
$5. Don't be a piker, will you?
You want to go to 10?
You can go as high as 15.
15? Well, that's wonderful. All right, now, let me see. The first thing we'll need is some caviar. Do you have any?
Caviar? Just a second there. Eddie.
Yes, sir?
We got any caviar?
Well, that depends.
On what?
What is it?
Eddie. You know, caviar, them fish eggs.
Oh, well, we got fish, but they ain't been laying lately.
Oh, Hedda, I'm afraid the caviar is out.
But Archie.
Sorry, Hedda, you can't fight nature.
But a coming out party without caviar.
Look, I got an idea. Couldn't we just maybe serve tapioca pudding in dark glasses?
Oh, be serious, Archie. Here, give me the phone. I'll call the caterer.
Okay.
Hello? Pierre? This is Hedda Hopper. Look, I want you to cater a very swank dinner party. Well, we'll need some good imported caviar, some turtle soup, Waldorf salad, lobster thermidor, filet mignon with mushrooms, and for dessert, crepe Suzette, peach melba, cherries jubilee, and, oh yes, demi-tasse.
At least I'm getting off with just a half a cup of coffee.
Oh yes, and send over about 100 cases of black beer. That's right, black. Thank you, Pierre.
Look, Hetty, you're running me into a fortune.
Oh, not at all, Archie. You'd be surprised how much you can buy for $15,000.
15,000? Hetty, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see, I didn't quite mean 15,000.
Stop being a piker, Archie. You wanted to throw a party, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm afraid this party's gonna throw me.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What?
The music.
Look, I already made a deal with Colucci's brother.
Coluccio's brother?
Yeah, he's an organ grinder.
But that's just for dancing. How about the entertainment?
The monkey does the hula. Now, look, Hedda, you see, the 15 that I mentioned is
just a second. Instead of Coluccio's brother, I could probably get Harry James.
Harry James? Well, that's nice.
Harry would probably do it for me as a personal favor for just a few $1,000s.
Well, Harry's so decent about personal favors. Look, Hedda, you see, when I said that we could spend 15...
Yes, sir, this party of yours is going to be the talk of New York.
And it's going to be whispered all over Sing Sing, too.
Oh, that reminds me. If Eddie's going to wait on tables, he must have a uniform.
He's got to have a uniform, huh?
Definitely.
Eddie.
Yes, sir?
Go out and join the National Guard.
Another important thing, Archie. What are you having for the women?
Men.
I mean favors.
With these dames, it'll be a favor.
I mean, is those little knick-knacks.
Knick-knacks? How much are these knacks gonna nick me?
What are you worried about, Archie? Up until now, we've only spent about $14,000.
14,000? Duffy, you'll malfeast me.
Oh, wait, I have a wonderful idea.
Now what?
Instead of having the menu printed...
Yes?
We'll get the Don Cossack Choir to chant it.
Now, look, Hedda, please,
I'll call them up now and see if they're available.
Oh, this dame has gone berserk. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
What's this I hear about you running up bills for a debutante party?
I didn't run up the bills. It's a dame here that...
I don't care who ran them up. You're responsible.
I'm responsible if somebody buys stuff in my name?
That's the law. That is, unless you can prove the other person is crazy.
Crazy? That's an idea. Oh, Hedda.
Yeah?
Hedda, you know that charades game we was talking about where you imitate famous people?
Yes?
Bet you couldn't do Napoleon.
Napoleon? Oh, that's my favorite character. Lend me your hat.
Okay.
Now, see? I turn it sideways like this. Now look at me. See? I'm Napoleon.
Yes, you are, ain't you? Oh, Clancy!
I was just going... Who the devil is this?
Lady, tell the officer who you are.
I am Napoleon.
Napoleon, is it? I think you'd better come along to headquarters.
Now, just a second. This is all a joke. I'm not really Napoleon.
No? Then who are you, really?
I'm Hedda Hopper.
That's nice. And I'm Jimmy Fiddler. Now, come along quietly, Napoleon.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm not crazy.
Then what are you doing with that hat on your head?
That's Archie's hat. Here, this is my hat.
That's your hat?
Yes.
Sister, you're nuts, all right. Come along.
Well, Miss Archie, is you still going to have the coming out party for Miss Duffy?
Well, sure, why not?
Well, how about that little filet mignon and mushroom?
Well, give him salami on rye.
Well, what about the orchestra and all those beautiful girls who gonna dance on the table?
I'll get a midget to step out of a cupcake. Besides, Eddie, what it really takes to make a party successful, we already got.
You mean?
Yes, sir, that good old Blatz beer. What else? And to you folks listening in, if you're having friends in for the weekend, be sure to serve Blatz beer. You'll find that Blatz will make the difference between just another party and a real social event. And whether your party is for the $15 I wanted to spend or for the 15,000 Hedda Hopper wants to spend, you can't buy a better beer than Blatz. Take the advice of experts. Take it from the people who know fine beer, who have their pick of the best, the people from Milwaukee. They say that Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer. Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, Blatz, picked by Milwaukeeans as the finest of all the fine beers brewed in Milwaukee. So why don't you try Blatz over the weekend? Find out for yourself why folks say that from B for best to Z for zest, Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer. Good night, everybody.
I'm from Milwaukee and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
When the occasion calls for wine, the wine to choose is Cresta Blanca, a distinguished choice for your own enjoyment, a generous gift to compliment a friend. The wine to choose is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California. Since 1889, the distinguished choice in wine.
For an authentic police story, hear Dragnet, next on NBC.
Well, it's time for the question of the day, and today's question is, what is your favorite season of the year? For me, it's fall. It has the mild weather of spring without the allergies. But what is your favorite season? Comment down below. And now, let's get back to the shows.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
After many delays caused by engine trouble, happening under mysterious circumstances, Jimmy Allen, with Speed Robertson and Flash Lewis as passengers, has reached the airport at Devil's Pass. Nearby is the Diamond A Ranch. At the little airport, they receive a sinister warning from the manager. He advises them to avoid the Diamond A Ranch. In the meantime, Mrs. Croft and Barbara have reached the Bender Ranch, and we now find them just finishing a delicious Mexican-cooked luncheon on the porch of the ranch house.
Oh, Mother, I'm so thrilled with being down here. Look at those gorgeous mountains off to the south. It's just wonderful. I didn't know such places existed.
It surely has a wild beauty that's different from anything I've ever seen, Barbara, dear. I'm so glad for your sake that we made the trip.
Oh, but Mother, aren't you enjoying it, too?
Oh, of course I am, Barb.
Oh, you've looked worried all morning. Tell me what bothers you.
Oh, it's been a lovely trip, dear. To me, the airplane ride down here was just as thrilling and enjoyable an experience as I've ever had. But, Barb, I would feel more comfortable if we were staying with friends. At least people we know better.
Yes, that's true, of course. I know just how you feel. But after all, Rip Bender has been very nice.
Yes, I know, dear.
And his father is certainly hospitable enough. Of course, he is a rather rough old character.
Oh, it isn't that, Barbara. You can't expect one who's lived all his life in this wild country to have the social niceties of a city man. Really, his lack of social graces doesn't bother me at all. But after all, Barbara, we really know nothing about these Benders, and they seem, so rather strange.
Well, what I can't understand, Mother, is how people who are so apparently uncouth would have such a delightful and comfortable ranch house.
Yes. The two just don't fit together in my mind. It really seems more like a hunting lodge than a ranch house.
Yes, all those hunting trophies and interesting Western prints. I just can't imagine old Mr. Bender having the taste to decorate so beautifully.
When we met the old fellow after getting out of his son's airplane, I really quite despaired of even a clean place in which to sleep. And then to find this attractive house was rather a delightful shock.
Oh, I think we're silly worrying about nothing. Really, we shouldn't discuss our host this way. I, for one, am having a gorgeous time and would be willing to spend the whole summer here.
I can see why Father always had such a soft spot in his heart for this ranch. But, of course, the hunting shack he had was not as elaborate a place as this.
What do you think you'll do about our ranch, Mother?
Really, I don't know what to do or say until Jimmy Allen and Mr. Robertson arrive.
Mother, do you suppose... Well, do you think that anything could have happened, that they may have had some trouble on the way down here?
Barb, darling, I have no idea. I know so little about airplanes. But they're very reliable, and Mr. Robertson is such a wonderful flyer. Oh, I'm sure they're all right.
Yes, and Jimmy's a good pilot, too. Everyone says so.
Of course he is, dear.
Oh, here comes that funny little old Mexican cook.
I think he's quite delighted to have some women to cook for.
The food, Senora, it is bastante.
Oh, what does he want to know about the food, Barb?
Bastante. He wants to know if you've had enough.
Oh, yes, Benito. It was very delicious.
Gracias, Senora. And you, Senorita Croft?
Oh, mucho, Benito. And very well cooked.
Gracias, Senorita, gracias. And now your café?
Si, Benito, agradar.
Si, Senorita, si.
Mother, do you want your coffee now?
Oh, yes, please.
And Benito, café for Mrs. Croft, too.
Si, Senora, si.
Well, Barbara, this will give you a nice chance to brush up on your Spanish.
Yes, I tried it out on Benito this morning, but it was a bit weak in spots. He seemed quite distressed at not being able to understand me.
This coffee is most excellent.
I wonder when young Mr. Bender will return from Devil's Pass Airport.
Well, afternoon, ladies. I see you're taking on a little chow.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Bender.
Yes, Mr. Bender. We're enjoying a very delightful luncheon. Your cook, Benito, is an artist in preparing food. You cattlemen certainly display a very fine regard for your appetites.
Well, I reckon your old fella's pretty good. You ain't had nothing much to do but working over that there cook stove, and, you know, them Mexicans, they just naturally take to cooking.
Have you had him a long time, Mr. Bender?
Oh, yeah. He's been working down here quite a long spell.
Well, has this ranch been in your family a long time, Mr. Bender?
I reckon my son Rip explained all that to you while he was up there in Kansas City. Quite a fella, that boy of mine. Quite a fella.
Yes, he's been very nice. I suppose you knew my husband when he used to hunt down here?
Well, you see, I kind of got a faint recollection of remembering him. He ain't been here for a long time, has he?
It's been about 12 years now.
Oh, yeah, 12 years. I reckon it was something like that. You see, I was away from here a good spell, kind of seeing to some business of my brothers out in Arizona.
Did you build this ranch house yourself, Mr. Bender?
Well, no, not exactly like. You see, I have some friends from San Antonio that like to come down here and hunt and spend some time. They're city folks, and they like things right, you know. So we just built this ranch house for them. Right nice place, too.
Hi, Bender. The boys told me you was up here at the house.
Oh, howdy, Ace. I thought you'd done left this place. I guess you ain't met these here women folks.
No, I ain't.
Well, this is here Mrs. Croft and her girl Barbara. This here's a friend of ours, ladies, Mr. Yancey. But we just called him Ace.
Yeah, that's good enough. Glad to meet you,
How
ladies.
do you do? Are you a visitor in this part of the country, Mr. Yancey?
Oh, I spend some time down here. Kind of like this country and to do a little business with Mr. Bender here occasionally.
Mrs. Croft owns that there ranch west of us.
Oh.
She's figuring on getting rid of it and come down here to settle a deal.
Oh, yeah. Well, land around here ain't worth nothing, Mrs. Croft, unless you got cattle to graze. I guess you ain't sorry to get rid of it.
It's a beautiful spot down here, but I have no use for the land, and I'll probably sell it. When Mr. Croft was in better health, he enjoyed bringing his friends down here for the hunting season.
Swell country for hunting. I do a lot of it myself. You see, that's one reason why I'm down here. I'm a great fella to go out shooting.
Well, I envy you men being able to tramp around in these mountains. I only wish I could do it.
Well, now, we might arrange that. No reason why a girl like you can't handle a rifle. I guess I can show you how, eh, Bender?
Yeah, Ace, I reckon you'd had a lot of experience along them lines, all right.
Say, Bender, I want to have a little talk with you before I start out. Let's get outside.
Well, come right along, Ace. Figured you had something on your mind. Excuse me, ladies.
Yeah, see you folks later. Now, don't forget about that hunting trip, Miss Croft.
Oh, I surely won't. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Yancey.
Oh, Mother, I do want to get in some riding and hunting while we're down here.
Yes, Barbara, but I suggest you wait until Mr. Robertson and Jimmy get here. My, I wouldn't want to meet Mr. Yancey alone on a dark night. He's rather a tough-looking individual.
Say, Mother, didn't you think Mr. Bender was rather evasive about this ranch?
What do you mean, dear?
Well, maybe it was my imagination, but he never did tell you how long they've owned this land.
I hadn't noticed it, Barbara. But come to think of it, he didn't seem to want to tell us much. However, that's his own business, Barbara.
Oh, yes, of course it is, but I thought he acted, rather... Say, listen, Mother. Why, that's an airplane, I'm sure. Oh, I wonder if it's Jimmy and Speed. Oh, gee, I hope so.
It probably is, dear. I'm glad they finally got here. Poor boys must have had a hard trip.
Mother, oh, Mother, I'm afraid it isn't them. It's that yellow plane of Rip Bender's.
Dear me. I wonder what in the world has happened to our boys. Possibly Mr. Bender will have news of them. If they had trouble, I'm sure they'd notify the airport at Devil's Pass.
Oh, he's landing now. Oh, I surely hope he has news of them.
Young Mr. Bender said something about flying me over our ranch. Do you think I'd better go, Barbara?
Well, it'd be a lovely way to see it, but, I don't know, Mother. Let's wait until Jimmy and Mr. Robertson get here.
Yes, I think that would be best. I'd really feel much safer with Mr. Robertson.
Oh, and I want to go along, too. That would be a thrill to see our place from the air.
Yes, and I would enjoy the trip. But to be quite frank about it, I wouldn't know a bit more about the land after the trip than I do right now.
Jimmy and Mr. Robertson will, though. I think they plan on flying all over this part of the country to see if there are any oil wells being drilled.
My, it would certainly be wonderful if there were oil on our land. But I guess that's too much to expect.
Well, it's happened to other people, and we know there's oil down around here somewhere.
Oh, let's not even think of it.
Here comes Rip Bender now. Hello, Mr. Bender. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, afternoon, ladies. Looks like you've been having yourself some food. Did Benito look after you in good shape?
Hello, Mr. Bender. Yes, we had a very good lunch, and we highly recommend Benito to the most discriminating taste.
Well, that's fine. Yes, mighty fine. There ain't nothing too good for you folks down here. I want you to make yourselves right at home and stay as long as you please.
You're very kind, Mr. Bender.
Well, if you're all through eating, how about taking that flying trip over your property?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Bender.
Of course, if you don't feel like going, Mrs. Croft, I'll certainly be glad to take Barbara, and she can tell you all about it.
Oh, but Mr. Bender, have you had any news from Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson?
News? Say, now, ain't that just plumb like me? The airport manager at Devil's Pass tells me to give you this here telegram. Don't know what's in it, but it may be news of the boys. Here it is, Mrs. Croft.
Oh, thank you. I surely hope nothing has happened. Here, Barbara, I'll read it. Have been recalled to Kansas City by Grand National Airways. Cannot get to ranch. Jimmy is returning with me. Very sorry. Stop. Believe Bender's proposition all right. Advise accepting his offer. And it's signed Speed Robertson.
What is the meaning of this strange wire? Have Jimmy and Speed really returned to Kansas City? Or is Rip Bender resorting to underhanded methods again to induce Mrs. Croft to sell her ranch? Why is he so anxious for her property? And in what way is the gangster Ace mixed up with the Benders? It all spells trouble for Speed and Jimmy. So don't miss the next episode in the air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
An unforgettable epic, an all-star cast, the 7 incredible days of Roots Week.
Redeem your one and only coupons now through March 4th at McDonald's. Buy any large sandwich, give us a coupon, and you'll get a regular order of French fries free.
American Airlines has a super saver for February and March. Save up to 55% with easier restrictions than ever before. And each adult who flies can take along 2 children under 12 absolutely free.
we'll save 55%.
You can't save more.
'Cause kids fly free. As many as 4.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
My man's made up his mind. Now he smokes Tiparillo and doesn't inhale. And he gets full tobacco flavor. Tiparillo, it's a good tip.
The Executive Volunteer Corps can help solve your business problems. Visit them at 41 East 42nd Street, room 715, or call 212-697-2101. Elvis Presley Week on the 430 movie.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Would you believe that an 8-year-old car could still look as sparkling as a new one? Well, listen to this. A listener writes from Ohio, my coupe is over 8 years old, yet it looks as good as the day it came from the sales room. When people ask me how I do it, I say car new is the answer. Well, now, of course, we're always glad to have folks praise Johnson's Car New. And if you try Car New yourself, you'll be mighty pleased at the beautiful polish it gives your car. And you'll be surprised, too, when you find how easy it is to use. There's no hard rubbing with Car New. You simply apply this special wax-fortified liquid with a cloth. Then you let it dry to a white powder. When you wipe off this powder, all the dirt and dullness disappear with it. And your car is not only clean, but beautifully polished, too. You see, Car New does not one, but 2 jobs at once. It both cleans and polishes in one application. Why not shine up your car with Johnson's wax-fortified Car New? It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. The residents of 79 Wistful Vista are going to see the aviation show at the airport this afternoon. So the master, he thinks, of the house, has fortified himself by reading a couple of flying magazines, thus qualifying himself for a high rank in the HAF, the Hot Air Force. Get a load now of the poor man's Doolittle as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Then when you release the brakes, check the oil pressure and set the altimeter, you taxi to the end of the runway.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
It's taken you 45 minutes to test the controls, fill up with gas and oil, and study the map. Have you kept that taxi waiting all this time?
My dear girl, I see you're rather unfamiliar with pilot talk. Taxiing means to run the plane along the ground.
That's for me, then. The firmer we stay on Terra, the better I like it. You know I get airsick wearing a new pair of high heels or walking over a thick rug.
Well, you better get over that, Tootsie. This is the age of flight. My gosh, one of these days we might own our own little helicopter. Who knows?
I do, and we won't. And it isn't helicopter. It's collie-heapter.
Okay. Anyway, if we do get our own polycopter, my fishing trips will be cut...
No, not polycopter, dearie. It's helipopter.
Oh. What did I say, pellyhookter? I meant hulipopter. Anyway, now we're at the end of the runway, ready to take off.
Ready to take off what?
Oh, just take off. That means get the plane into the air. You know what airborne means.
Certainly, that's when the stork brings you.
No. That means...
And look, Pet, aside from becoming a flash expert on flying from reading 2 magazines, did you ever actually fly?
Why, certainly, back in Peoria. I had several hours with an old Jenny.
Now, just a minute, Magee. Maybe we weren't married then, and maybe it's none of my business, but it seems to me that there would be enough male instructors around.
Hey. A Jenny was just an old pre-war crate.
I don't care how old she was, the hussy. And I still have the feeling that the Wright brothers were wrong. But proceed with the lecture, Wing Commander.
Roger. Where were we? Oh, yeah. We're at the end of the runway, ready for the takeoff. I slam the throttle in. She picks up speed.
Grounded by a doorbell. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp. You going to the air show at the airport this aft?
Oh, yes, indeedy. Are you?
Oh, yeah, we have our tickets, Mr. Wimple. Himself here's all hopped up about it. We've flown in and out of more hangars this afternoon than a rented tuxedo.
You flew much, Wimp?
Well, no, Mr. Magee. Though I've built just scads of model airplanes.
Oh.
But believe me, I'll never do that again.
Why not, Mr. Wimple? Lose interest?
No, Mrs. Magee. But last week, just as I was finishing my latest model, Sweetie Face walked in. Sweetie Face, that's my tremendous big old wife.
What was her objection, Wimp? Personally, I think every man ought to have a hobby, even if it's only collecting cigar ashes.
What happened, Mr. Wimple, if the memory isn't too painful?
Well, I was just sandpapering the vertical stabilizer when Sweetie Face walked in and said, "What model is that, stupid?" And I said, "Hellcat." And the next thing I knew, a doctor was taking 5 inches of fuselage out of my empennage.
Well, that's enough to make any man lose his interest in aviation, Wimp.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. Magee. But Sweetie Face insists on going out to the airport to see the show. She used to be a stunt flyer herself, you know, before her accident.
Accident, Mr. Wimple?
Yes. She tried to fly through a railroad tunnel once without checking the train schedules.
My gosh, a thing like that could be seriously fatal, Wimp.
Has she done any flying lately?
Not since last summer, Mrs. Magee. And then she made a 3-point landing in a haystack with a parachute.
Horse feathers. How could she make a 3-point landing in a haystack?
She landed on a pitchfork. Made quite an impression on her, too. Well, I've got to be going now, folks. Goodbye.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, the King's Men, and they say it's wonderful.
Falling in love is wonderful, it's wonderful, so they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful, so they tell me. I can't recall who said it, I know I never read it, I only know they tell me that love is grand. That's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way, so they say.
Hey, Molly, have you seen the tickets to the aviation show?
Yes, dearie, they're right there on the piano. Is it time to leave already?
I don't know. What time is it?
About 1:30.
Oh, we got loads of time.
Well, now, I don't want to miss anything. They say there's going to be a stunt flyer out there who flies right past the grandstand upside down.
Ah, kid stuff. I flew upside down on my second lesson.
Yeah, but this man does it on purpose.
I done it on purpose, too. If I'd have stayed with it, I'd have been one of the hottest pilots in the country.
My goodness. Flying must be a thrilling business.
It is.
But I suppose you have to be an expert on meteorology.
You sure do. Also weather conditions. I was an expert on that, too. I knew every type of cloud formation there was. cirrus, cumulus, altocumulus, cirrostratus, and Stradivarius.
I thought Stradivarius was a violin.
It is, and when you see that kind of a cloud, you want to quit fiddling around and get back to the field. I mind one time.
I wonder who that could be. Oh, it's Mrs. Carstairs.
Control tower to flying fortress. Come in, fortress.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? Come in who, Mr. McGee?
Oh, you just practicing a few aviation expressions, Millicent. We're going to the show at the airport this afternoon.
It'll be old stuff to me, of course, Carsty, though Molly might be amused by it. I used to fly a bit, you know.
Indeed. What type of flying did you do, Mr. McGee? Military?
Oh, no, just barnstorming, Carsty, acrobatics and stuff. I'll never forget the time I was flying over Lake Michigan and had to hit the silk.
Good heavens. You mean you had to use your parachute?
No, I was flying in my bathrobe and dropped a lighted cigar in my lap. I had to slap the bejunior out of myself to put out the sparks.
McGee, tell Millicent that little adventure you had when you were doing the skywriting.
I don't remember anything like that.
Well, heavenly days, think up something. You're slipping.
Okay. Well, Sir Carsty, there I was. I'll never forget the time I was doing some skywriting over the city of Cincinnati. My first and last skywriting job for Champwell's Choo Choo Chewing Gum.
What happened, Mr. McGee? Or do you need more time?
No, I got it. Well, sir, I wrote Champwell's Choo Choo Chewing Gum all over the Ohio sky that day, not knowing that my rudder was loose and the letters come out all crooked. That's why Champwell refused to pay me off.
I don't get it.
Well, I was supposed to be advertising Champwell's gum, and it come out all wriggly. Well, you forced me into it.
Do you like to fly, Millicent?
Oh, yes, I do, my dear. In fact, I was once a hostess on an airliner.
That entitled you to free passes, didn't it, Carsty?
It seemed to, from the passengers. I had often heard of flying tigers, but wolves at that altitude were new to me. Are you thinking of buying an airplane, Mr. McGee?
Well, he's been talking about that for a long time, Millicent. If he does, I hope he gets a colliheapter.
You mean a hollyproctor.
Are you sure it isn't kilihopter?
No, I'm sure it's hollocreepter.
Well, we leave it to Millicent. How do you pronounce it, Millicent?
Autogyro. Well, I'll be seeing you at the airport. Good day.
Autogyro, huh? Is that the same as a polyhopter, McGee?
No. An autogyro has the vertical flap attached to the retractable cowling.
Oh.
Yeah. That makes the center of gravity adjustable by giving it the left rudder when using the trim tabs. Give me a pencil and I'll draw you a rough sketch of it.
Don't bother, dearie. I was merely trying
Hello, folks.
Oh, hi, Junior.
You going out to the aviation show at the airport, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I wouldn't miss it. I love airplanes. Are you thinking of taking up flying, pal?
What do you mean, taking it up? My gosh, I was a pilot years and years ago. Why, when Jimmy Doolittle gave me them flying lessons, he looked at me and says, "A natural," he says.
When was this, McGee?
One day out behind the hangar. We were playing a little game where you take a couple of... Oh, you mean, when did Doolittle give me flying lessons?
Yes. Yes, when did he?
Oh, that was some time ago. That was way back. Well, what time is it now?
Oh, about 1:30.
Oh.
By the way, did I ever tell you about the amazing coincidence I ran into on a flight from Cleveland to Chicago one time?
Why, no, Mr. Wilcox. What was it?
Well, I got into a conversation with a pleasant-looking, smartly dressed woman sitting next to me.
Oh, that.
Sort of a motherly type.
Motherly, eh? Did you climb up on her lap and ask her to tell you about Goldilocks and the three boars?
Bears, dearie.
Well, they always bored me.
Go on, Mr. Wilcox. What was the coincidence?
Well, during the conversation, I found out that she was an enthusiastic user of Johnson's wax.
Oh.
She used it all over her home. Yeah. Floors, furniture, woodwork, windowsills, luggage, everything.
Yeah, but what that got to do with it?
I asked her why she thought so highly of Johnson's wax. And she said it kept her whole house so bright and clean looking, it fairly sparkled. She said it protected her nice things against dust and dirt and dampness and made her housekeeping so much easier.
But please, Mr. Wilcox, what was the amazing coincidence?
Yeah.
Why, don't you see? There we were, 8,000 feet in the air. Never saw each other before, two complete strangers. And it comes out that I sell Johnson's wax, and she uses Johnson's wax.
Ah.
Wasn't that a strange thing? I wrote to Ripley about it, but he never answered.
Probably bowled him over so hard he couldn't lift a pen, Junior. Well, we'll be seeing you out at the airport.
I'll be there, pal. Incidentally, my wife soloed last week.
Really, Mr. Wilcox? By herself?
No, with the church choir. So long now.
You know, Molly, I hope to have some private planes out at that show at reasonable prices. I'd like to have a little job of my own.
I've been suggesting that for years. Oh, you mean an airplane, I see. What kind do you want, dear?
Oh, a fairly hot job. Cruise at 250. One with reversible propellers so I could back up if I overshot the landing field. 4-seated model, 2-way radio, and radar. Something around $900 delivered. I mind one time...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Thanks, Molly. Hello, Bucklewort.
Hi, a fever chart. Going out to the air show this aft?
I might, though I'm a little tired of flying. With all the medical conventions I've flown to this year, I've taken off on more runways than Gypsy Rose Lee. And with much less applause.
Himself here used to do a little flying himself, Doctor.
A likely story. Why, he wouldn't get into an elevator without a complete weather report.
Oh, yeah? I was one of the first pilots in this country, Thermometer Puss. And before they had all those sissy instruments, too. I learned to fly by the seat of my pants, and that was a big thing in them days.
In your case, it's a big thing now.
Now, just a darn minute, pill pusher. If you knew as much about medicine as I know about aviation, you'd be in jail for malpractice right now. Wait a minute, is that what I meant?
Now, look, boys, and I do mean boys, because you both act like you're playing hooky from the 3rd grade. Why don't you two stop insulting each other and act like grown-up men?
My dear, you're quite right. My apologies, Magee. If you say so, you are the greatest airplane pilot who ever lived. You could set a constellation down on a badminton court and do 8,000 consecutive outside loops in a concrete glider.
Thank you, Doctor. I have a high opinion of you also. I think you're probably the finest physician who ever shook down a thermometer instead of a rich patient.
Thank you, my boy. I hope I'll have the great privilege of seeing you fly sometime.
Thank you, Doctor. I hope that sometime I may honor you by letting you x-ray me with my clothes on. I know you wouldn't take unfair advantage by diagnosing my wallet.
Thank you. I sincerely trust that you...
Oh, for goodness sake, stop it. This is worse than the other way. Go ahead and call each other names.
Okay. Look, Melon Belly. You say you were going to be out at the air show?
Why, sure, ground loop. And if you're going to prowl around those airplanes, let me give you a little advice.
What's that, Doctor?
Don't walk into any whirling propellers. They'll give you a splitting headache. See you later.
The King's Men sing Old Man Tucker.
Funny old man was a funny old pan, and the name of this funny old bunny was Dan. Yep, old man Tucker was a fine old man. He washed his face in a frying pan. He combed his head with a wagon wheel and died with a toothache in his heel. So get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. You're too late, too late, too late for supper, too late for supper. What a hungry old fella was old man Tucker. Come too late for to get his supper. Supper over, breakfast a cooking, leaves old Dan all standing looking. Get out the way, old man Tucker.
You're in the way, old man Tucker.
Get out the way, old man Tucker. You're too late, too late, too late for supper, too late for supper. Old man Tucker, too late for supper.
Old man Tucker, he got drunk. He fell in the fire and kicked out a chunk. A red-hot coal got in his shoe.
And oh my golly, how the ashes flew. So get on the way, old man Tucker. Get on the way, old man Tucker. Oh, get on the way, old man Tucker. You're too late to get your supper, oh, shortening bread. Possum in the pan, should be plenty for a hungry old man.
But Dan was starving for to eat. Cow and bone with chicken meat. He went down and stole some pullets.
Come running home with his pants full of bullets. Poor old Dan.
You said
poor old Dan.
I said old Dan Tucker is a growing gray. The time is a coming for the judgment day. When he gets to the pearly gate, I hope to goodness he won't be late.
Oh, get on the way, old Dan Tucker. Get on the way, old Dan Tucker. Get on the way, old Dan Tucker.
Get on the way.
Get on the way. Get on the way. Get out of his way. He won't be late for supper on that judgment day.
Oh, my goodness, isn't this exciting? exciting, McGee?
Yeah.
Look at that man getting into the plane with the knapsack on his back. Is he going camping or something, dearie?
That's a parachute, kiddo. I ever tell you about the time I made the parachute jump and couldn't make the release cord work? Fell 7,000 feet and then realized I was yanking up my necktie. I'll never... What's the matter, Molly? What's the matter?
McGee.
Huh?
Did you bring the piano with you?
Piano? Why should I bring the piano?
The tickets are on top of it.
Oh, no. I got the tickets. Got them right here in my hat. Come on. Let's go over where we can see things. One side, folks. Let's do there. Hey, Molly, look up there. You see that bunch of planes flying in formation? Ain't that about the sloppiest bunch of pilots you ever saw? Look at them. They can't even keep together.
I think they fly very well for mere pigeons.
Oh, are they pigeons? Maybe I better put on my glasses.
Look, dearie, isn't that a pretty little red plane over there? What kind is that, do you know?
Do I know? Certainly I know. I'll tell you in just a minute, as soon as I check with this pilot here. Hey, Bud, you work here?
Yes, I do. I'm chief airport engineer. Why?
That little red ship out there, the one they're all looking at, that's one of those...
P-87. It's radio controlled.
That's what I thought. You see, Molly, it's radio controlled.
Isn't that wonderful? You mean it flies alone without anybody in it?
That's right, lady. I'm going to demonstrate it in a few minutes. It's a regular pursuit ship. We just converted it to radio control.
Sure. You see, Molly, they converted it. Radio control.
That's the control tower over there. We fly it from there.
Control tower over there, Molly. Fly it from there.
My goodness. Is it safe, sir? I mean...
With those controls on it, lady, it can't go wrong. Why, it's as safe as a hammock.
Safe as a hammock, Molly. Sure, you see... Oh, hi, Latriv.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia, so nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. McGee, looking over the planes, are you?
Yep, haven't bought anything yet, but we may decide to. You flying today, Latriv?
As a passenger only, McGee. I'm not a flyer, and I long ago admitted it.
You did try it then, Mr. Mayor.
Years ago, Molly, but I never had any talent for it. I'm a politician, not a pilot. When I set my Curtis Jenny down in Lake Dugan one night under the impression it was a vacant field, that sold me. A man should stick to his last, I always say.
How's that again, Latriv?
I say a man should stick to his last.
His last what, Your Honor?
What? Now, look, I merely said that
You said a man should stick to his last, but you aren't being logical. If you'd stuck to that last plane of yours, they'd still be dragging Lake Dugan for you, and
I didn't say a man should stick to his last plane. I said
that... Oh, yes, you did, Your Honor. Yes, you said it just as plain as anything.
I didn't say it plain, distinctly. I meant plain, P-L-A-N-E, and the phrase sticking to your last is an old cobbler's expression that means...
that's for me, boy, I love it. What's your favorite, Latriv, apple or peach?
Apple or peach what?
Cobbler. I make a strawberry cobbler that McGee says is
I
the
was
best.
not talking about food. I meant shoemaker.
You mean Eddie Shoemaker that runs the hamburger joint on Oak Street? My gosh, he serves the worst cobbler in town. I ate there once.
I did not mean Eddie Shoemaker. I meant any shoemaker. Didn't you ever hear of a shoemaker being called a cobbler?
No, but if my shoemaker doesn't get my evening slippers back this month, he'll be called worse than that. You know, he's had them so long that
Look, please, let's get this straightened out. My original statement was that man should stick to his last. That's what I first said.
That's right, Your Honor. The first thing you said was last.
Right. Now then, the expression I used is a very old one, which means that a man should do what he can do best. Do I make myself clear?
Sure, but why try to drag old Eddie Shoemaker into it? Just because he serves lousy apple cobbler is no reason...
I was not dragging cobbler appler into... Eddie Shoestickler was... Look, when I said that a plane first, a stick should last to him... When I landed in Dugan's top... the pond... You said it was... I was the one who... And it wasn't... Mrs. McGee.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry I haven't the pleasure of repairing your evening slippers.
Why, Your Honor?
Because there's a certain run-down heel of yours that I'd love to take a hammer to. Good day.
A run-down heel, am I? I'll show that baby kisser, that two-bit politician, which of us is smartest, and I won't land in Dugan's Lake, too, either.
McGee, what are you going to do? Come back here.
I'll show him if I can fly or not right now. I'm going to fly that little red plane. What do I care if it is radio-controlled? Don't go away, Bonnie. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
McGee, now don't get into that plane. Heavenly days, you might... McGee.
Who's that guy that just got into that plane? He can't do that. That's a government plane.
Molly, was that Magee got into that ship?
Yes, it was, Doctor. Oh, Mr. Mayor, look. Did you see that takeoff?
Yes, it's beautiful, but wait a minute. Is he alone in there?
Well, naturally, Mr. Mayor. I think it does a man good to get away from his wife now and then.
What? Why, he'll kill himself. That addle-headed
Now, please, Doctor. Magee told you he knew all about flying, didn't he? After all,
Look at him climb. He's peeling off and heading back now. Look at that chandelle.
Isn't that graceful?
It's disgraceful. It's... Say, that's mighty pretty flying at that, Molly. When I was giving him the bird, I didn't know it would take.
I owe that boy an apology. By George, I never thought he knew enough about flying.
Here he comes. Look out!
He was a little low, wasn't he?
Yes. Pick up my hat, will you, Doctor? I'm afraid to take my eyes off him.
Pick it up yourself. I'm afraid to look away, too.
He's circling again. My goodness, isn't that lovely flying? Here he comes for a landing.
Looks pretty good. Watch him now. Watch him.
Marvelous.
Amazing.
Come on, let's get over there. Yeah. Hurry up. I hope he's all right.
Magee, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. I'm okay.
Get out of that ship, mister. You got a lot of crust taken off a government ship without...
Okay, old Bud. Okay, Bud. Relax. No damage done.
Magee, that was wonderful flying. By George, I never thought you could do it. Huh?
Should we tell him, Molly?
Yeah. Yeah. That plane is radio-controlled, Doctor.
Yeah, you thought I was flying it. All the time it was being controlled from the tower over there.
Now, look here, mister. You'll have to come over to the office with me and do some...
And I want to talk to your officials, too, Buster. That was a very sloppy landing you guys made with this ship. You better check those controls and get...
Sloppy landing we made? Why, those radio controls aren't even connected yet. That was your landing, mister.
Oh, well, in that case...
What? You mean I was flying it all the time? Yes, and that's a very serious... Pardon me, madam. I think your father has fainted.
They say a woman's work is never done. You ladies will agree with that, but I think you'll agree, too, that today there are many ways to save work. For example, kitchen floors that are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat can be crossed right off your list of difficult chores. It's so easy to apply, for one thing. There's no rubbing or buffing. You just spread it around on your linoleum or other floors and let it dry. Glow Coat shines itself. In 20 minutes, you have gleaming floors that you can be proud of. And that's only one of the ways Johnson's Glow Coat saves you work. Don't forget, too, that the tough Glow Coat film takes the wear and tear, so your linoleum lasts much longer. If you're not using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, wouldn't it be a very good idea to start using it now?
Oh, Magee, I'm still shaking like a leaf when I think of you up there in that plane, all alone, flying it yourself. Oh.
Now, relax, kiddo. The only thing that embarrassed me was when my trousers slipped off afterwards.
How on earth did that happen?
Well, that plane wasn't fitted out for a pilot. There wasn't any safety belt. What I unfastened was my own. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good morning. I've discovered an incredible new night cream, Night of Olay. Why talk about a night cream in the morning? Well, that's when you can see if your night cream really works. Night of Olay eases dryness all through the night to help your skin feel softer and look younger. So fluffy and non-greasy, it penetrates quickly, doesn't come off on your pillow. Wouldn't you like to wake up to softer, younger-looking skin?
Wake up to the secret of Night of Olay. Our little cats from Lincoln Mercury are tough on competition. Our Bobcat has more standard equipment than last year, yet at $38.72, its sticker price, as shown, is actually lower. $149 lower than last year's Bobcat with similar equipment. Great Bobcat.
Smells nice, clean. New shampoo?
Body on Tap.
Body on Tap, the beer-enriched shampoo for super body, super hold, and the shine of your life.
Brewed with 1/3 real beer.
Wow.
But don't drink it. Just shampoo. Whether I pin it, roll it, Curl it. Or blow it dry.
Body on Tap gives me super body.
Super body.
Super hold.
Beer-enriched Body on Tap shampoo for a beautiful head.
And the shine of your life.
Mine does more.
Mine does more.
My side of the medicine chest has a lot of things for a cold that can relieve nasal and sinus congestion, sneezing, aches, pains, fever.
Well, my side does more because I've got Comtrex, the new multi-symptom cold reliever. Comtrex even relieves your cough. So all by itself, it gives more kinds of relief than Dristan or Contac or Bayer. For your miserable combination of all these symptoms, this is better. New Comtrex in tablet or liquid.
Wednesday on 8 is Enough. David and Janet finally do it.
Janet's going to be living with me.
Why are they having a trial run? Why don't they get married?
And Farrah Fawcett is back in action
Anytime you can see me, I'm available.
to help save her sister Chris from a woman killer. Then on Vegas,
Why don't you come over and rub my back?
a hustler who's terrorizing high school girls traps Dan into a dune buggy duel.
Wednesday, starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salopatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salopatica for the smile of health. Tonight we celebrate the 4th anniversary of our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden and another big amateur contest. New music, new voices, new laughs with Fred Allen. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer as Fred Allen leads his parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's carrying a big bass drum, and the crowd's trying to beat it as the mighty Allen Art players come into sight. Let's follow the fleeing song. Everybody's fleeing to the old Town Hall. Everybody's going. Here they come, society leaders. We're in society, Ethel, and you've got to attend the opera.
Society can't drag me away from this radio, Chauncey. It's Town Hall tonight.
Truth serum subject. When the truth serum works, Venom, you'll tell us your favorite radio program.
I don't need serum to tell you that, Doctor. It's Town Hall tonight.
Kiddies.
Are you sick, Rollo Fink, refusing another piece of pie?
I'm taking my dessert at the radio, Ma. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old Town Hall, and there's Fred welcoming the crowd with jest and jive. Let's listen.
Happy days are here again, folks, and happy nights are guaranteed at the old Town Hall. Keep a single line, please.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hi there, Mrs. Blue. How is it?
Hey, is this the rodeo, mister?
No, son, this isn't the rodeo.
Then why don't you quit throwing the bull around?
That's what they all say, friends. Let's hurry.
You better hurry, Fred. We're all set.
Okay, Harry, the first number, Sing, Baby, Sing.
We're off. Let her go, Peter.
Trouble you, sing, baby, sing. Do like the birdies do, sing, baby, sing. When cold winter comes and they are all out of crumbs, poor little birdies ain't eating, but they're tweeting. Oh, don't you know, a song a day keeps mean old Mr. Gloom away. Our luck don't like music with that certain swing, so sing while you sing, baby, sing. Mean old Mr. Gloom away.
Hard luck don't like music
with that certain swing, so sing while you sing, baby, sing.
Presenting without further falderall or ranicazoo, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, Harry. I don't mind being presented without Paul Derall, but I insist on further renegazoo if you can arrange it. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before you get up and start to pick at your radios for the next hour, now look, just let me read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the first grocer to put hives in his store for homeless vitamin Bs, says that you boys hanging around the meat counter have got to quit fooling with the hamburger machine. Somebody put the machine in reverse Monday night, and it's been backfiring hamburgers around the store all week. Hodge says fun is fun, boys, but meat is high enough without having to scrape it off the ceiling. So much for the Salisbury spray around around the village. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
Thank you. The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Radio City, New York. Fred Allen, a radio comedian in certain states, celebrates 4th anniversary on the air. Town hall news shows Mr. Allen blowing out the 4 candles on plaster of Paris birthday cake presented to him by admirers. Mr. Allen blows. New Haven, Connecticut. Dr. H.W. Haggard, Yale physiologist, claims that eating between meals peps up office workers and enables them to do more work. Town hall news shows what offices may be like if eating during business hours is stressed. The scene? The office of Titan Fluke, the toothpick magnet.
Good morning, Mr. Fluke.
Oh, no greetings, Miss Type, until I've had my morning snack.
Didn't you have breakfast?
I had buckwheat cakes and sausage at home. You know that has nothing to do with the office.
Yes, sir. I put a baked apple on your desk.
Good, I'll bolt it down.
Feel better?
Now my business day is officially started. Good morning, Miss Type.
Good morning, Mr. Fluke.
That baked apple hit the spot. Take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Department of Patents, Washington, D.C. Gentlemen. I'm enclosing new model expanding toothpick for people with buck teeth. I'm floating a $2 million stock issue immediately. Rush this expanding toothpick patent and oblige yours, etc., etc.
Yes, sir.
Take that phone call.
Yes, sir. Fluke Expanding Toothpick Company. Yes, Mr. Fluke is here.
Oh, but I'm in no condition to answer the phone now. I exhausted my calorie energy dictating that letter. I feel faint.
Oh, quick, there's a chocolate eclair in my handbag.
Good. Hold the line. I'll come through.
Hello? Mr. Fluke won't be a second. Hurry, Mr. Fluke. How do you feel?
Tip-top. Give me that receiver. Hello, National Bank? Yes, this is Titan Fluke. About that $2 million. Yes, for the expanding toothpick deal. Well, didn't Higgins see you? If I don't get that $2 million, I'm sunk. You let me know in 10 minutes? Okay.
I thought you had the money, Mr. Fluke.
My Vice President Higgins was supposed to fix it. Buzz for Higgins.
Yes, sir.
And put on that percolator. If my temper rises, I'll need some caffeine reserve.
Yes, sir. I'll get some canapes, too.
You sent for me, Mr. Fluke?
Now, look here, Higgins.
Oh, if this is a tongue lashing, sir, I'd better have a sandwich. I've got to seal myself.
1 cheese combo, Miss Type.
Yes, sir. Coffee, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, I've just finished a committee meeting. My hormones are rebelling.
Here we are.
Higgins, you were instructed to get me $2 million from the National Bank.
Yes, I went over there, but I forgot to take my conference box lunch.
Didn't you see the bank president?
Yes, but without my vitamin reserve, I didn't have strength enough to ask him for the money.
Haven't I warned all you vice presidents to carry beef cubes for these emergencies?
Yes, sir. I feel terrible.
Another cup of coffee or a canapé, Mr. Higgins?
Oh, thank you.
You feel thoroughly refreshed now?
Oh, yes, sir.
Fine, Higgins, you're fired.
Well,
Thanks to you, I still need $2 million. If the bank doesn't come through, the expanding toothpick company is a bust.
Yes, it's all my fault, sir. I'll go.
Yes, Higgins, go. And, Higgins.
Yes, sir?
You're not working here now. Put back that canapé.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is enervating. Give me another cup of coffee, Miss Type.
Yes, sir.
If the bank refuses that loan...
Oh, that's the bank now, sir.
Hello? Yes, this is Fluke. What? You won't give me the $2 million? Oh!
Oh, Mr. Fluke.
I'm ruined. If I had the strength, I'd jump out the window.
Here, take this tomato juice.
Thank you, Miss Type. Goodbye.
New York City, New York. Town Hall News brings an advanced preview of the biggest theatrical opening of the season. On Thursday night, October 22nd, the George Kaufman Edna Ferber play, Stage Door, opens at the Music Box Theater. The Stage Door. From the theater to the cinema. Town Hall News brings you a 10-second review of the outstanding motion picture of the week. The picture, The Devil is a Sissy.
Are you Satan?
Once again, once again, the Town Hall News scoops the world. The latest results in the Town Hall presidential poll. This week, not the straw vote, but the alfalfa vote from the entire South shows the Dangle-Wilkin candidate.
Oh, correct. Blue ticket, that's 7.
The Rendell-Hessen candidate.
Well, you got to listen to the matter correction.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Say, Harry,
Yes?
we ought to keep that door over there closed, you know?
Well, why, Fred?
Say, who's this fella coming with the Turkish towel draped over his brow?
Sir, I am Swami Magzodiak, the great interpreter of dreams.
Well, what a fortunate coincidence. You know, just last night I dreamed of eyebrows, and I've been wondering all day what it meant.
Oh, and Ilomin Sahib, dreaming of eyebrows denotes that you will encounter dire obstacles in your immediate future.
Well, maybe it was a mustache. I don't know. You know how confusing dreams are.
I certainly do. And just between ourselves, my friend, I'm often confused about their meanings, too. One dream I've never been able to interpret is the dream of beautiful teeth.
Then stop where you are, my good friend. Here's where we can help you. How about it, Harry?
Certainly we can, Fred, because beautiful teeth are not a dream. They're reality. You can have lovely teeth if you'll give them the care and attention they need. See your dentist frequently. Use iPana regularly. For iPana is the toothpaste designed not only to clean and brighten teeth, but also to help tone and stimulate your gums. And your gums need stimulation, ladies and gentlemen, to help guard against serious gum trouble. That's why so many dentists advise this.
Brush your teeth with iPana, and each time put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it.
And in that way, you'll help your gums to become firmer and healthier, your teeth whiter and brighter, and your smile far more attractive. So remember iPana for the smile of beauty.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played the Jerome Kern hit from Swing Time, Bojangles of Harlem. Now, on Friday night, Mrs. Crouton Simmer, the Pulitzer Cooking Authority, will lecture here at the Town Hall. Mrs. Simmer's talk is called Morals and Food, or Should the Lamb Chop Wear Something Knitted Under Those Paper Pants? Now, On Saturday afternoon, there will be... Quiet, please, if you will. Things are...
Hello?
See, of all people. Well, sir, they laughed when my wallet fell into the incinerator. They didn't know I had money to burn. If it isn't Portland.
Oh, you couldn't keep me away tonight.
Hey, what's tonight? Wednesday?
Not only that, but tonight's your anniversary. You've been on the radio 4 years.
Well, so what?
Something's bound to happen.
Huh?
You don't think that people are going to take your anniversary lying down, do you?
Well, most people take their radio shows lying down.
I know, and sleeping.
Now look, nobody knows I've been on the air 4 years but you. If you keep quiet about it, maybe it'll blow over.
Oh, I won't say anything, but I've got a funny feeling that something is going to happen. I told you, the knocking is starting already.
Come in.
Telegrams for Mr. Allen.
I'll take them, boy.
They're collect, miss.
Oh, they're for you, Mr. Allen.
How much are they, son?
3 telegrams, $4.
Your 4th anniversary and $4. That's a coincidence.
$4 to me isn't a coincidence. It's a calamity. Well, here you are, boy.
Thanks, mister.
Ouch! Ouch! What's the matter?
You're standing on the messenger boy's beard, Portland. Get over. Thank you, son. Collect.
Who are the telegrams from, Mr. Allen?
Well, you can read them here. Open them up. What does that first one say?
Good luck, buddy. The first 4 years are the hardest.
Who's it from?
Al Capone.
Nice of Al to remember me with things going on. What's the next one then?
It's from Chicago. It says, just learned you have been on the air 4 years. I've been blaming the stockyard.
Who sent that?
It's signed a friend.
Oh, well, that's all right. Say, I wouldn't take that from a stranger.
This last wire says, you have my sympathy. I know what it means to be out of the public eye for 4 years.
Who's that from?
John N. Garner, Vice President.
No word from Judge Crater, eh?
That's all there is.
Well, if there isn't any more, I guess you'll be going.
Oh, no, I've got a surprise for your anniversary.
Now, look, I've been
Mr.
surprised.
Beasley.
Oh, Mr. Beasley.
Coming, dear girl, on the stain, as it were.
On the stain? You don't mean on the spot by any chance, do you?
Quite right, so I do. On the ruddy spot, so to speak.
Where's Rodney, Mr. Beasley?
Rodney, get a tumble on, son.
That's it, old Peter. You're too sweet for me.
Say, if you two guys are looking for Noel Coward, this isn't the ballet rehearsal. It's down on the left.
You're not trying to start anything, are you, Mr. Allen? I say, if he's a smart Alexander, I shall quell him.
Now, listen, you male Shirley Temple. Don't get my spleen perking. I'll bounce insults around your head till you think your ears are caught in a stevedore's mouth.
I say I can't talk. What's wrong?
You've got your monocle in your mouth, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, I have short arms. I can't reach my eye.
Peter has to stand on tiptoe to wax his moustache. Mr. Beasley kills me with that laugh.
Yes, he must have been weaned on hyena milk, I guess.
Mark your slang, extenuated Maltese.
What is that extenuated Maltese?
I think Rodney is calling you long puss, Mr. Allen.
Rather, he's a linsey pussy.
Wait a minute. I'm no Indian in the rain, but I'm throwing a wet blanket on this barbecue right now.
Mr. Beasley and Rodney are here to study our American football cheers, Mr. Allen.
Rather, our English soccer and cricket cheers are too subdued.
Oh, definitely. We're going to import some of your raucous American college yells.
You're going to import some of them,
Yes,
eh?
sir.
How do you give out over there?
Give him the Nottingham rouser, Peter.
Very well. Tea and crumpet, toast and jam, bowl them, goal them, Nottingham. Zephyr, zephyr, zephyr.
That sounds like a pallbearer calling his mate to me.
Rather. Peter's a little timid. But I have captured your American fervor.
Bravo, Rodney. Give us one of your puppy cheers.
Righto. Raw. 3 times. Who are we? We're not telling definitely. Are we in it? Don't be silly. I say let's win for Piccadilly. Carry on.
Bravo, Rodney.
Well, Rodney, that raw 3 times.
You bet. That'll give Insomnia a run for supremacy over there.
Oh, well, after all, that's merely our cricket shout.
Rather, for soccer, we have something more blatant.
What is your soccer cheer, Mr. Beasley?
No, it's a slaughter. Let her rip, Peter.
Righto. Stand back. Hold that leopard. Hold that leopard. Boom, chicka, boom. It's really essential that you restrain that leopard. 2 horses, 2 horses, 2 horses.
What is that 2 horses?
That's team, Mr. Allen.
And the fist and the boom and the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You haven't heard anything yet. Let me get my coat off.
What are you going to do, Mr. Allen?
If you want to hear some cheering, wait till I throw these guys out.
I'll think.
Wait for me, Mr. Beasley.
So long, Portland.
Sally. Ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight they reach into their musical album and drag out a song called Picture 84. All right, boys. Picture 84.
On a pleasant day in summer at the Central Station door, stopped a carriage with a couple outside seeing nothing more. Then the gray-haired superintendent kindly showed them through the place. First of all, the great rogues gallery, where they gazed on many a face.
Characters of all descriptions, some were famous men of crime, some were dead and some at freedom, some of them were serving time.
Each had stories interesting as the man explained them all. But the woman faded when she gazed on picture 84. 'Twas the picture of her father there among the men of crime. Though now a man of honor, still it tells of other times. Though he lives in style and splendor, worth $1,000,000 now or more, still his picture's in the gallery. Picture 84.
To be spoken. Listen, I will tell the story. Then the superintendent said, years ago, before your mother to your father child was wed, she had a brother, rash and wayward. Foolishly he forged a check, and the single act of folly threatened all his life to wreck. Then your father's noble nature rose to shield her brother's name. For the sake of her he loved so, he took upon himself the blame. He gave himself then up to justice. 'Twas I who forged the check, said he, and spent weary years in prison. that your uncle might be free. Chorus, fellas.
Was the picture of her father there among the men of crime? Though now a man of honor, still is held of other time. Oh, he lives in style and splendor, worth $1 million now or more. Still his picture's in the gallery. Picture
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And thank you, boys. It's mighty nice to be able to end your day with a song, if I may coin a phrase.
And if I may coin one too, Fred, it's even nicer to start the day with a song. And I can pass along a friendly tip, ladies and gentlemen, to help you do that. Whenever you wake up feeling headachy, grouchy, and under the weather, put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative made especially to do 2 things. To remove waste from the body, and also to help nature combat acidity. 2 things that usually make you feel dull and logy and under par. Physicians have been recommending sal hepatica for more than 40 years. You know why when you see how quickly you feel alert, alive, and normal again. If you remember sal hepatica, for the smile of health. Well, there's that theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight, these artists who have turned their gallery gods into atheists present a rural uncut gem entitled Murder at Cupcake County, or The Great Hillbilly Trial. Over to you, Peter.
Rise, Rubes. His Honor, Judge Allen.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
I object.
Objection overruled. I said order in the court.
I object.
Who's making that fuss down there?
I am. Somebody's trying to give me a hot foot, and I object.
Well, stomp your shoes and squat.
Well, I ain't a-wearing shoes, Judge. I'm getting a hot foot between the toes.
Well, braid your toes and sit down. What's the first case?
Mr. and Mrs. Hector Fry charges fighting.
Are you guilty or not guilty, Hector?
Hold it, Judge. I'm the sheriff.
Oh, I can't see who's who here. Where's my glasses?
Ain't they on the bench?
Oh, I can't see nothing here. Wait till I feel around.
Oh, why, Jed.
Sorry, lady. I'm looking for my glasses.
Well, they ain't in my bustle.
Here they are. I'll put them on. What's this running down my cheek, Sheriff?
You're putting on 2 inkwells.
Well, I'll be teetotally extinctified. Well, Lord, looks like night court in here now.
Hey, here's some glasses. Are these yours, Judge?
Yeah. These are my little glasses. These are the glasses I put on to hunt for my looking glasses. Oh, here they be. First case.
Mr. and Mrs. Hector Fry fighting.
Guilty or not guilty, Hector?
Guilty, but I got my reasons.
Did you start the fighting, Mrs. Fry?
No, but I was aiming to finish it.
Why, I'll cane you silly, Jezebel.
You do, and I'll hide your rejuvenating pill.
You
Order in the court. How long you two been hitched?
50 years.
You been scrapping like this 50 years?
No, this here's the first fight we had since we've been married, Judge.
Your connubial always been listening?
Sure has, Jed. We've been holding hands since the day we was married.
Well, Dog Frog McGrog, you been a holding hands? You've been a holding hand for 50 years?
Right.
What started the fighting?
She let go.
Oh, I didn't.
Clear the court. Case dismissed. Next case, Fenton Dud.
Present, sir.
Fenton, you're charged here with fixing to whistle on the Sabbath.
Not guilty, Judge.
Charge says you was caught red-lipped, forming your mouth purposely with intent to exhale melody.
Well, I had a hangover, Judge. My throat was dry as a temperance sermon.
What's that got to do with your mouth being in piccolo formation on the Sabbath?
I was priming my lips to spit.
Case dismissed. That brings us down to the big murder case, don't it, Sheriff?
Yep. People of Cupcake County versus Fester Purdy. Charge is murder.
Guilty, not guilty, Fester.
Reckon it was self-defense, Judge.
You got any witnesses, Fester?
I got me a snarl of 'em, Judge.
Stand down. First witness.
Sally Frump.
You swear to tell the whole truth? Put your hand on the book, Sally.
What book?
Where's the book, Sheriff? You know we was having a murder trial today. I told you to stop by the hotel on your way to court and loan the book.
Well, they wouldn't let me take her, Judge.
Why not?
The night clerk's pressing some flowers. He said you could hold off that child till tomorrow.
Justice ain't marking time while I'm on the nostrum, Sheriff. Sally, you can swear on this here Sears Roebuck catalog.
Can't fur it, Judge.
It's for it if I'm so decreeing, and I'm so decreeing.
Well, I put my left hand on the catalog.
Okie dokie. Now, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you, FOB Chicago?
I do.
Take it away.
Well, I run Sally's Pantry.
What's that, a tailor shop?
No. It's a restaurant near the post office. Open all night and stools for ladies.
You're testifying, not testimonialing, sister. Now you get on with the murder.
Well, Fester and this traveling salesman was sitting at the same table.
What come off?
I didn't see nothing. I heard a shot. When I turned around, the salesman was dead, and the house was stuck with a 40-cent check.
Next witness.
Leif Magee.
You see the doings, Leif?
Yep. Fester picked the salesman in self-defense, Judge. Fester's got a temper.
State the facts.
Well, Fester was fanning his oatmeal with his hat. He'd blow the cellophane off of the dude's fig Newtons, and they had words.
Yeah?
Along about the shank of the 40-cent lunch, they both reached for the ketchup bottle. They had words again.
Then
the dude pulled a dagger on Fester. They had words again. Then Fester fired.
They have words again.
Fester had words.
The dude pulled a weapon, did he?
Well, if he did.
Got a character witness there, Sheriff. I got to check up on Fester's temper.
Fester's brass here. Stand up, Filthy.
Yes, Judge.
You kin to Fester Purdy's son?
He's my paw, Judge, but I ain't bragging on it.
Your paw got a temper, son?
Paw's 9 parts snake and 1 part skunk, Judge.
Is he mean?
Why, Paw's so mean he greases the hens' beaks so they can't pick up no corn in the hen house.
Your paw stingy?
Paw's so tight when he opens his mouth his toes curl up.
Summing up, he ain't no Leslie Howard.
Why, Paw's so low, if his hair was green, you couldn't tell it from grass.
Well, that gives us a hangnail description, son. Who's next witness?
Fanny Sways, waitress at Sally's Pantry.
You seen the murder, Fanny?
Calling it a murder's loose talking, Judge.
What happened?
Well, Fester was sitting alone at eating when this dude came in.
How'd you know he was a dude?
He was wearing yellow button shoes and had a zipper on to his vest.
Well, might have been a movie star.
Movie stars don't carry sample cases, Judge.
Some of them ought to.
Well, the dude sat at Fester's table, and when I come over with the menu, I seen he was on the maid.
What'd he say?
He said, "Oh, you kid." "Skidoo," I says.
What'd he say to that?
Well, he kept up a running fire of double intending. Does your mother know you're out, like, he says. But I come right back with 46 for you.
What's 46 for you?
It's 23 for you in double talk.
When did the shooting start?
Long about the tag end of the 40-cent special.
Long about the slaw, hey?
That's right, yes. The dude ordered Ozark caviar.
Ozark caviar? What's that?
It's beef, Dad. I served them with cornbread and a knife.
Well, the dude started eating, and Sister started laughing.
That done it.
And how? The dude unzipped his zipper and pulled this weapon out with the points on it, and Fester blazed away. 'Twas self-defense, Judge.
Okie dokie, Fanny. Fester Purdy.
It's about time.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Fester. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, Judge. Any man in Cupcake County would have took the law into his own hands under the conditions.
You're sure he pulled a dangerous weapon?
Sure as positive. We both reached for the ketchup.
You eating Ozark caviar, too?
I was eating lemon pie a la Modi. I always put ketchup on it to kill the taste of the ice cream.
Fanny says you laughed at him.
Couldn't help it, Judge. The dude was trying to eat the beans with his knife, and they kept dripping off. I like to bust.
You grigged him proper, hey?
He was hot enough to fry. He reached into his coat. I thought he was unclasping a jackknife. But when I seen them points onto the blade, I blasted away.
What become of this weapon, Sheriff?
Why, it's right here, Judge. I marked it Exhibit A.
Well, hand it here yonder.
Yes, sir.
Say, she comes up like a knife, don't she, and sprays off into point.
Ain't nothing you could do with a thing like that but stab. It's a weapon, Judge. You got to turn me loose.
The law can't turn you loose, Fester, till the court finds out what this thing is.
Well, everybody in Cupcake County seen it. Ain't man or boy knows what 'tis.
Maybe some stranger here in court might know. There's a stranger here in court?
Why, I'm a stranger, Judge.
You mind coming forward to the bench?
Okay, Judge.
You ain't a hillbilly.
No, I am a Fuller Brush man.
Do you know what this weapon is?
Well, let me see.
It ain't a full of brush, is it?
Why, this is a collapsible fork.
A fork? What's a fork?
It's to eat with.
To eat with?
Yes.
There ain't nothing you can put onto a plate that a man can't get off with his knife.
Well, now, see here. You hillbillies eat everything with a knife, but people in cities use forks, too.
Then this thing ain't a weapon.
No, a man who can't eat beans with his knife is apt to starve to death down here. The murdered man probably knew that and carried his own fork with him.
Well, curry my nightmare.
What's your verdict, Judge?
Not guilty. If a man wants to start a newfangled fad in the Ozarks, he's got to take the consequences. Case dismissed. So much for the Mighty Allen Art Plays, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the Mighty Allen Mailbag. 2 letters this week, an all-time high. The first is from a devoted fan who writes, Dear Fred, why don't you do more dancing on your program like you did in your last picture with Ginger Rogers?
Oh. Well, Fred, you don't suppose the writer got her Fred confused, do you, and means Fred Astaire by any chance?
You know, Harry, that same thought flashed through my mind. Well, anyway, thanks for the confusion, devoted fan. Now, the other letter is from a lady in Philadelphia who wants to know what we mean on this program when we say pink toothbrush. Harry, perhaps you better answer that one.
Surely, Fred. A pink toothbrush, ladies and gentlemen, is a warning that your gums need attention. When you see that tinge of pink on your brush, see your dentist, for he's the man to interpret that warning for you. The chances are you aren't in for really serious gum trouble. It's usually a case of tender gums, robbed of exercise and stimulation by our modern soft, creamy food. If that is true in your case, your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of iPana toothpaste and massage. So do this.
Every time you brush your teeth with iPana, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Because iPana is the toothpaste designed to help give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to guard against serious gum trouble. And at the same time, make your teeth whiter and your smile brighter. So always remember iPana for the smile of beauty. Peter Van Steeden and the iPana Troubadours are playing A Fine Romance, Jerome Kern's song from the hit picture Swing Time.
A fine chance. This is a fine romance.
The Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred leading a new group of hopeful amateurs out to the microphone. Let's start them off with a real Town Hall reception. Come on.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our amateurs compete for a first prize of $100 and a week's engagement at the Hippodrome Theater in Baltimore, where our own Uncle Jim will appear with his Town Hall Amateur unit starting this coming Friday. There will also be a second prize of $50 in cash. The winners, you folks here in the Town Hall will select your winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may make your final selection. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the Hartford Trio. Solomon, how do you pronounce it?
Clyback.
Solomon Clyback, eh? And Leo Cortez Raymond, is that right?
Ransom.
Ransom?
Yes.
Ransom, huh? You think we should hold him here? You can
No.
You can be held for that. But, and Cal, what is Cal?
Imperatrice.
Imperatrice. I had a little trouble there, but I want to get it straightened out in case I ever go into the business, Solomon, of census taking. You've got to be quick on the trigger, as it were. You are the Hartford Trio, am I right?
That's right.
You come from Hartford, Connecticut?
That's right.
Hartford is the capital of Connecticut, isn't it?
So far, right.
I mean, as of September 30th.
Oh, yeah.
You don't mind if I ask you one or two questions, do you?
No.
You you boys work down in Hartford?
Well, I'm in Dragon's business.
Oh, are you?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's really surprising. I thought that everyone that came from Hartford was in the insurance business.
Oh, no.
I had a sneaky... None of you boys are insurance men, by the way. Those fellas are up to so many tricks, you know. I wouldn't be surprised to see Leo let go of that bass fiddle and try to get me with a 20-year endowment here, right in the middle of festivities. Well, what are you going to play for us tonight?
Well, we're going to give them Dinah.
You're going to give them Dinah, huh?
Right.
You're going to give us Dinah. Well, I think it's about time that Dinah was heard tonight. Here it is, 20 to 10, but you go right ahead, boys.
All right, thank you.
Hartford Trio, ladies and gentlemen. And now may I present Miss Julia Carisi. Is that right, Julia?
That's right.
Fared a little better with your name, didn't I? And you are from Port Chester, New York?
That's right.
Were you born in Port Chester?
Yes.
You were, really? You're
Yes.
still living there?
Yes.
Well, I think Port Chester is as nice as any place you could pick out to be born in, don't you?
Right.
It's handy to the water for the christening up there.
Oh, very handy.
Say, it's a lot better than being born in some of those places around the country where they have those drought spells. You know, there are places there where they have children 18 years old who still don't know what drinking cups, what you put in them. I read about a lady out in one of those little towns. You really shouldn't laugh at it, but this woman had 2 goldfish, and water was so scarce out there, she finally had to put casters on the goldfish so they could get around the bowl. It was really embarrassing. But Uncle Jim tells me that you are a popular singer, Julia. Is that right?
Well, I sang in the operettas in high school, and I
Did you?
sang in the community around.
You sang in the community?
Yes, I sang in the concert up at the park they usually give every week.
In Portchester, huh?
Yes.
And you're still living there?
Yes.
Well, that's perfectly all right. Then I know. Well, Jim told me. I was only joking. I know you don't mind. What are you going to sing for us tonight?
I can't escape from you.
You can't? Well, all right. We'll see how it comes out. I can't escape from you. Thank you.
I'm free as the wandering breeze. I'm free to wander any place I please. And yet I can't escape from you. I'm free as the birds in the trees. I'm even free to sail the southern seas. And yet I can't escape from you. I could ride away and hide away where we were miles apart. But when I got there, I'd find you there, right in my heart. And so you see that I'm really not free. I'm so afraid you might escape from me. And yet I can't escape from you.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Julia Carisi from Portchester, New York. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lou Peters from New York City. Am I right, Lou?
That's right.
You are a violinist.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, it's rather silly of me when you're holding the violin right here. But I didn't know. I thought it might be ornamental. You never can tell these days. Have you been playing the violin for many years?
Well, I studied for about 6 years.
You did study for 6 years? Huh?
That's right.
I was wondering, the violin is a very difficult. I imagine you couldn't pick the violin up by yourself and master it without some sort of study, could you?
I suppose not.
I imagine it's a very difficult instrument. Well... No, I mean that. There are certain instruments like pianos. Some fellas just learn to play the piano without any lessons or study, but I think the violin is a little too complicated for that. I know a fellow who used to study he wanted rather to learn to play the chimes, and he wanted to teach himself and had all kinds of trouble. He had no place to practice. Every time he broke into a belfry to practice, people were hollering about it. It was all right when he got in there. He didn't have any trouble getting up into the belfry to practice the chimes, but when people heard the Trinity Church chimes playing chopsticks, they always suspected something. Well, what are you going to play on your violin, Louis?
When a gypsy makes his violin cry.
When a gypsy makes his violin cry. That isn't the reason that violinists put handkerchiefs in their collars, is it? So when the violin breaks down, they're all prepared. All right, Lou, you go right ahead, and thank you. Peter, ladies and gentlemen. Very good, too, Lou. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Harlem, Eddie and Charlie. Who is who? Who is Eddie and who is Charlie?
I'm Eddie.
You are Eddie and you are Charlie. You play the piano, Eddie?
Yeah.
And Charlie, you sing, huh?
Yes.
Have you studied the piano?
No, I studied music.
You've studied music, but not the piano, huh?
Yeah.
How did you do? How did you manage to escape probably the largest instrument that's made outside of those little things Mr. Wurlitzer whittles out when he's not doing anything else? But have you studied singing, Charlie?
No, sir.
You haven't studied. I was wondering because I got mixed up with Lou there talking about that man in the belfry. And what I was going to tell him and slipped my mind at the moment was that a lot of the best talent today is really natural talent, not people who go away and study. It's just, I don't know whether you read or not in the paper a few weeks ago about that opera scout or somebody who found that woman with the beautiful voice running a fish market. Did you read that? I think she's going to sing an opera later this season. It's well, of course, working in a fish market, you might have music in your soul. But, the little thing Dr. Beebe thought up and sent in. And I believe this lady from the fish store is appearing in Il Trovatore later in the season. But what are you boys going to sing and play for?
Going to Hold That Leopard.
Hold That Leopard, eh? You don't want to change it back to Tiger for tonight, do you? Well, all right, you can go right over to the piano. The mic is set up over there. Hold That Tiger by Eddie and Charlie.
Bring it out, Bob Cooper. Take me down to the jungle, yeah.
Where's that tiger? There's that tiger. Shoot that tiger. Get that tiger. Where's that tiger? There's that tiger. Shoot that tiger. Where's that tiger? There's that tiger. Shoot that tiger. Get that tiger. Where's that tiger? There's that tiger. Shoot that tiger. Oh, yeah, Right.
That was Eddie and Charlie, ladies and gentlemen, two boys from Harlem. Thank you. And now, from Richmond Hill, New York, Mr. Albert R. Nelson. Do you live in Richmond Hill, Mr. Nelson?
Well, I'm just staying there with my relatives now at present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where do you live?
In Washington, D.C.
I didn't mean I was sorry you were in Richmond. Well, that's life.
All right, sir.
You don't commute between Washington and New York, do you? I mean, you live in New York permanently?
No, I do not.
Oh, you live in Washington?
Living in Washington, and I'm staying with my relatives here.
Oh, I see.
Just temporarily.
There's so much traveling going on around these days, you know, that man who just flew around the world in 18 days, you know, and just got back the other day.
Yes, I heard about that.
World's record. 18 days, he made a new record. I don't think, though, that he will be heard on the radio in the immediate future. There's some trouble about getting on the radio with a record, and I doubt if and that other man, Mr. Wiki, who sent his hat around the world, he was all tied up there in St. Louis. Did you read about him? The man whose hat got back was gone for,
No, I don't believe I did, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Wiki? Well, his whole hat went around the world, and he just got it back last week. I went into a cafeteria yesterday, hung up my hat, and didn't get around to the salads when it was gone. Well, Mr. Nelson, what would you like to say?
But I'd like to sing a number entitled Nichevo by Manazuka, or Nothing Matters.
Nothing matters. I've often thought the same thing, but never thought to express it as Nitchevo. Go right ahead.
Nitchevo, Nitchevo, Hans of Russia.
Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
You're all right here, Fred.
Thank you. The first prize, $100 and a week's engagement with Uncle Jim's amateur unit at the Hippodrome Theater in Baltimore starting on Friday, goes to Mr. Lou Peters, the violinist in New York City. The second prize, $50 in cash, goes to Eddie and Charlie. Thank you, boys and girls, for an excellent contest. Good night, and don't forget next Wednesday night for another hour of smiles in the Old Town Hall, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Alan, spelled Sal Hepatica, saying good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Tuesday, a lady of pleasure and a street killing pit Hoogie against Starsky and Hutch.
What do you do when you've got a good thing going?
Baby, don't change a thing.
Nathan's, the greatest tasting Franks in New York for over 60 years, introduces a tender, juicy, skinless beef Frank that snaps with flavor. Made from selected cuts of beef, special spices, and it takes us 10 times longer to make them than ordinary Franks. Nathan's famous beef Franks, they snap with flavor.
Oh, yeah.
This is Farrah Fawcett shampoo, without the label, because what's in the bottle is more important to you than what's on it. Fabergé created this shampoo and put in things that I believe in, like vitamins, minerals, protein, and herbs. It's an extra rich shampoo, and it really does leave your hair clean, fresh-smelling, lots of body and shine. I hope you try it for what's in the bottle.
Farrah Fawcett Shampoo and Cream Rinse Conditioner by Fabergé.
Elvis Presley Week on the 4:30 movie.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Your move, Doc.
Yes. Yes, I see this. Only I don't like my choices. You got me kind of cornered, Kitty.
Oh, now then. Smart man like you ought to be able to think his way out.
Well, let me see now. Nope. There isn't a thing I can do except this. And pray your eyesight's gone back on you.
Not today it hasn't, Doc.
Yep.
There. You can't peddle any eyeglasses here today.
How many games you won now?
5 straight. And remember, we were playing for $1,000 a game.
In trade, that was.
Some bet. I'd have to die to collect it.
And the same thing if I'd have won, Kitty. $5,000 worth of your whiskey would wipe out every doctor in the West. You don't want to play another game by any chance?
Not by any chance.
Ah, thank heavens.
Why don't you go make a few calls, Doc?
I'd love to. The trouble is no one needs me. The town and the county are just busting with good help.
Yeah. And look at this saloon. One paying customer at the bar, and he's drinking beer.
Well, I'd say that Matt and Chester picked themselves a good time to be out of town.
Yeah, they got it pretty soft, all right. Of course, they get shot at now and then. But at least they get out of Dodge once in a while.
Yeah, let me see. Where is it? A Pueblo this time, wasn't it?
Near there, anyway. Didn't say how long they'd be gone.
No. And I'll bet I know why.
Oh? Why?
There's some of the best fishing in the world not far from Pueblo. Wouldn't surprise me the least bit if they're settled back next to a stream that's just jumping with mountain trout. How's your leg feel? Was you hit bad, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I never heard of being hit good, Chester.
Your pant leg's bloodying some.
Yeah, I know.
What got into them Indians anyway? We was just riding through.
Well, if it hadn't been us, they'd have gone after a rabbit or a coyote. Maybe these rocks. They were shooting for the noise of it, I guess.
They had to be Utes, didn't they?
Renegade Utes, most likely.
Well, they got tired of us, or they think they killed us, one or the other. Can you bear weight on that leg?
I don't know. Well, let's try.
Just let me slip my arm behind you here.
Yeah.
You pull yourself up.
All right.
Hold on to me, Mr. Dillon. Can you make it?
Yeah. I can make it to my horse, I think.
There we go. Easy. Now, you better rest some before I try to mount.
No, let's get it over with, Chester.
You'll have to swing your hurt leg over.
Well, you'll have to guide it. If I kick your teeth out in the process, you take it as nothing personal, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here we go.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I could strap you in your saddle.
No, there's no need. All right, let's go.
You're awful peaked looking, Mr. Dillon. About played out, ain't you?
There's water ahead to the left in those trees there.
Well, you can't go on just water.
Oh, that'll help. Water the horses, too.
Ain't much daylight left. I'd nighty we'd find a settler and get you bedded down for the night.
It's Ute country, Chester. They've rotted out most of the settlers. In through those trees now. Yeah, there's good grass by the stream.
Don't you move yet, Miss Dillon. I'll help you.
All right. Now, you stand to steady me. My leg won't bear any weight.
Yes, sir. Huh? Come on. There you go. Now, just fall free again, me. Yeah. All right, now, you just stretch out there. How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, it's fine, Chester. It's just fine.
I'll get you some water. I declare you look a fright.
What? I just need to catch my breath. Just rest a little bit.
I sure do wish I could make you comfortable in a bed with some warm food,
Yeah, I know. You just mind the horses, huh?
Yes, sir.
Chester? Chester?
Oh, you awake, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. I shouldn't have gone to sleep, I guess.
Well, you didn't have no choice. Once you swallowed that cool water, you was just plumb
What
through.
is that? What is that, horses?
Oh, no, Mr. Dillon. I hobbled them before I set out. They ain't making a sound.
Wait a minute. That's horses, all right. They're coming this way.
Oh, I sure don't hear a thing. You're fire with fever, Mr. Dillon. You just might be imagining.
No, you keep listening. You'll hear them.
Yes, sir. What I was going to say was, while you was resting, I set out and took a look around. There's a cabin not more than a couple 100 yards away.
They're coming from the north.
Say, by jing, I think you're right, Mr. Dillon.
Look through the trees there.
Indians. Could be them same renegades.
Yeah, maybe.
We sure better make for that cabin.
No, we're better off here. Trees will hide us. Unless they already know we're here. Just lie flat, Chester. If they start through the trees, fire.
You able to handle a gun?
I'm ready for them.
They're making right for us, sure as sin.
Yeah.
They're right at the trees.
Take it easy.
I sure ain't keen on them seeing us first.
They're riding right along the tree line, going on south.
I can't make them out anymore. You see them?
They're on past the thicket, but I can't see them.
I swear that was close.
Yeah, it's still close. Sounds like I stopped.
I counted 6 of them.
Yeah, 6. That cabin, where is it?
I'm afraid that's where they are. It's that direction. No more than a couple 100 yards away.
Yeah, that's some better.
That's a welcome sound for a fact.
You're talking about a deserted cabin, Chester?
Well, I didn't see no signs of life. Like they've been that way for years from the look of it.
Well, you'll have to drag me, Chester. I can't mount again.
I'll get you there, Mr. Dillon. Don't you fret yourself. Ain't more than about 10 steps. You can make it, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Chester.
Come on now, you just lean heavy on me. You'll make out fine.
You come no closer.
Well, ma'am, you can just put that shotgun away right now.
I'll judge about the shooting. What ails him?
Oh, he's shot and weak. Ma'am, I gotta put him down inside.
I never laid eyes on you before.
No, ma'am, we're clean from Dodge City.
Chester.
Mr. Dillon. You all right, Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
He dead?
No, ma'am, not yet. Would you just try to help? Set that shotgun aside and help a body?
How are you on food?
We got precious little, I'll tell you that.
Blankets? Shells? You got anything?
What I got is a mighty sick friend here, ma'am, and I'm lifting him up right now and taking him in that cabin.
How much money have you got?
I don't know. A little?
Hand it over.
Once we're inside.
I tell you, boy, I'd soon shoot the both of you's jaw with you. I want your money and your gun.
Oh, for... There. Now then.
His money, too.
Oh, my goodness. Here. I'm bringing him inside now.
Well, all right. But for this little bit of money, he ain't gonna be there long. Oh. Yeah, you're another weak one, are you?
Well, I'm carrying my weight in logs.
Put 'em by the stove and quit whimpering. Soft bellies, the lot of you.
How is he?
Ask him. You only making out he's sleeping.
Mr. Dillon?
You can't fool her, Chester. Don't try.
You sure did give me a fright. I wasn't sure you was going to make it.
I'm all right.
She get the bullet out?
Yeah. And half of my leg, I think.
Yeah, I seen new cubs with tougher hides.
You told me you knew what you was about.
Now, you mind your tongue. I'm no mind to hear you, Beller.
No cause to go at her, Chester. She did all right.
Well, she took everything we had, Mr. Dillon. Our guns, bullets, money. I never seen her like.
You'd best quiet him. I buried 4 husbands, 20 children. A couple of strangers don't faze me.
You better get some sleep, Chester. She says you watched over me all night.
Well, now, if you need me, Mr. Dillon...
No, I'm fine. You go on now. You go to sleep, huh?
Yes, sir.
4 husbands, ma'am?
4. I outlived them. But they was men. Regular men.
I can believe that.
We didn't trifle with marshals, army folk in those days. Mr. Sitton and me lived as peaceable as could be with Indian folk. We come here peaceable, me and Mr. Sitton.
When was that?
In the 30s.
Well, things were different then.
No different than with Mr. Griffith, Mr. Albright, even later on with Mr. Netherton. There was lessons to learn in the West in them days. Eat the porridge.
Oh. Much obliged, ma'am.
Nettie.
How's that?
Nettie, I say. Nettie, Sitton. I go by that. I can't abide being called ma'am.
Oh.
I lean toward Nettie.
Nettie?
Nettie.
You live alone in the middle of Ute country. How do you manage?
Well, I come by your guns and such little money you had. Sometimes it's food, sometimes robes. I take what I can get. No matter to me if it's settlers or scouts or U.S. Marshals.
Or Utes?
Folks don't find Nettie unless they're lost or half dead. And open your eyes to see what they part with.
You always greet them with a shotgun?
If need be.
Before we came here yesterday, a band of Ute braves stopped here.
I got good arrows, strong bows, rifles. Even a couple of buffalo guns off a mountain man broke his leg down the canyon.
They got a camp near here? The Ute?
You got something more to give me?
Chester says you cleaned us out.
Then you're getting full measure.
Hey, no, here. What's
Hey,
that? Here now, you can't have my ring.
Oh, I ain't had it pretty for a spell. That's a fact.
How about that ring myself in St. Louis? A man's not safe sleeping here.
It'll fit just fine once I wrap some twine around it. Body's fingers thin with age.
I declare, next thing I know, you'll be picking my bones.
Mind your tongue.
Give him his ring back, Nettie.
Oh, not likely, no.
Mr. Dillon, what says you can't hit an old woman when she's so mean and contrary?
For one thing, her shotgun.
I'd as soon use it as have a ruckus with you.
You take his ring. You give us something, Nettie.
Oh, I do admire her pretty. I clean forgot the bright feeling they give you.
Our guns for the ring, Nettie. That's fair.
I come by your horses down by the creek this morning. They're grazing on my grass and swilling my water. The prettiest to pay for that.
Mr. Dillon, I better go see to them horses.
You'll stay where they're sick and ailing. I'll see to the horses.
You saying he can't leave the cabin?
Not alive, he can't.
Well, you doggone
She
mean
means
old...
it, Chester.
I do that. Now, I've got tending to do outside. No need peering around for your guns whilst I'm gone. You won't find them.
Mr. Dillon, we have got to get out of here.
Yeah, we need horses to do it. Come here. Now, steady me.
But you ain't fit stand yet.
You stand steady. There. Now, we'll have to crawl once we're outside anyway. I can manage to the door.
Like as not, she's just crouched out there waiting for us.
Well, it's worth a chance. We might not get another one. All right. Get on your belly. Move small through the brush toward the stream. Can you see her?
No, I can't.
The stream. How far is it?
A good 100 yards. Maybe more.
Well, I don't see the horses.
I don't either.
Oh, flatten, Chester. It's Ute.
Well, she's talking to them Indians.
We're going to have to go back, Chester.
To the cabin?
Without guns or horses, we're no good out here. Come on.
What do you reckon she's done with our guns, Mr. Dillon?
Her? She might have eaten them.
Here, I'll steady you for the walk.
I'd give a lot for some of her strength right now.
You reckon I could find them guns alone?
Well, then get yourself killed doing it. That's no good, Chester. We're going to have to wait.
You're just about as foolish as can be, ain't you? Crawling around in the brush out there. What's idea?
Fresh air.
You got no guns, no food. There's Utes all around. You don't think too good of your hides, do you?
Where are the horses, Nettie?
Your color's coming back,
Now,
son.
you heard him. What about them horses?
They bring a good price in these parts. I could get me a parcel of things, trading horses.
You're real friendly with a Ute, huh?
They treat me good. Of course, they know Mr. Sitton and me come peaceable to their country. Not to run 'em off what rightly is their land.
You ever seen them at their killing? Women, babies, no matter to them.
Ever ask yourself who started it all? Well, I seen it happen. The whites and their guns moving in. It wasn't pretty work they did. Women and children, too. That's a fact.
They let you live here. There's got to be a reason.
He come here, like you, full of shot, ailing, white man's doing. Mr. Sitton and me, we took him in, tended him. He was a young chief then, but White Bear never forgot. Not in all these years.
White Bear's the oldest chief among the Ute now.
He don't forget Nettie Sitton. He's near to a relation I got.
You're from another age, Nettie. You and White Bear.
Maybe you got someone. A wife?
No. No wife.
A mother, then?
Well, I got her memory. And a pair of earrings she always wore. That's all.
Not on you. I'd have come on 'em.
They're back in Dodge City.
Oh, that's a pity. That's a pity.
You think you can get the guns without waking her?
Well, I can't make out good with no light. But I can fight an old woman in the dark.
Not long till sunup. This may be our last chance. Take it easy.
Now, that's just close enough. I don't mind shooting one bit. Stealing up on an old woman. What kind of men are you?
You're a doggone witch, that's what you are. Seeing in the dark here, and you ain't no kind of woman at all.
Maybe not now, boy, but I was once more woman than you could imagine.
All right, shut up, both of you. Somebody's coming.
They come earlier than I said.
It's them same Indians, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
You stand still, the pair of you.
Mr. Dillon, I swear I had my rifle. I'd blow us up before I'd let them take us.
Maybe I'd help you, Chester.
She's out there right now trading for us. You know that.
Now, get ready. Somebody's coming.
Oh, now, that cut of beef will last me a good long time. It was a gift from my friend, White Bear.
For us?
Oh, now then. You worth a sight more than that.
Miss Dillon, they're riding off.
You're sparing us, Nettie. Why?
Sparing you?
You didn't tell them about us.
You didn't ask.
How come you're acting human so sudden like after near scaring us to death?
I ain't gonna miss this boy. That's the truth of it. He's one ballin' big mouth.
We'll be glad to get out of your way and trade for guns, our horses, and a cut of your new beef.
I've been thinking about them earbobs.
And I've been thinking about our guns.
Under my bed. There's 2 horses saddled at the spring. Now, them earbobs...
They're in a strong box in Dodge City. You mean to ride back with us?
Oh, I wouldn't be seen in daylight with you.
Yeah. Well, I might get back this way someday. If I do, I'll bring them to you.
For these old ears? Yeah, here. Now, here, boy. Take your ring. Pretties ain't for me. Not anymore.
I'll take it. I declare I don't understand you at all. You just beat the Dutch. That's what you do.
If you was regular men, you'd find yourself a woman. Pretties don't belong on a man's hand. There ain't no strong box. Us women folk gives us that bright feeling. Having a pretty.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast was Virginia Gregg. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And now, here's a special word from our star.
This is William Conrad. I've taken off the Marshal's badge to remind you that the Crusade for Freedom is counting on our continued support to keep Radio Free Europe on the air. I might just mention, over 90% of the refugees escaping Iron Curtain countries report that they were Radio Free Europe listeners. That means we're getting the truth through the jamming and past the propaganda barrage. Let's keep the truth alive. Keep faith with more than 76 million people who can rely on us for it. Send what you can now to the Crusade for Freedom, care of your post office.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Thousands rock and roll at Disneyland. Watch them live here at 11.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Santa Ana Air Base at Santa Ana, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American. Sugar rationing, friends, affects all of us. It affects you, your grocer, the folks who make Jell-O, every one of us. And all of us are doing our best to meet the situation, and we're going to make this sugar rationing plan a success. Next time you go to the store, if you find that there's not a full assortment of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors to choose from, don't blame your grocer. It may have been impossible recently for him to obtain a complete range of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors as usual. Of course, he'll continue to have a good supply of both these popular Jell-O desserts on his shelves. But he may not be able to offer you all the flavors all the time. So take this into consideration when you buy. If the particular flavor you want isn't available, try another. Perhaps one that you haven't tried recently. They're all swell. But buy only for your present needs. In this way, there should be enough for everybody. Let's cooperate so that everyone can enjoy these two grand desserts, Jell-O and Jell-O puddings. I Am an American, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we bring you a man who drove us here in his old tin canna, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, as long as I was nice enough to give the whole gang a lift down here in my Maxwell, I don't see any necessity for referring to it as a tin can.
But, Jack, your car isn't exactly the latest model, and besides, it's so slow.
What do you mean, slow?
Look, it's only 50 miles from Hollywood to Santa Ana, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, all I say is, if we leave Saturday morning, we should get here the same day.
All right, what's the big rush? We took our time and we saw beautiful scenery.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. Wasn't such a bad trip after all.
You're darn tootin'.
And incidentally, I'd like to pay my share of the gas.
The gas? No, Don, forget it.
But, Jack, I wouldn't think of imposing. Now, how much was it?
Well, Don, let's not talk about it. No, let's not talk about it, please.
But, Jack, I insist. How much do I owe you?
Well, that would come to about... No, Don. Forget it. Say.
Now, Jack Benny, I demand that you let me pay my share of the gas. Here's a $20 bill.
Thanks. Well, Don, it sure is great broadcasting here.
Wait a minute. Don't I get any change?
Change? Oh, yes, pardon me. Your share of the expenses, Don, comes to $1.15, including...
Including what?
Insurance. You had full protection from the Randall Motor Club. I'll get your change. Wait till I open my purse. Here you are. Well, as I was saying, Don, it sure is great broadcasting for all these Army men.
Yes, Jack, I'm getting a big kick out of it.
Me too.
Well, look who's here, the sweetheart of the Air Force.
Keep 'em sighing, that's my motto.
Well, here we are, Mary. Isn't this a fine-looking bunch of boys?
You said it. If this was the cafeteria, I wouldn't know which one to pick.
Yeah. These guys like you, too, Mary. You know, they don't see many girls around here.
No, but they see plenty of them at Laguna Beach and Balboa.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. These boys don't go to Balboa to flirt with girls.
They don't, eh?
No. They go there to have fun on the roller coaster. And throw baseballs and win Popeye dolls. And ride in the Tunnel of Love.
With a Popeye doll, you're crazy.
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, Mary, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack Maxwell?
Lovely.
Now, Don, if Mary doesn't want to help pay for the gas, she doesn't have to. Forget it, Mary. Forget it.
No, I want to pay my share. I didn't chip in last time, and I got anonymous letters for a month.
Anonymous? I wonder who could have... Oh, yes. Anyway, Mary, you don't have to pay the $1.15 for this trip.
Oh, I'll pay it. Where else can I ride 24 hours so cheap?
Well, we would have made it much sooner, Mary, if it hadn't been for that bridge out.
And that's another thing. Why did you make us all get out of the car and look for your bridge?
Because we hit a bump and away it went. That's why. Anyway, I'm not asking you for the money, so what's the big argument?
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, that's quite a hand you got there.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, all right. I thought I had the mumps early in the week, but it turned out to be a tennis ball.
A tennis ball?
It's a swell game, but I got to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, that would help, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Yeah?
I'd like to pay my share of the expenses.
Well, why didn't you say so? You owe me $1 even, Dennis.
Okay, here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. How come Dennis pays only $1 and you had Mary and me down for $1.15?
There was a 15-cent reward. Dennis found my bridge. He's got very sharp eyes.
But, Mr. Benny, you said the reward was going to be 50 cents.
No, Dennis, 15. You see, kid, with my teeth out, it just sounded like 50. See, I'll show you, Dennis. Look. 50, 15. You see, they're exactly alike.
Oh, put your bridge back in.
I was just proving something.
Hiya, Jackson. Don't worry, fellas. The show'll start rolling now.
What a ham. I suppose the show doesn't get started till you get here, Phil. Huh?
Oh, it gets started all right, but when I come on, I'm like a ray of sunshine, a breath of spring.
Phil, if that's spring on your breath, I've never smelled a Scott goes back. See, they know you. They didn't even let me finish the gag. Oh, brother, do they know you? Where were you anyway, Phil?
Well, I stopped in at the 302 Club to say hello.
To say hello?
Yeah, my Aunt Sophie's the bouncer in there.
What?
Aunt her own, no, Aunt. The next time she slugs me, I'm going to defend myself.
Well, I don't blame you. Say, Don, go ahead and ask Phil, will you?
Ask him what?
You know, about the Axwell maid.
Oh, yes. Say, Phil, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack's car? Yeah, it was all right. Wonderful scenery, too.
Oh, Phil, you remember that beautiful orange grove we passed with that gas station right in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, Jackson. How much do I owe you?
Forget it, Phil. Forget it. For heaven's sake.
Okay. Say, Mary, ain't this a wonderful layout they got here at the air base?
It sure is. Colonel Robertson drove me all over in a Jeep.
You know, I've always wanted to ride in one of them things. I'll bet it's a lot of fun.
Say, $1.15 isn't going to make me or break me. Forget it, Phil. Forget it. Will you?
I did already. Forget it. Let's get on with the program.
Okay. Now, Dennis, I think it's about time for your... I can't stand a chiseler. Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a band leader next year that pays off, believe me.
Are with me, the cares of the day fade away, like the ship we watched at sea. When you're with me, each flower bursts into bloom, like the rose you gave to me. But when you're gone, the hours are over. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me. But when you're gone, the hours are all so long, they seem to reach into eternity. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than
remember that old double C. That was When You're With Me by Harry Glick and Jimmy Lambert, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, remember last week when I dedicated my song to the Navigators and you told me what a navigator was?
Yes?
Well, this week I'd like to dedicate my number to the Bombardiers.
Oh.
Can you pound that into my head?
Now, Dennis, I'm not going through that again. I'll tell you later.
Tell him now, Jackson. I'm an eager beaver, and I want to get help.
Eager beaver? What's that?
Well, that's what they call a cadet around here that's snappy, on his toes all the time, like me.
Oh. Well, Phil, you're not exactly an eager beaver. You're more the jerky turkey type. Whatever that means. However, fellows, if you want to know what a bombardier is, here goes.
Okay. Now, pay attention, Dennis Day. Do you want to be a dope all your life?
Quiet. Now, the bombardier, fellas, sits in the glass-enclosed nose of the ship. And when the navigator advises him they are nearing the target, he starts regulating his bomb sight. This delicate instrument represents the optimum in mechanical precision and coordination.
Oh, I get it.
Good.
Is it risque?
No, it's not risque. Now, fellas, a bombardier is chosen for steady nerves and exceptional eyesight, and is head man during the bombing operation. That is, he is in charge of the plane from the time the objective is sighted until he drops his egg.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Dennis, they're not really eggs, they're bombs. Oh, God. Once the bombardier has released the bombs, he relays this fact over intercommunication, and the plane proceeds to its home base. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be twins or triplets.
Take it easy, Phil. He's expecting folks, you know. Anyway, fellas, I hope I have clearly explained the bombardier and bomb sight.
You certainly have, Jack. And now let me explain about Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in constant intercommunication with your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O. You will find that it's not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And I know a bomb sight more about Jell-O than I do about aviation. I thank you.
Well, you're in there punching, Don. I wish I'd have thought of that myself. You know, that's one of the cleverest. Come in.
Got a special delivery here from Mary Livingston.
I'll take it. Here you are, Mary.
Got a sign for it, you know, government regulation.
I know that. We've been getting special delivery letters for years.
I've been delivering them for years and never got one, though.
All right. Mary, who's the
I haven't got my hand out to see if it's going to rain, you know.
Oh, yes, the tip. Here you are.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can buy a half of a Saturday Evening Post.
Get out of here. I think a nickel was poison or something.
Oh, Jack, this is the cutest letter. It's from that handsome navigator I met at Mather Field last Sunday.
Oh, Hutchison, eh?
Yeah, I call him Hutch. Listen to this. My dear Miss Livingston, or may I call you Doll?
Gee, he went right past Popeye, didn't he?
Get this, Jack. Just a line to thank you for the big box of homemade fudge you sent me. I've often had it with nuts, but this is the only time I ever found bolts in it.
Bolts in it?
They were really nuts, but I didn't take the shells off them.
Oh. Continue.
You know, I had a dream about you last night, Mary, and just as I put my arms around you, somebody shook me. This is the first time I was ever kissed by a top sergeant.
Well.
I understand, Mary, that you and your father are doing your program from Santa Ana this week.
Wait a minute. Did you tell that guy I was your father?
No, he classified you himself.
I'm prematurely gray, and he thinks I'm your father.
Well, my father's prematurely gray, and he's younger than you are.
All right. Younger than you are. Never mind. Finish the letter.
Anyhow, Mary, watch out for the cadets of Santa Ana. If you happen to go to Balboa with any of them, don't ride to the Tunnel of Love unless you take your father with you.
There he goes again. Mary, when you write to him, straighten that out, will you?
No other news, so we'll close with love to you from your own little Hutchie.
Hutchie's about 6'2", and he's getting kittenish there.
P.S. If you send me another box of that fudge, I'm going to keep it till I fly over Tokyo. That'll do the trick.
Hey, that guy writes a pretty good letter, but you know, Mary, I don't think you should be making fudge when everybody's trying to conserve sugar.
Sugar? Oh, that's what I forgot to put in it.
What a cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to, Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, I told you we should have never taken that boat of yours along on this trip. He's crazy.
Mr. Billingsley? What's the matter now?
He thinks he's a bombardier.
A bombardier?
Yeah, he's sitting on the radio of the car dropping ping-pong balls on the anthill.
Oh, he's just playing. He'll be okay on the way home.
He ain't going home. He says he's going to join the Air Force and kill Hitler.
Well, what's wrong with that?
About 5 minutes ago, he looked right at yours truly and said, "That suntan ain't fooling me, Adolf."
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even resemble the man.
Be calm now, Rochester. When I see Mr. Billingsley, I'll explain things to him.
Well, don't let your bridge work stick out. He thinks you're a Jap.
Well, look, Rochester, Mr. Billingsley won't hurt you. He's harmless, so don't worry.
Who's worrying? Did you ever notice the wing spread on my razor?
You leave Mr. Billingsley alone. Now, Rochester, bring the car over here to the camp and pick me up right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I got bad news for you. I wasn't able to get that blowout fixed.
You couldn't fix the blowout? Well, how are we going to drive home?
It's all set. We got 3 tires and a hoop snake.
Well, that might work. So long. I wish Rochester would try to understand Mr. Billingsley. After all, he paid me $115 to come down here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to a great American, George M. Cohan. The orchestra is going to play a medley of some of his most popular song hits, which are now in Jimmy Cagney's new picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Take it, boy.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy. plain as any name can be. But with propriety, society will say Marie. But it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so square, it's a grand old name.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever on high may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. But should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Keep your eye on that grand old flag.
That was a medley of George M. Cohan's most popular numbers played by the orchestra. Hope you're listening in, George, and that you're feeling fine. Now, Don, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so should we give the folks our surprise novelty?
Yes, Jack. Are you all set?
Wait till I put this clothespin on my nose. Wait a minute. 1 second.
Okay, Don. I guess I sound a little more like him now. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you probably know, Fred Allen will be on the air in a little while, and of late he has been opening his show with an alleged comical analysis of the Jell-O program.
Hey, what is this? You'll see, Dennis. You'll see.
Now, this evening, folks, we would like to give you a preview of approximately what Mr. Allen will say about the program we've just concluded. Mr. Allen would probably start out something like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen, that meager beaver talking. And, Jimmy, did you by any chance listen to Jack Benny's program tonight?
Why, no, Fred, I didn't.
Well, you didn't miss much. Benny was broadcasting from the Santa Ana Air Base out in California. He's been playing quite a few air bases lately. That's because they've been giving him free oxygen for his flat lungs.
What else did he do, Fred?
Well, it seems that Benny drove his whole gang down from Hollywood in that old Maxwell of his and made them each pay for the ride. That's like putting a nickel in a jukebox to hear a raspberry.
Oh, Mr. Allen, will you stop running down Jack?
Porty, you stay out of it. And then, Jimmy, Mary read a letter that she got from a boyfriend at Mather Field. And this fellow thought Jack was her father. You can't blame the boy for thinking Jack Benny is that old. After all, the only reason George Washington stood up on the boat when he was crossing the Delaware was because Benny made his pants too tight. And then at the end of the program, he gave a corny imitation of me, and that's about all there was to it.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen, a preview of what Fred Allen will say about Jack Benny. So if you still want to listen to his program, don't say we didn't give you fair warning.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Dad and mother, sister and brother, they'll all love this swell new salad treat. Sea Dream salad made with delicious lime jello. And there'll be extra pleasure in it for mother because it's so easy to make. Now, here's all you do. Just dissolve a package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 1/2 of 1 teaspoon of scraped onion, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and a dash of cayenne, and pour it through a sieve. Then mold and serve on crisp lettuce with mayonnaise. And there's a delightful summer salad the whole family will enjoy. A tart, tantalizing salad made with cool emerald green lime jello. Perfect for warm weather meals. Get a package of lime jello tomorrow and serve this grand Sea Dream salad real often. But remember, when you buy, be sure to get genuine jello, because jello's flavor is locked in, extra rich.
We're a little late, so thanks, Colonel Robertson and all the boys, and good night.
The Jello program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Baloyne and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Santa Ana has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department or its personnel.
From a doomed planet in a distant galaxy to a fantastic underground hideaway, from the fortress of solitude to the bustling city room of the Daily Planet. Look, up on the screen, it's Superman. Superman, the movie, rated PG. Now playing. Check newspapers for local listing.
Reuniti on ice?
That's nice. Reuniti on ice?
That's nice.
Reuniti on ice?
That's nice. Reuniti on ice!
That's nice. There's nothing quite as refreshing as a chilled bottle of Reuniti wine. Red, white, or rosé.
Reuniti on ice! That's nice!
There's only one thing I like more than soft Kleenex tissues. Money! And during the Kleenex Rainbow of Colors cash refund offer, you can get money back for buying Kleenex tissues in these stylish foil boxes. Up to $3! For details, watch for this ad in your local paper. Or look for me on the Kleenex Rainbow of Color display. I'm next to the pot of gold. Hi, gold.
Boy, did I save money on this hat.
Yeah?
We smart shoppers compare prices.
Wish we could do that with our homeowner's insurance.
Compare with Allstate.
Compare?
Bring in your homeowner's policy and compare rates. Odds are Allstate might save you some money.
We can save you some money.
It does pay to compare.
Oh, it sure does. Love your hat.
Oh. Hey, where'd you get the hat?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
And that's a promise from us, the Good Hands people.
Ella Fitzgerald is listening to Chuck Mangione while we're recording him on Memorex with MRX3 Oxide. Now Ella's going to listen again, but can she tell if it's Chuck live or the Memorex recording we just made?
Beats me!
It's Memorex!
Reproduction so true we can ask, is it live or is it Memorex?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens in Fallen Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we introduce you to three fascinating characters, thrown together by mere chance and bound together by misfortune. They motivate 20th Century Fox's thrilling mystery, Fallen Angel, a story of the almost perfect crime and a marriage that follows strange paths to an unexpected ending. Appearing in the role she played so ably on the screen, we're fortunate in having Linda Donnell, an artist as beautiful as she is gifted. Co-starred with Linda is Ireland's lovely gift to Hollywood, Maureen O'Hara, plus a gentleman whose rise to stardom has been, to say the very least, sensational, Mark Stevens. Three great stars in Fallen Angel. On to our play and the opening act of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Donnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's shortly after 10 o'clock at night. At a little town along the California coast, an interstate bus has just come to a stop. The driver walks back to one of his passengers and shakes his arm impatiently.
Come on, Pally, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
I seen that sleeping act before. You know your ticket ran out the last stop?
How much is San Francisco?
$2.25.
I guess I better leave you here.
Yeah, I guess you better.
Where are we?
The town's called Walton. Grab your grip. You're holding us up.
Fine.
Sorry, mister, just closing up.
Cup of coffee, please.
Didn't you hear me? I said...
And a hamburger? Well done, with onions.
Okay, sit down. I'll get you something. What are you saying just now, Mr. Judd? What happened when you were on the police force?
Well, I was saying that I handle plenty of suicide cases, and my experience tells me that Stella's not the type. She'll be back, Pop.
She's been gone 3 days, Mr. Judd. 3 days and not a word.
Why haven't you told the police?
Stella's a good girl. Just a girl who works here. Just a waitress, but she's a good girl. If I called in the police, whole town would start talking. Here you are, mister. Coffee and a ham sandwich. Best I can do this time of night.
Thanks. Cigarette, Mr. Judd?
No, thanks. Never touched them.
Stella.
I knew you'd be back, Stella. I was just telling Pop.
Stella, are you okay? Are you all right?
I'm hungry.
Sit down. I'll fix you something to eat right away.
Well, good night, Stella. See you tomorrow, Pop.
Good night, Mr. Judd. Stella, you'll come back to your job here, everything like it was, as if you never went away? Stella, you sure look tired.
So what? I went away and now I'm back.
Where'd you go, Stella?
Where do you think I went? Home. I don't want to talk about it.
What are you, Pop?
It's okay. Forget it. It's okay.
It's not okay. Let him pay for what he got.
30 cents.
Hotel in town?
Block over and 2 north. Can't miss it.
Good night, Stella.
And who was that?
Got me, Stella. Just a fellow who dropped in.
Mr. Ellis, I presume.
Yes?
My name's Stanton.
What are you doing in my hotel room? The clerk downstairs
I was
says...
about to register for a room, Mr. Ellis, when I saw the poster in the lobby. Professor Madley's in town.
You'll be here tomorrow. What about it?
Professor Madley, psychic extraordinary, will bring you a personal message from your dearly deceased. That's what the poster said, Mr. Ellis. Who are you? The advance man?
That's right. Some nerve. Telling the clerk you're a friend of mine.
I'm really a friend of the professor's from the good old days.
Well, that's different. A friend of the professor's. Then you'll be glad to do him a favor, won't you? Lend-lease him $30.
$30? Oh.
What's so funny? I'd like to laugh, too.
I came here to put the bite on you.
Beat it, put on your shoes, and get out of here.
Hey, what would my friend the professor say?
I got enough to aggravate me.
Relax. I'll get you out of it.
With what? You're broke, aren't you? I've got to have $15 by tomorrow noon or lose the hall downstairs and my deposit.
What about the professor? Don't spooks usually come through with an advance sale?
Sure, when there's nobody to stop them. I've sold exactly 7 tickets. Why? Because there's a certain dame in town who doesn't believe in spooks. She's not only the daughter of an ex-mayor, but the president of the Women's Club. What she says goes.
You're a charmer.
Miss Clara Mills will have no truck with me, my friend, not even on the phone.
Well, let's sleep on it.
No, I said.
Naturally, I'll sleep here. You're in trouble, man. I got to pull you out of it. I'll call on Miss Mills myself. Oh, any toothpaste?
In the bathroom.
Thanks. I hope I like your brand, Mr. Ellis.
You'd only listen to me, Miss
You're
Mills.
wasting your time, Mr. Ellis. And mine.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Ellis, Miss Mills. I'm not part of the Professor's Spook Act either. My name's Stanton, Eric Stanton.
Sorry, Mr. Stanton, I'm busy.
So is Professor Madley. Appointments with the dead from coast to coast. And yet this soul of generosity finds time to drop in Walton and deliver a message of hope.
Yes, for money. He's a charlatan, a fraud.
Now, look, Miss Mills, he and Mr. Ellis are just a couple of struggling artists trying to make a living, like fortune tellers or vaudeville teams.
I won't let the poor, gullible people of Walton be fooled. If my father were alive, these fakers would never have gotten a license.
Your father, the mayor?
Yes.
And what if your father had some message to give you from the beyond? Suppose he's depending on Professor Madley to...
Suppose you leave this house right now.
Suppose I do. But don't forget, Miss Mills, the seance is at 8 o'clock tonight. Walton Hotel.
June, I heard, Clara. Trading on people's sacred feelings. Everything that's dear held up to ridicule. Cheap, vulgar tricksters. Why, June, what's the matter?
I think he's right, Clara.
June.
I mean what he said about people trying to make a living.
Why can't they make an honest living?
Are we to judge?
Well, it's too late now. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is.
What?
We can buy 2 tickets. If we go, everybody else will. Shall I call the hotel?
No. Oh, I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Here he is now, Eric. Hey, Professor, over here.
Hello, Ellis. They told me at the hotel I'd find you over here. Hot lunchroom, eh?
And here he is, Professor, your old friend, Eric Stanton.
My old friend? I don't recall.
3 cups of coffee, huh, Stella?
I can't seem to place you, my friend.
Stop trying. We've never met before.
You never met, but last night you...
Glad to meet you now, though, Professor.
Delighted, Mr. Stanton. My assistant here tells me you work wonders.
Ever since the Mills sisters bought tickets, everybody in town's been trying to get in.
Oh, about the Mills sisters. They're coming over to get a message from their old man. Right, Professor?
I think it can be arranged. Dig up the vital facts, Ellis. Who was Mr. Mills, and what does he want to come back for?
Okay, see you later.
I'd better help you. Eric, my boy, you've got a great calling. Spook promotion.
You'd like to back that up with about $5?
Gladly. Here you are. I hope to see you in my rooms later. I have a fine collection of friendly spirits there. Scotch ancestry.
Mr. Stanton.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
You know, they thought a great deal of Mayor Mills in this town. You better be careful.
Much obliged, Mr. Judd.
So long, Stella. Oh, this is for you.
Thanks, Mrs. Judd.
What do you mean? This is for you.
Well, I happen to like that number on the jukebox. Any objections?
What does he do? Judd.
Came out here for his health. Used to be a big man in New York. Police force.
I'd come to the show tonight? Here, Professor Madley?
Are you asking me?
I'll be busy. Here's a ticket.
Never mind.
What's the matter?
I don't go places alone.
Okay. Skip it. Here. I'll you some money.
Yeah.
You change your mind about tonight?
I won't change my mind. Maybe you'll change yours.
Yeah. Maybe I will, Stella.
Good people of Walden, you have just heard from the spirits of your departed loved ones, who, through me, returned here tonight to tell you how happy they are in their eternal reward. And now we have come to our last and most difficult experiment.
Clara, do you think we should stay?
We came, didn't we? Of course we'll stay.
Vibration of a spirit.
Look, there he is.
Who?
That
Who
Mr.
has found
Stanton.
no peace or contentment.
Who's that with him, Clara? That
Abraham
girl.
Mills.
I don't know. Why,
I can feel his troubled spirit trying to get through from the beyond. Yes, Abraham Mills, I can hear you. You are troubled because your daughter Clara has lost the fortune you left her. The bonds, the orange groves. Yes, you cannot understand how she could have trusted that man. Martin. John Martin.
Clara.
He came here after you passed on. He talked her into selling everything.
We'd better leave.
Why didn't she ask the police for help when he ran away with the money?
Oh, I never should have made you come. I'm
You
so
will
sorry.
find peace, Abraham Mills, only when you know that Clara will guard the last of the inheritance for herself and her sister. $25,000. You may rest now, Abraham Mills. Your message has been delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, the seance is over.
Eric, you knew everything. I'd sure love to have my fortune told.
I can tell a better myself.
I'm serious.
So am I. Come on. Let's go somewhere. I'll tell your fortune.
Well, are we going to sit here on the beach, or are we going in there and dance?
I thought you wanted your fortune told.
I do.
Okay. Well, for one thing, you don't belong in a one-armed joint, like Pop's lunchroom.
No?
You got style, Stella. Ah, beautiful style. You inherited that. Your father was a leading citizen, rich. And he trusted people too much.
And?
Your mother? Let me see your hand again. Sorry. Her line seems to have run out.
So is yours. My mother runs a boarding house in San Diego, and my old man came from a long line of drunks.
Oh. Well, anyway, there's a man in your life. Tomorrow he's going to San Francisco. You're going to lie awake, unable to forget him.
And what can I do about it?
Kiss me, for one thing.
Satisfied?
Not nearly.
Too bad, because that's all the kisses you're going to get. It's okay for kids, Mr. Fanning, but not for me. Where are you from, anyway? What do you do when you don't tell fortunes?
I'll make them for others. I passed actors, directors, producers through a publicity mill, and they come out famous. Their names in all the papers.
You know people like that?
I know all the people in all the places, like 21, Store Club. Ah, that's where you belong, Stella. Smothered in ink. I can see you there.
And do you see me with a wedding ring on my finger and somebody to give me a home?
Sure, Stella, sure.
Oh, no, you don't. I said no more kisses, and I meant it. You talk different, sure, but you drive just like the rest. Well, you got the wrong girl.
Come here.
Take your hands off me.
Come here.
Tomorrow you're going, and where does that leave me?
You go with me.
What on? You got into town with $1 in your pocket. You're a fake.
Why, you little gyp. Don't you think I got eyes, too? I saw you in Pop's place stealing door of the cash register, and you call me a fake. Okay, Stella. I guess that's that, huh?
I'll say it is.
Go on, then. Go back to your one-armed joint and wait for somebody to come and marry you. I'll be seeing you sometime. Maybe.
But, Eric, my boy, the car's outside. We're on our way to Frisco.
I changed my mind, Professor. I'm not going.
But we need you.
I can't be tied down. Cramps my style.
What a pity. Oh, well, here. Little advance in case you choose to join us later.
Thanks. Oh, you might drop me off at Pop's lunchroom.
The charming little waitress? I think I understand.
Then let's go, Professor. Hello, Stella.
What do you want?
I can't make up my mind.
If it's coffee, you'll have to wait. I just opened up.
I know. Saw the sign. Closed till 6 o'clock on Sundays. I've been waiting.
Why?
Stella, my bus leaves in 15 minutes.
Got a nickel?
Here.
Thanks.
I just came by to say, well, I'm sorry about last night.
Save it.
Do we have to listen to that music?
I like it.
Nothing you want to tell me?
No.
Don't give me that act.
What act?
You know what I mean.
Hello, Stella.
Hello, Pop.
Okay, Stella. So long. For good.
Well, what bit him?
Nothing. Just trying to make his bus, I guess. Gosh, I sure like that tune.
Slowly, you stirred in my arms.
Okay, Stella. This finishes it, baby. You'll never see me again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eddie.
Always leave him laughing, don't you?
Oh.
Your landlady wasn't very hospitable. Said if I wanted to see you, I had to wait in the street.
I thought you left town.
I got on the bus, and I got out. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Talk.
Don't give me that smile.
Okay, I don't smile. Well, I thought you had something to... Stop trying to kiss me. Look, you better beat it.
Stella, I never said this before to anybody. Ever. I'll marry you, Stella, if that's what you want.
You? Don't kid me.
I'm not kidding.
Last night
I didn't know you. But I know you now. I know I couldn't pull out of here with the professor. I get on that bus. I can't get away without you, Stella.
What's in it for me?
A ring on your finger? That you said you wanted.
What goes with it? I want a home.
I get it for you.
With what?
For $12,500.
Now, where would you get $12,500?
What's the difference? As long as I get it.
By murdering somebody?
Fox
You're going to steal it?
Listen,
I
Stella.
don't even know you.
You know one thing. We're going to get married once I get that cash.
Maybe it'll get me in trouble. I don't want to get in any trouble.
You won't. Not the way I'll get it. I'm not even telling you how. You just sit tight and wait for me. That's all. Just wait for me.
All right, Eric. I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait.
Hello?
Is this Miss Mills?
Yes.
Oh, Miss June Mills?
This is June Mills. Who's calling, please?
That's Mr. Stanton, Miss Mills. Eric Stanton.
Oh,
Miss Mills, do you suppose I could see you? Oh, really, I'd like to talk to you very much.
that's impossible, Mr. Stanton. Besides, I'm just leaving for church.
Church? On Monday morning?
I happen to be the organist, and Monday mornings I practice.
Well, couldn't I see you there?
The doors of the church are open day and night. Anybody is welcome.
Even me?
Even you, Mr. Stanton.
I'll see you in church, Miss Mills. Goodbye. 25 grand. One half of 25 grand is $12,500.
Our stars, Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens, will return in a moment with Act Two of Fallen Angel.
Ask 20 different people what jazz is, and you're apt to get 20 different answers. Ask these same people to name a jazz composer, and chances are that not one of them will answer Morton Gould. Yet Gould has composed several important jazz pieces, beginning with chorale and fugue in jazz when he was 18, and including his recent Derivations, introduced by Benny Goodman. Gould is something of a musical prodigy. He began composing at the age of 4, and 2 years later, his first work was published. When he was 15, he graduated from New York University with a degree in music, and all his compositions exhibited definite musical precocity. Gould probably does not differentiate between jazz and serious music, for all of his work is serious. Whether it's the swingy Boogie Woogie Etude, the widely known American Symphonette, or the famous ballet Fall River Legend. Morton Gould is not composed strictly for the jazz buff or for the classical music fan. He composes mostly for that large audience called music lovers.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act Two of Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell as Stella, Maureen O'Hara as June, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's half an hour later. In the church, June sits at the organ, unaware that Eric has walked silently toward her down the empty aisle.
You play beautifully, Miss Mills.
Oh,
Oh, now look, Miss Mills, you can't stay angry at me forever.
can't I?
Well, when a fellow says he's sorry, the least you can do is forgive him.
All right, I forgive you.
You're not through practicing.
Yes, I'm going home now.
Then I'll walk with you. You know, I'm glad I stayed over in Walton. Now I have a chance to square things with you and your sister.
That might not be so easy.
You still think I tried to hurt her?
Whether you tried or not, you did.
It's so easy digging up that information. Everybody in town seemed to know about it. Only did it to help the professor. I try to help one person. Someone else always gets hurt.
Of course. You live by impulse. You never bother to think if you're following the wrong impulse.
I see you don't stop at music. You read books, too. But books are phony.
So are some people.
At least they're alive. But you're scared to live, Miss Mills. That's why you bury yourself in books and music.
Maybe you're the one who's scared, not I.
How come?
Because you don't know what you want. Do you?
You know, you didn't know me so well. I might ask you something.
Well?
Have dinner with me tonight.
No, I can't do.
You see, you're afraid to step out of your tower.
No, it isn't that.
Your sister?
Of course not.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid. Why should I be?
Yeah. Why should you be? Should we say 7 o'clock?
All right. 7 o'clock will be fine.
Thank you, Miss Mills. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton. Oh, it's after 1, Eric. I think we'd better say goodnight.
Couldn't we just sit on the porch, talk for a minute?
For a minute, then.
Enjoy yourself tonight?
Well, we saw a movie. We danced. I had my first taste of scotch.
You like it?
It tasted like soap. Eric, why did you ask me out tonight?
Oh, no special reason. You're very pretty. You interest me.
In what way?
I can't define it. Maybe it's your charm. Your talent. Ever think of a career?
Sometimes. But I know my limitations.
One shouldn't set a limit on what one can do.
That sounds as if it came out of a book, and not a very good one.
There goes that mind again. Well, there's still one thing we haven't done tonight. Not yet, anyway. But don't worry.
We've skipped something?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to kiss you. Make you unhappy.
Unhappy?
One kiss goes a long way with you, June. You need a guy who'll take it the same way. Save all of your good nights for him.
What makes you think I wanted you to kiss me?
Didn't you? Hey, where you going?
To read a phony book and go to sleep. Good night.
Morning, Stella.
Hello.
I waited outside your rooming house till after 3 this morning.
That's nice.
Where were you?
Around.
Oh, that guy? Same guy you told off the other night? Name's Atkins, isn't it? Owns jukeboxes all over the country. He's got dough, huh?
Oh, will you leave me alone? It's too early.
Wait a minute. A wristwatch. It's new, isn't it?
Like it?
Where'd you get it, Stella? He gave it to you, didn't he? Atkins?
Will you let go of my arm? Wait till we're married to ask me questions. Till then, I don't have to tell you a thing.
We're as good as married right now.
Oh, sure.
You're dropping out of circulation, Stella. When you go out, it'll be with me.
You've got a steady date with Miss Mills. I happened to see you last night at the Roadhouse.
I'm only doing that for you.
A lot of good it's doing me.
It will. A couple of days.
Okay. A couple of days. But that don't mean forever.
Morning, Stella.
Good morning, Mr. Judd. Coffee as usual?
Coffee as usual. Something still bothering this young man, Stella?
Sure looks like it, huh? I wonder what it could be.
I'm glad you stopped by, Eric. Except Clara and I are about to drive downtown.
Yes, are you ready, June?
I'll get the car out.
I'm leaving tomorrow. Want to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Can we drop you off someplace now?
Well, matter of fact, I'd like to go with you. You mind?
Of course not. Come along.
You know, this is a nice town. You're going to hate to leave it.
Will you be coming back?
Well, it depends.
On what?
On what there is to come back for.
Here's the market, June.
Talk to Eric, Clara. I'll only be a minute.
What would you come back here for, Mr. Stanton?
For June?
I gathered as much. June talked about nothing else but you since she met you.
My cards are on the table, Miss Mills.
Good. I want you to leave June alone. We don't know who you are or where you're from. What do you do?
Nothing. You'll also be interested to know that I haven't got a bank account. Because I haven't any bank...
Our money's in San Francisco, Mr. Stanton. Half of it belongs to June. But it's in a bank where nobody can touch it until she meets the right man.
Well, maybe I'm not the right man after all.
Then you won't see her again.
Suppose we leave that up to June, huh?
I'm afraid I'll have to.
Matter of fact, I planned a little beach party for tonight. Do you think she'll accept my invitation?
I'm sure she will, no matter what I say.
Well, one thing's nice, Miss Mills. It's nice to know where we stand, you and I.
Oh, the fire feels good, Eric. It's been such a wonderful night. I could shut my eyes and listen to the surf and fall fast asleep.
I'd hardly call that a compliment.
Oh, but it is a great compliment.
Sleepy?
Uh-huh.
Close your eyes, then. You know, if I've accomplished nothing else, at least I've made you like one of the things I like. The beach at night, hot dogs, a fire.
Oh, you think all I do is read big, heavy books, don't you? Well, I don't. For years, I've been saving ads out of magazines. And sometimes I feel like I'm the girl in the ads. Soft, alluring, gowned by Schiaparelli.
If I had money, I'd dress you like the ads, June. You'd have that Schiaparelli gown.
Oh, it isn't that important.
Would be. When I took you to the theater, the concerts. Did you ever hear the San Francisco Symphony?
On the radio.
Oh, it's nothing like being there, June. Nothing. That's really a thrill. Especially when Franti conducts. He's going to tomorrow afternoon.
Franti?
Maybe we could meet him. I have connections in Frisco. Big people, June. We could leave Frisco in the morning, make it plenty of time, all right?
No.
Your sister?
Yes.
You gotta do everything she says?
No, but
Well, I guess after tonight it's goodbye.
I guess it is.
I was just another person, the right person. Could have gone on like this forever. Just the two of us, like a dream.
A beautiful dream.
New York, Frisco, getting all those things in the ads. Going everywhere together, the concerts, hearing famous people play. Why, you might even become famous yourself. A great career. Why, we might even... June, are you awake? Oh, how do you like that? $12,500 and fast asleep.
Who is it?
Eric, I got to talk to you, Stella.
I'm listening.
Open the door.
What do you want to do anyway? Wake up the whole neighborhood?
Let me in. What are you afraid of?
We'll talk in the doorway. Well?
I can't tell you. I can't go through with it like I planned. The money. Doesn't take too long to get it.
I thought so. You didn't stand a chance.
No, it isn't that, Stella. Look, you know how I feel about you. You got to believe in me. I want you, Stella. I'm nuts about you.
That wasn't the deal.
What of it? I'll still get you everything you wanted. I got ideas that work. Pay off big. Come on. Let's get out of here tonight.
I'm taking no chances.
Stella, listen.
Sorry, but I stick to a deal. Good night, honey.
Hello?
Eric. Oh, I'm so glad.
Hello, June.
I was afraid you might have left, Eric. I want to go with you today.
To San Francisco?
Yes, to the concert. There's a train at 9 o'clock. We'll pick you up on our way to the station.
We?
Clara's going, too. She has got to go to San Francisco anyway to take care of some business at the bank.
That's swell, June.
Thank you, Eric. We'll pick you up in 20 minutes.
May I help you, sir?
Huh? Oh, no, thanks. I'm just waiting for Miss Mills.
I believe she and her sister just went to the safe deposit vault.
Yeah, I know. Oh, is there a public phone here in the bank?
Other side of the lobby, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you are.
Sorry. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. I was making a phone call. Oh, June. Great luck. I found him in.
Who?
Somebody very important.
Who, Eric?
Where do you meet him? I said we'd be right over.
Clara, go along if you like. I'll meet you after the concert.
After the concert? Or you going to the concert with us? Just meet us in front of the auditorium at 2:30 sharp, okay?
Very well. I'll be there 2:30.
Come on, June. We got to hurry.
There she is, Eric, in the lobby. Clara!
Hello, Clara. Sorry we're so late.
You will be interested to know, Mrs. Stanton, that the symphony opens its season next week. But I suppose you were quite aware there'd be no concert today.
He knew it all along, dear.
June, what are you trying to tell
That
me?
we're married.
Married?
That's right, Clara. Here's the evidence. Certificate of marriage. That's where we've been. City Hall.
June, you don't know what you've done.
But, darling, I do.
I'll have it annulled.
Clara, please. This isn't quite as sudden as you think.
Well, what's the verdict?
I hope you'll be very happy.
Thank you, Clara.
What are your plans?
Well, I'd like to go home first and get a few things together. Then we could go away someplace for a little while. All right, Eric?
Fine. We'll go back to Walton right away. Or, I'd like to find a bank first. This envelope here.
What's in it, dear?
Oh, just a few papers. Rather not keep carrying them around, though. They ought to be in the safe deposit box.
You can leave them in our bank, in our box.
But the box is in your name and Clara's, isn't it?
Will you be needing the paper soon?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Then let me take it. I'll put it away for you.
Oh, that's swell of you, Clara. Thanks a lot.
What do you mean, June? Eric's left the house.
He's gone, Clara.
But where? Surely he must have said something.
No, nothing. I came upstairs. He was in the living room. He said something about coming right out. That was over an hour ago.
Eric!
It's no use, Clara. The chain's off the front door.
He's left you. On your wedding night, he's left you.
No, Clara, no. Something's wrong. I know it. Something must be wrong.
Sign on the door says closed.
I had to see you alone. I've been waiting out there till Pop left.
Well, what's so important? Or can it wait till I lock up?
You're going to Frisco tomorrow, Stella?
Am I?
Yep. And tomorrow I'll have that money. All of it. You meet me up there and we'll go
How
on.
do I know you'll have it?
Because I'm going to Frisco with her to get it.
Third?
June.
Well, I'm not going. And she won't either.
I think she will. It's her honeymoon.
Her what?
I married her this afternoon. It's the only way.
Congratulations.
Now, listen, we're not really married. I mean, we'll be divorced in no time. I haven't even kissed her. As a matter of fact, I can have it annulled.
Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Stella.
What do you want? She's your wife, not me. I don't run around with married men.
I did it for you, to get you what you wanted. Now, you keep your part of the deal.
Oh, sure, but she's got the ring on her finger. He's not so dumb. Well, neither am I.
Don't say anything you'll be sorry for, Stella. Don't do anything you might regret.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you and I made a deal. Think I'd do a thing like this? I was so crazy about you that I...
You and your deals. Go on home to your bride, mister. I never want to see you again.
Stella, Good night, Stella.
Sugar in your coffee, Eric? Cream? Isn't it silly? I don't even know how you like your coffee.
Why don't you say it? Where'd I disappear the last night?
I have nothing to say, Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry. But all of a sudden, there I was a married man. I had to go out for a drink. By the time I came back, you were asleep.
Eric, why did you see that girl in the lunchroom?
What girl?
Clara saw you.
You mean she went looking for me?
Something like that.
Well, that's fine. That sister of yours has been running your life up to now, but you better stay out of mine. Tell her that.
I was angry with her, too, at first, but she means well.
Yeah, what'd she tell you for? So you'd have a good time worrying?
I didn't worry, Eric. Until that man came here to see you.
Man? What man?
His name is Judd. He's with the police. He's waiting now inside.
What? Tell him to come in.
Are you sure, Eric?
What do you mean, am I? What are you looking at me like that for?
Because that girl from the lunchroom, Stella Adams, was found murdered early this morning.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell, Maureen O'Hara, and Mark Stevens.
Of the world's thousands of professions, it is curious that less than a dozen are represented in the United States Congress, especially when the Constitution makes no distinction as to who can serve other than age, citizenship, and residency. Only the people decide who will become a member of Congress. By far, the largest group of legislators are from the legal arena. More than half of the 435 representatives in the House are lawyers, while about two-thirds of the senators are attorneys. Banking figures prominently in both houses, claiming a fourth of the Senate and a third of the House. Meanwhile, the professions of agriculture, engineering, and journalism account for 20% of the House, but an even higher third of the Senate. A number of educators are in Congress, but relatively few doctors. Labor and the ministry are just barely represented. It is important to note, though, that all members of Congress represent all segments of the nation's population, as well as the democratic feeling of the American people.
Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
Here's Act 3 of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Darnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. A car has just pulled away from the Mills residence. In it are Eric Stanton and a man named Judd. Eric's face is gray, expressionless. His lips scarcely move as he breaks a long silence.
When did it happen, Mr. Judd?
Between 3 and 4 this morning. She was killed by a blow on the left temple. Weapon hasn't been found. You like Stella, huh?
Yeah, I liked her.
You just got married. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You understand my position in this case. Chief appointed me special investigator.
Where are we going?
Stella's rooming house first. Pop's there and a fellow named Atkins. Strange, isn't it?
What is?
When a man doesn't spend his wedding night at home.
Who told you, Clara?
Clara said you never left the house. Oh. I happened to see you around myself.
You think I could have done it? Killed Stella?
I know you could have done it. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a no-good, cheap, chiseling rat.
Subtle, aren't you?
But don't get nervous, Mr. Stanton. You're not under arrest. Not yet. Nothing new, Mr. Judd. Oh, who'd you pick up? Name's Stanton, Chief. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
This might interest you, Mr. Judd. Stella's wristwatch. Yeah. The landlady found it under the porch step this morning. Whoever killed Stella must have dropped the watch. I'd better take it. Atkins still waiting in the kitchen? Yeah. Oh, here's his statement. Oh, thanks. Better check up on his alibi. There's a phone in the store in the corner. Right away. Oh, you can go now, Pop.
Let me stay, Mr. Judd. She was a good girl. She never meant bad. Everybody liked her.
Yeah, everybody. Well, why don't you tell Mr. Stanton about it while I talk to Mr. Atkins?
I gave my statement to the chief, Mr. Judd.
Let's get down to facts, Mr. Atkins.
You know me. I operate jukeboxes around here.
And slot machines.
You don't believe my statement? Then why not wait till the chief gets back? You told him to check my alibi.
That's how I check alibis, Mr. Atkins. You see this wristwatch? When did you give it to Stella?
I didn't give it to her.
I say you did.
I didn't.
You gave it to her. You gave her the watch, didn't you?
No, I can't.
I will try again, Mr. Atkins. You picked Stella up last night at 10:15. You were with her until 2.
We had dinner, drove down to the beach. She said she'd marry me.
And you brought her home. And you came up here to kiss the bride, huh?
No, I didn't come up. I left right away. When it happened, I was 50 miles from here in a motor court in Glenolder.
You did give her the watch, though, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Mr. Atkins, just for the record so we can clean that up.
No, I never gave her any jewelry.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. Don't hit me again. Don't hit...
Yeah. Well, Mr. Stanton?
Look, don't try any of that rough stuff on me, see?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I just happen not to like his face.
I checked Atkins' alibi, Mr. Judd. The motor court says he was there all right.
Oh, sure. Now, you can leave any time you want to, Mr. Atkins. Where'd Pop go?
He's got a weak stomach. Said to tell you he went home.
But I didn't say you could leave. Now, perhaps you can tell us who might have murdered the girl, huh?
Could have been anybody. Pop, maybe. Maybe me. Maybe you.
Yeah, possibilities are many, Mr. Stanton. You came to this town for no obvious reason. You meet Stella. Spend some time with her. Then you meet another young lady. This one you marry. And on your wedding night, you walk the streets looking for young lady number 1.
You're accusing me, is that it?
Not yet. However, I wouldn't plan on any out-of-town honeymoon. We might need you any moment. Anything you want to say, Chief?
Not a thing, Mr. Judd.
Good day, Mr. Stanton.
Why, June, you're all packed. You're not going away now.
As soon as Eric comes home, we're leaving.
I won't let you go with him, June. Not after that girl was murdered.
He had nothing to do with it, Clara.
June, listen to me. Once I believed in someone, too. No matter what people said, I believed in him. I can't let you ruin your life, too. June, a man who went out after another woman the night of your marriage. You're right, Clara, but I must give him every chance. I hardly know him yet. We're practically strangers. Together, maybe he'll change.
He won't change.
Maybe not, but at least I'll have tried. He's here, Clara. Goodbye, darling.
Hello, June.
Eric says a train in half an hour, and I thought...
Forget about the honeymoon. I'm going alone.
Running away.
What do you want me to do? Get framed, get my face beaten in? You bet I'm running away.
I'm going with you, Eric. You need me to get the money in San Francisco.
Who asked for money?
You need it.
You giving me your money?
No, I'm not giving it to you. It belongs to both of us now.
Okay. When this thing blows over, I'll pay it back to you. Every cent.
I'll get the car, Eric.
No. We gotta get on the highway without being seen. We'll hitchhike. Gotta look as if we're just taking a walk. Now, that's different, isn't it?
I'm ready, Eric.
Okay. Come on. Shut off that water, will you?
I thought you might like a drink.
I sure would, but not water.
There's a bar downstairs.
What do you want me to do? Walk right into Judd's arms?
He probably isn't after you at all. There's no reason to be afraid.
Oh, no, murder rat's nothing. Sure, let's get out of this rat hole so he can pin it on me.
I didn't say we should leave.
No, but you meant it. The room's not good enough. Why don't you tell me off? You're sorry you ever came.
I'm not sorry. I wanted to.
What for? So you can drive me nuts with that quiet way of yours?
Eric!
What did I bring you for anyway? I don't need your dough. If I'd gone on alone, I could have kept right on going. Yeah, and maybe I will. Keep right on going. It's me, June. Eric. Were you sleeping?
No, Eric. Did you get a drink?
I took a walk. I'm sorry. What I said before, just nerves, I guess.
It's all right, Eric.
Gotta go home.
No, in the morning we'll get the money at the bank.
Why do you waste your money on a guy like me?
I'm not wasting my money. I don't care what you do with it. Burn it up. Do anything you want with it.
Hey, take it easy.
If you had any consideration, you wouldn't even mention the money.
Okay. Anytime you want, they'll fix you up with a divorce, just like that. Just tell them how I lied to you, how I married you for your money. I'm wanted for murder, that I...
You didn't murder that girl.
Maybe I did. You never even asked me.
All I know is that I love you, Eric. Eric, won't you even kiss me?
Sit down, June. Let me tell you something about the guy you married. Before I came west, I had a publicity business in New York. The guy came along, wanted to buy me out. $15,000. I took it. We had a big celebration that night. A couple hours, I'd lost half of it back to him. The dice were loaded, but I couldn't prove it. Anyway, I came west. Chicago, Omaha, and Las Vegas. That's where I dropped the rest of the dough. I was kicked off the bus at Walton. I had exactly $1 left. Why, go on.
I want to know everything about you.
All adds up to just one thing. A washout. I'm finished.
You're not finished, Eric.
Like I was 1,000,000 years old, with 1,000,000 jobs behind me.
Did you ever care very much for Della?
I don't know. Guess I did. Even promised I'd marry her. Can't figure it out now. It lasted a couple of weeks, maybe less. Anyway, that's all gone up in smoke. Like everything else in my fascinating life.
Maybe we can find what you want, Eric. When this is all cleared up, wouldn't it be better to go back to Walton?
Sure. Go back to the chair. Or is it the gas chamber in California?
You're innocent. There's nothing to worry about.
Listen, maybe that's the way it works in your books. But even as a kid, I was always getting beaten up for something I didn't do. That's when I learned to run away before it was too late.
You're tired, Eric. Lie down. Please. That's better. Now, tomorrow we'll go wherever you want.
June, why don't you just go home?
I want to be with you.
Why?
I need you, Eric.
You need me?
You're my husband.
Right out of that book again.
Yes, out of a book. We were born to tread the earth as angels, to seek out heaven this side of the sky. But they who race alone shall stumble in the dark and fall from grace.
Go on. Sounds good.
Then love alone can make the fallen angel rise, for only two can enter paradise.
I'm so tired, June. So tired.
4.5-minute eggs. I certainly married a man with a peculiar taste.
Ah, you can still get out of it.
Promise me you'll never say that again, Eric.
Okay.
Oh, look out the restaurant window. It's 10 o'clock. The bank's open.
Hey, finish your breakfast. Stick 'em wait.
No, you need the money. Wait here for me, Eric. I'll be right back.
It's your latest.
Beg your pardon, miss. Talk to you for a minute.
I'm so sorry, but I have some business in the bank.
Your name is Mills, isn't it? I mean, Stanton?
Yes?
I'm from the police. Where's your husband, Mrs. Stanton?
I don't know.
Where are you meeting him?
I'm not going to meet him.
Okay, lady. But you're wanted for questioning in Walton. Come along, please.
Now, let's be sensible, Mrs. Stanton. Tell us where your husband is.
If he doesn't want to come back here, Mr. Judd, he must have a reason.
What reason could an innocent man have, assuming he is innocent?
He is. He never could have killed her.
No? Well, let's see what your sister has to say. Come in, Miss Mills.
June, dear. Are you all right? Quite all right, Clara.
Now, Miss Mills, you identified this envelope, which was found in your safe deposit box, as the one Mr. Stanton gave you. Now, why did he want you to put it away?
He said it contained something valuable.
Would you like to see your husband's valuable document, Mrs. Stanton? Look, a blank piece of paper. Why would he do a thing like that?
I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. He knows that as his wife, you'd probably arrange for him to have access to the box. That's all he'd need to steal your money and use it to run away with Stella Adams.
You're only assuming that.
All right. But why shield a man who lied to you, who married you only for the money in that safe deposit box?
He didn't lie to me, and he isn't guilty. He ran away because he had to. He's always had to run away, even as a child when he was beaten for things he didn't do. I tell you, he didn't do it. He didn't. He didn't. June, dear, don't.
Take her home, Miss Mills. You're responsible. See that she doesn't leave the house.
Have the coffee, Mr. Judd?
Yeah, I guess it's force of habit, Pop. It's not the same, is it?
No, Mr. Judd, it's not the same. With Stella gone, I think I'll sell the place.
Hello, Pop. Some coffee, please.
Mr. Stanton. Well, I knew you'd be back.
Yeah?
Give him his coffee, Pop, and then I'll take him to headquarters.
Thanks.
Enjoy San Francisco, Mr. Stanton?
No. No, I didn't. You see, I started to worry, Mr. Judd. I started to worry about you.
About me?
Yeah. A man whose health isn't good. Why are you working so hard on this case? Maybe you better slow down.
I don't like riddles, Mr. Stanton.
Neither do I. I made a long-distance call. The DA's office in New York. A friend of mine works there. He assured me you were in perfect health when you came west. They retired you because you'd almost killed a man. Almost killed him in a routine investigation. Reminded me of Atkins. They'd have sent you up if it hadn't been for your good record. At least, that's what my friend told me.
Save it for the chief. Hey, Pop.
Oh, you remember that wristwatch? The one that belonged to Stella? Ever find out who bought it for her?
Perhaps.
You know, you made your fatal mistake, Judd. When you had June arrested in Frisco. Oh, you scared me at first, all right. But then I began to think. I kept right on thinking about that watch. I started a little routine investigation of my own. The result is that the Walton police will get a telegram from San Francisco. They'll know who bought that watch by tomorrow morning. That is, unless you admit it tonight. Shall we go?
Sit down.
Excuse me, Mr. Judd, but your gun's showing.
You don't mind if I finish my coffee? I said sit down.
You're insane, Judd. The police are waiting outside.
Perhaps I am insane. Perhaps this might have been the perfect crime if I hadn't dropped the watch. Although I doubt it. There's always some slip.
Always.
But you understand, don't you? You know what Stella was like. You couldn't get away from her either. Those evenings she went out with other guys while I was waiting for her in the shadow of the porch. Remember 3 nights ago when you brought her home and kissed her? I was standing there. Insane, huh? Perhaps. Night before last, when she was out with Atkins. After he left, I went up. And when she told me she wouldn't wait any longer for my wife to give me a divorce and she was going to marry that slot machine operator, I hit her. Unfortunately, I didn't remember my ring.
What ring?
Here, on my finger. It's a large, heavy ring.
Get out of my way, Mr. Stanton. I got his gun. I got it. I'm going to kill him. He murdered Stella. I'm going to kill him.
Pop, nobody's killing anybody. Not anymore.
Came in, is it, Stanton?
Yeah, I guess it is, Chief.
Heard everything you had to say, Jed. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, got a nickel, Pop? Thanks. For the jukebox. So long.
You gotta forget it, Pop.
I'll never forget Stella.
You will. Felt the same way myself until... Well, you'll find yourself, Pop.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Eric.
Hello, June.
Get in the car, Eric.
Sure. Where to, June?
To a place I don't think you've ever really known, darling. A nice place, Eric. It's called home.
This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Hey, number one, you're the number one girl all day. Did you take your one a day, girl? One a day plus iron. Hey, number one, you're the number one girl all day. Did you take your one a day, girl? Every day. Hey, number one, you're the number one girl all day. Did you take your one a day, girl?
Of course. Nowadays, a woman keeps going all day. One little yellow tablet has a full day's supply of iron. And I want it all.
Hey, number one, did you take your one a day, girl?
Bob is terrific, except for a few pimples. Tell him to come on over to my pad. Your pad? Not my place, my pad. Stridex medicated pads. They're specially textured and soaked in medicine. First, they remove oil and dirt from your pores. Oil and dirt you can actually see. Then the medicine can get in to help dry out pimples. Bob, you are terrific.
So's your pad.
Come on over to my pad, Stridex.
In the Andes of Colombia, South America, the terrain is very beautiful to see and very difficult to farm. But here, the soil is rich with minerals. And here, coffee beans ripen next to the sun. So here, Juan Valdez grows his coffee. Juan knows his work would be easier on flat land, but Juan also knows that only on his land can he grow the richest coffee in the world.
You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put real chocolate chips in your cookie mix. You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put chunky peanut butter in your cookie mix. You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You put sun-made raisins in your oatmeal cookie mix.
New improved Nestle cookie mixes have all the right ingredients to make cookies taste really homemade.
You're a real smart cookie, Nestle. You make a real great tasting cookie mix.
Sean Connery, Donald Sutherland, Leslie Ann Down, The Great Train Robbery, Bizarre Escapades, Dazzling Escapes, Daring Adventures, excitement with every tick of the clock, a race against time to the all-time perfect crime, The Great Train Robbery, rated PG, now playing at a theater near you. Check your newspaper for showtimes.
If there's one thing a woman doesn't need, it's that all hemmed-in feeling you get from wearing panties under pantyhose. 2 layers are bulky, 2 waistbands are binding. But now,
There's new Easy to Be Me. Panties and hose in one that gives you nothing but comfort. Look, it's all here. Easy to Be Me has a real panty of soft air knit fabric, plus a real cotton panel for extra special comfort that looks good, too. New Easy to Be Me. No nonsense makes them from $1.69. Also in life support.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a thing about Broadway. It mixes well with the sunlight. On a noonday of summertime, the concrete strikes silver glints, and the mob is nicely proportioned with silken ankles and dachshunds and wind-blown hairdos. And an organ grinder plays background music for the big grin and the clown's funny nose. At headquarters, I stood watching it, pushing away the time for the filling out of my routine reports. The diversions were down there in the streets, the girl and the yellow silk dress she wore, both knowing about summer and loving the feel of it. Then I heard two things. A sigh that came from me and a phone ringing that came from the phone. Danny Clover speaking.
Did you do what I told you?
Who is this?
Did you do it, Mr. Clover?
I don't understand. Who am I talking to?
I wrote you a letter about Stephen Courtney.
But Stephen Courtney's dead.
Yes, I know he's dead. What's the matter with you? Everybody knows he's dead.
What's your interest in Courtney? Who are you?
Can't you see it doesn't matter who I am? Can't you understand? Stephen Courtney...
Hello? Hello? Hello?
He was murdered.
It started that way. The anonymous call, impossible to trace. The sifting through the dust of a man's death. Stephen Courtney's dying had for a moment upset the delicate balance of many worlds. Of finance, of corporate bodies, of dynasties in oil and steel, and the breeding of racing horses. The decay that for months had wasted his body had forced him finally down to the level of all old men who must die. The headlines wept, the commentators lamented. The memos came down from chairmen of boards. There'd be a minute of silence for the death of Stephen Courtney. But now it was spoiled. Now a voice cried murder, and a policeman must listen. In the Records Bureau, I found Stephen Courtney's death certificate. Cause of death, heart failure. Date of death, June 16th. Attending physician, Dr. Arthur Fulbright. In his office, Dr. Fulbright was poised, curious, and annoyed.
Permit me to understand. You're questioning my diagnosis of the cause of Steve Courtney's death?
We can put it that way if you want.
On what do you base this sudden presumption?
You've a right to know. On a phone call.
From whom? Another doctor? Some quack who wants to destroy my reputation? Chooses to degrade me by having me questioned by the police?
It came from a woman.
Who?
She didn't say. All she said was Stephen Courtney was murdered.
That's preposterous. Steve Courtney died last week as I had expected him to die, of a coronary disorder. You knew he would die of it, as I knew it, his family, his servants, his enterprises.
But you'll fill me in, huh, Doctor, because I wasn't that privileged.
The newspapers had it for months. How old Steve was bedridden. How he had chosen me as intimate friend to be his attending physician. How I kept him by sheer know-how from death's door.
Still, he died.
There are things in heaven and earth.
Yeah. Tell me about his dying.
Normal. I had a call from his estate on Long Island. I canceled all other calls, went out there. Found old Steve lying sprawled on the floor, dead. Peacefully dead.
You said he was bedridden. Why was he
was he on the floor? I confess the question occurred to me at the time, but then I rejected it. Like everything else, old Steve chose his own way of dying.
Describe it to me exactly, how you found him.
I have. He was sprawled in the middle of the room. He had knocked over a radio on a... That's strange.
What is?
The radio. I'd left explicit instructions. Nothing of the sort was to be in the room with him. Too exciting. Now, what do you know? Old Steve defied me.
Yeah, I guess he did at that. Sometimes it slips out of our hands, doesn't it, Doctor? It took about an hour to drive to Long Island and the estate of Stephen Courtney, and enough time driving through the estate to make an observation. The grass is always greener in a rich man's backyard, and plants that are only supposed to grow in the tropics will blossom on Long Island as long as they're nurtured by thumbs turned green by association with money. The plenipotentiary of the hibiscus beds told me he didn't know whether there was anyone in the house or not. But try at the track, he said. Yeah, the racetrack, way down there. Miss Lilla would probably be there. She always was. Then some more of the tour to the private track of the late Stephen Courtney. When I got there, the decor was still intact. A golden girl riding a black racing stallion, and a man leaning over the rails holding a stopwatch.
He did fine, Miss Lilla, just fine.
Whoa, Sun Prince. Steady, boy. Steady, that's the boy. How did he do, Joseph?
101 and 2/5 for the 5 furlongs. I'll help you down, Miss Lilla.
All right. Who's your friend?
Huh?
Your friend.
I didn't notice any... Hey, what are you doing here, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
I didn't ask you
Hi,
that.
Danny. Cool off, Sun Prince, Freddie. What can we do for you, Danny?
I'm from the police.
Fine. I'm Lilla Courtney. This is Joseph O'Donohue, our trainer.
How do, Mr. O'Donohue?
What's the police want with Miss Lilla?
Joseph takes care of me.
I see he does.
The old man said I should. The old man said that, Miss Lilla.
Joseph?
That day he died. The next morning from that, his voice said to me, Joseph, you see that Miss Lilla is all right.
When did my father tell you that?
The morning after he died. Your daddy still talks to me, the way he always did.
I'm glad. Things like that happen to Joseph, Mr. Clover. Once... Well...
No, tell me about it.
I once chartered a plane to take some people down to Baltimore last year's Christmas. Joseph said, don't go. A voice came to him while he was sleeping and said, tell Miss Lilla not to go. But I went. The plane crashed. I was the only one who came out of it alive. Even at that... Well, here, feel my knee, Danny.
Well,
Go ahead, you'll see. The doctor said I'd be a cripple for life.
Dr. Fulbright?
Oh, you know him?
We just met.
Don't go back to him, Danny. I think he's incompetent.
But he diagnosed your father's sickness as heart disease.
I know. Oh, I suppose I'm being malicious. Of course, Daddy had trouble with his heart. Of course, Dr. Fulbright is competent.
What about the radio in your father's room?
What did you say, Danny?
The radio. Your father wasn't supposed to have a radio in his room. He did on the day he died.
He did? Now, I don't understand either. Why are you here? Why is a policeman asking me questions about Daddy?
Call it routine.
Don't talk to him, Miss Lilla.
Joseph.
I got a feeling about it. I say don't talk to him.
Danny, I'm sorry. I've got to go now.
There's some questions, Miss
You'd better talk to my brother. He's around someplace. Try the house. I just can't talk to you, Danny.
You admire our graveyard of dead animals?
Oh, yeah, quite a trophy room.
Yes, that stuffed specimen you're looking at, Bengal tiger.
Huh?
Many brave souls lie asleep in the deep Hindu jungle, all because old Steve wanted to bring home a pussycat.
Old Steve, your father?
My father. Brandy?
No. Then you're Burl.
Yep. Mother and I got along fine. But old Steve said the boy is hard to handle, so he called me Burl. He thought that would make Mother angry, but Mother fooled him. She died a long time ago. First of the day, it says here.
You know who I am? Why I'm here?
No, the domestic staff is agog with it.
A woman called me. Said your father was murdered.
It's a free country. They have the vote. They can say people were murdered, even my father. Maybe it proves something.
Like what?
That the old man was human enough to die when someone killed him. I didn't know that about him. I thought he always picked his own time and place for everything.
Then you think he died because he was ready to die?
What does it matter? He's dead and I'm rich. We're all rich.
It'll be easier if you try to stay sober.
Sober? When was that? All right, I'll stay sober.
You said you're all rich. Who?
Lila. I watched you from a window. An exciting thing, Lila, wouldn't you say?
Lila. Who else?
Yeah, you wouldn't say. Well, there's O'Donohue. He got a big hunk. And the cook and the maids and the nurse. And a man in Iowa who shined my father's shoes once.
The nurse. Who was she?
Alice Barnett. Nursed the old man for years. It paid off.
Where is she?
Who knows? Old Steve dies. Nursey goes somewhere to cry. Leaves this nice, big, cozy mausoleum. No Nursey anywhere.
She lived here?
Mm-hmm. Bed and board and street dresses. Who cares?
We do. I'll phone headquarters to find her.
Good hunting.
O'Donohue, the trainer, he told me your father talks to him even now.
My father. Joseph hears voices all the time. About a month ago, he had a three-way conversation with Orville and Wilbur Wright.
There was a radio in your father's room when he died. How did it get there?
You know, I wouldn't know.
But he was dying. Surely you...
I was a most unfilial son. Look, why don't you ask Nursey when you find her? See, she knew about things like that. Yeah, you just ask Nursey. I earned this, no?
Welcome back to the doldrums, Danny.
Huh?
I was just leaving headquarters for the day. I thought it would be nice of me to welcome you back to them, the doldrums.
What are you talking about, Detective?
Well, Danny, since you have been cavorting with society and munching scones with the Blue Bloods, I wondered if you would be the same old Danny.
And am I?
Did you bring me a scone, Danny?
No scones. Tell me one thing. What about the nurse, Alice Barnett? Did you find her?
She is being as scarce as a...
You didn't find her, huh?
As a...
Danny Clover speaking.
You'd better get up here, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Burl.
What's the trouble?
It's your business to find out. Get up here. Somebody just got beaten to death.
Over here! Over here!
He's in there with... Get him out! Get him out!
It was a design in horror, done in grotesques. The horse, rearing, screaming, clawing its hooves against the stall. The girl, disheveled, twisted with terror, pleading with it.
Tia, leave him alone, no more. Leave him alone, Tia!
Burl, dazed, helpless, sodden with fright, with drunkenness. The blazing moon setting fire to the web of blood that reached out from under the stall gate.
Tia, no more! Tia!
Burl, help me. Help me get that horse out of there.
I can't. I've been trying. I can't. Tia's a good girl.
Help me! Help me!
All right, don't slap me anymore. All right.
I'll open the gate. You grab her mane. Come on. Now!
Come on, Tia. There's a good girl. Come on, Tia. I can't hold her. I can't.
Let her go.
Joseph. Oh, poor Joseph. Poor dead Joseph. Dead Joseph.
What happened? Lila, what happened?
I don't know. I was coming back from a moonlight ride. I heard Joseph scream. Tia was standing over him when I found him, trampling him with her hooves. I tried to pull her away. I called Burl. We tried.
Tia must have kicked him. He fell, and then she... till he died. Tia.
No, not like that, Burl. Joseph died because he was murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. If you hold on to your bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invested. Buy United States savings bonds regularly.
In June, Broadway bursts out all over. It lolls in the breezes of the air-conditioned movie, compares postcards from the family in the Catskills. It drinks deep of the neon-scented summer air, sighs, and wishes Mom and the kids would stay there, because Broadway's having a wonderful time. 60 girls, 60 will pass a given point at any given hour. The music drifting out of the Diamond Dance pavilions is like partaking of an open-air band concert. And the drama on the front pages, a movie, a sheer, unadulterated drive-in movie. Consider, a tycoon dies, someone calls up, says it's murder. A horse trainer is kicked to death by a horse gone crazy with the moonlight. The police say it's murder. Where else but on Broadway can you spend a summer in such a way? And in the technical lab, a man in shirt sleeves wipes the sweat off his lips, breathes on a magnifying glass, wipes it on his pants, invites you to hold it to a photograph.
Have a look, Mr. Clover. I suppose congratulations are in order. All because you made a lucky guess.
Huh?
Come. It was only a guess, was it not? You're saying this Joseph O'Donoghue was murdered? Well, anyway, the photographs, my analysis, quite bear you out.
They do?
Oh, yes. This one in particular. See the back of the skull. It's quite plain on this one that O'Donoghue was beaten to death. But not by a horse, by a weapon to make it look like a horse.
Horseshoe, I'll bet.
But not of the type affected by thoroughbreds, by racehorses. More like one off a truck horse or one that pulls a milk wagon. Ergo, considering the circumstances, my view is the man was murdered by a human wielding a heavy horseshoe. He... Technical. Conrad speaking. Yes, he is here. Yes, I will tell him, certainly. There is a woman waiting for you in your office, a Miss Alice Barnett. Lucky guess, huh, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I didn't even have a magnifying glass. Miss Barnett?
Yes.
We've been looking for you.
Yes, I thought perhaps you were. I've come to give myself up.
You're the one who called me, who told me Stephen Courtney had been murdered.
Yes, I wrote you a letter, too. But there must be many things you want to ask me.
There are. Why'd you hide?
Because I was foolish. Because I was frightened. Because I don't really know. It's all mixed up. You see, Stephen and I were going to be married.
Oh?
As soon as he got well, it was all planned. It would have been exciting to be married to Stephen. Not for the money, just for Stephen.
He was much older.
Was he? I loved him. I didn't notice.
I see. Why do you think he was murdered?
Because it happened on my day off. Because I don't think he would have died if I'd been there.
Where were you?
In town, shopping, walking in the park, feeding the pigeons. In St. Patrick's for a while. It was quiet there, restful.
But no place we can check.
No, I don't think so.
On your days off, who took your place?
We had an arrangement with the nurses' registry. I don't know who it was that day. It was usually a different nurse each week.
I'll check. Where?
On Madison at 49th. It's in the book.
You think Stephen was murdered. In your opinion, who would have a reason?
Whoever wanted all the money. The money Stephen would have settled on me as his wife. Lilla, Burl, O'Donoghue.
But O'Donoghue's been murdered. That makes the jackpot bigger for the rest of you, doesn't it?
It does. It means another $50,000 for me. I don't know about the others.
Where were you the night O'Donoghue was murdered?
At a movie. It's a feeble alibi, isn't it?
I'm holding you, Miss Barnett, on suspicion of murder. Miss Barnett accepted it. She folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently until a man in uniform nudged his head through the door, got the signal from me, and gave the signal to her. Somehow I got the idea that as long as she would stay in jail, people would spend their time apologizing to her. It was a time for thinking about things. Too many people had been unconcerned about the death of Stephen Courtney. And in the murder of Joseph O'Donoghue, the man who heard voices there, that was the thing to think about. Somehow the first death necessitated the second. And in the matter of the nurse sent by the registry, that also needed looking into. I did.
The receptionist said you were a policeman.
That's right.
You wish to hire a nurse? Maternity? Your wife?
No, it's not that at all. We're conducting an investigation.
And you want to see me?
That's right. It's about one of your nurses.
One of the newer ones, I suppose. If you would have seen the crop that just graduated, that just registered with us. Some of them are pretty.
I wouldn't know. I want some information about the nurse assigned to the case of Stephen Courtney.
There were several of them. I'm afraid you'll have to help me if you want me to help you.
The relief nurse assigned to Mr. Courtney on June 16th, the day he died.
Facts. That's what I like. Now, we shall see. Courtney. You see, we have them cross-filed. Patient's name, nurse's name, doctor's name, name of the illness. Courtney. J. Courtney. S. Samuel. Courtney S. Stephen. Here we are. I said, here we are.
Tell me about it. I was never much good with charts.
Each little line has a meaning all its own. As you see here, there is no line at all opposite the date of June 16. So we turn the chart over.
Naturally.
And we see the reason why, written in longhand. On June 16, there was a phone call from the Courtney household telling us not to send a replacement on that day.
Oh? Who called and said that?
Why, I wouldn't know. For information like that, you'd have to go straight to the source. Naturally.
Perhaps if I'm more explicit, Mr. Clover, you'll understand. No one is to go into Miss Lilla's room. Not even the police.
Those are your orders, Doctor?
Precisely mine.
Then you won't mind justifying them to the mere police.
Justify? What presumption you people have. However, Miss Lilla is quite ill. Psychotic shock. 2 people she loved very much are dead. She tried to stave off the inevitable by writing Gaiety, etc., but it's caught up with her. Natural in a woman of Miss Lilla's sensitive fiber.
Yeah, I guess it is. Doctor, who gave the order that no replacement nurse was needed the day Stephen died? You?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. No nurse? Well, that's preposterous. Surely not.
Get out of here!
Why, whatever could
Psychotic shock, huh? Sensitive fiber, huh, Doctor?
You're vicious, Burl. You're ugly and vicious and drunk.
Oh, no, little sister. Don't throw anything else. It'll only bring on a relapse. Come on now, poor, sick little sister. Out of bed!
Leave her alone, Burl. Are you all right, Lila?
Are you all right, Lila? Sure, you're all right. Everybody thinks you're so sick, little sister.
Shut up, Burl.
You can't say that to me. I am the master here now. You, Lila, O'Donoghue, old Steve. I crack the whip, and I...
Burl, are you hurt?
He'll be all right. Just let him sleep it off.
I'm sorry. Sorry you had to see us like this, Danny. It's all so ugly. So like they want us to be in the papers, isn't it?
You're not really sick, are you?
No, Danny, just tired. I fixed it up with Dr. Fulbright so they'd leave me alone. I don't know, doing it this way. Maybe it proves I really am sick. You think?
Lila, listen to me. The day your father died, there should have been a nurse here. Why wasn't there?
I don't know. We thought maybe things got all mixed up down at the nurse's registry. No one showed up.
Because they were called and told not to. Who did that, Lila?
Someone called it. I don't know. I don't know who it could have been, Danny. I told you I don't know.
Try to think, Lila.
I told you. Get out. I can't take any more.
Look at it, Danny.
The boys found it, huh? It's not pretty.
Yeah, a horseshoe nailed to a club. They dug it up back of the far turn of the Courtney track. Murder weapon, Danny? The thing that beat O'Donoghue to death?
I'd say so, Tartaglia.
You know, it's not enough. I'm up to my elbows in the solution of this case with horses. But I had to go to the movies last night.
Poor you.
Comes the newsreel and more horses. The running of the Westfall Handicap. Nip and tuck all the way home. Oh, Danny, that Sun Prince. What a horse.
Who?
Sun Prince, the horse that almost won the Westfall Handicap. I'm telling you, I almost had heart failure.
Why?
Well, look, here was this horse, 6 lengths out in front. He stumbles, throws his jockey.
This Westfall Handicap, when was it run?
Oh, Danny, I can see you are a man who is not smitten by the bobtails. This handicap was run last Saturday. Let's see, June 16th.
Gino, you went and did it. You put 2 and 2 together.
And I got 4, huh?
Not only that, Gino, you got a murder. There was no hurry after that. I took my time driving out to the Courtney estate. I didn't even have to go to the house. I saw what I was looking for on a small knoll that overlooked the grounds. Lilla. Lilla holding the reins of a black stallion, standing against the early evening. A precise composition, sculptured to catch the eye. There was a flaw to it. Lilla had seen me coming, and the pose she'd struck was too studied, too pat. But it held until I walked to her, touched her arm.
Oh.
You've recovered, Lilla.
Not really. Look at me. How do I look?
The same. You've got some more clothes on than the last time I saw you. Outside of that, the same.
I'm glad. But I need this. The quiet, the evening, riding. Do you want to ride with me, Danny?
No.
I expected you to come. I thought sometime soon you'd come back and use the gamut of, let's ride together, Lilla, and I made it easy for you. Now I don't understand you at all.
I'm trying to make up my mind about you.
Oh, how can you? You're not really trying.
Whether murder becomes you or not.
It made me ill for a while. You saw that.
You're faking, Lilla. It's how you reacted to committing murder.
Me?
Your father's murder, O'Donoghue's.
Oh, you're a fool, Danny.
Your father's murder, by attending him yourself instead of a nurse, by turning on the radio when his prize horse raced. The excitement when the horse stumbled stopped your father's heart and brought you a lot of money.
Is that murder? Because a horse stumbled, because my father's heart stopped, eventually it'll happen to all of us.
O'Donoghue, because you were afraid of him. Because you really believed he heard voices. Because you thought one day your father's voice might tell Joseph who killed him.
Ride with me, Danny?
No. Come on, Lilla.
You're a fool. Son, Prince!
Get off that horse.
Up, Prince! Up! Kill him! Kill him, Prince! Kill him!
The stallion reared high, pawed at the gathering darkness. His jowls flecked with foam. Then a hoof caught me, spun me. And again, I looked up from the ground. He was a monster, poised on his haunches.
Prince!
And suddenly he lost balance, fell to his back, recovered. In an instant, he was a fleeting shadow. And I got to the girl, and I got to Lilla. She was small and huddled. She didn't move. Only in her eyes was their life. And it held briefly. Then it stopped. When the night turns into Broadway, the streets burst into fragments of electric flame, fling reflections hard into the shadows. It's a piece torn out of a jagged dream, the twisted concrete. The blare that ebbs, then screams again. The faces that dart and waver and are lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Mary Lansing, Florence Lake, Francis X. Bushman, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. For more adventures with Danny Clover and Broadway's My Beat, CBS invites you to make a date with them for Monday evening, July 3rd. Yes, after tonight's broadcast, Broadway's My Beat moves to Mondays for the summer, starting July 3rd. Next week at this time, you'll hear the premiere broadcast of a new CBS show called Songs for Sale, featuring Jan Murray, Tony Bennett, and Ray Bloch's orchestra. Celebrities from the music world will meet songwriters with unpublished music on Songs for Sale, and you'll find it's full of fun and tunes of all kinds. Be sure to join us Monday, July 3rd, for the next broadcast of Broadway's My Beat. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
3 unidentified 19-inch color TV pictures, each the best of its brand. Over 1,000 people saw them and picked the one with the best overall picture. They didn't pick America's biggest seller, Zenith, or the second biggest, RCA. Over 60% picked the 19-inch Sylvania Superset. Over 60%. We're not the biggest, but a lot of people think we've got the best picture. The Sylvania Superset.
Saturday on Delta House, Russian missiles threaten. And on Carter, Epstein's dream girl is Woodman's niece. Then, could Stubing's new job offer leave the love boat without a captain? And will a beautiful heiress become a nightclub stripper on Fantasy Island? Sunday, it's an Osmond Valentine special with Donnie Marie, Andy Gibb, and Paul Lynde. Then,
Hi.
The Man.
I'm Elvis Presley.
The Myth.
I'm Priscilla Beaulieu.
The movie that tells the true story of the man you never really knew. Elvis. Sunday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
We're gonna go Hawaiian. When you're picking a punch, pick the pick of the bunch. Come on and go Hawaiian. The 7 natural fruits, luscious luau fruits. Come on and go Hawaiian.
Hawaiian Punch, fruit punch.
Vitamin C and 10% fruit juice.
From the pick of the bunch. And speaking of the pick of the bunch.
How'd you like a nice Hawaiian punch?
You pick the pick of the bunch. Come on and go Hawaiian. Enjoy.
Eastwood, like you've never seen him before. Great music and songs by Eddie Rabbitt, Charlie Rich, Mel Tillis, and Sandra Locke. Adventure and fun all over the place. Clint Eastwood will turn you every which way but do. Rated PG. Now playing everywhere.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, and our special guest, star of the Old Gold Show, Frank Sinatra. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that gives you so much more for so little more, that is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. It's morning in the Burns home, and Gracie, the housewife, has cleared away the breakfast dishes. Now Gracie, the newspaper columnist, is ready to clear away the problems of the world.
My, the paper is full of news this morning. I hardly know which item to explain to the readers of my column.
You explain the news to them?
Oh, yes. Everyone doesn't have my uncanny grasp of world affairs. I'm not the average person, George.
That I've known for years.
Some people have the minds of children, and it's my duty to guide them.
I see.
What would you like to know, dear?
Not a thing. Nothing at all.
Now, you take the elections last Tuesday. Do you realize how confused those poor Republicans must be who got elected? I'll bet some of them wind up in Seattle and Tacoma.
Seattle and Tacoma?
Yes. They've been out so long they won't know which Washington to go to.
A shrewd observation.
Well, so much for politics. Now let's turn to football.
Now, Gracie, you know nothing about football.
I don't, eh? Well, I can show Army a trick play that'll beat Notre Dame.
What?
Well, just before the game, Army drafts all the Notre Dame players.
I wouldn't let that get around.
So much for football. Let's turn to the entertainment news.
Oh, no.
Oh, listen to this. Artie Shaw is honeymooning with Kathleen Windsor, the girl who wrote Forever Amber. Well, as usual, the man gets all the breaks.
What do you mean?
Well, he can have a wonderful time reading her book, but what if she can't play the clarinet?
I wouldn't let it worry me.
Yeah. Oh, here's an interesting item. Frank Sinatra is going to sing at the Waldorf Hotel in New York.
The kid really gets plenty of work.
Yeah. And I can't understand it. Well, you're twice the singer he is.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, I realize it's not his fault. He gets tones that are thin and hollow because his chest is thin and hollow. but you get tones that are low and round because your chest...
Don't finish it. Came to me like a flash.
That hotel should have hired you to sing.
Though April showers may come your way, they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Oh, you murder, Jack, murder. Oh, those golden notes will come pouring out of you like Democrats out of Congress. Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll see who's at the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Uh-oh. A bill from the butcher shop. Guess there's another installment due on that pound of bacon we bought.
Prices are high, aren't they?
Yes. And I could use more money. And that's what annoys me about George. My husband could be a big movie star.
Don't tell me you're still trying to get him to replace Clark Gable.
Well, wouldn't George be perfect for the Hucksters?
I didn't read the book. What's it all about?
Well, it's about radio advertising, Mr. Postman.
Oh, I love radio advertising. It's 5 o'clock. Time, take time.
Say, that's right. Most radio advertising is sung these days, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Langendorf is just meant for you, meant for you, meant for you, meant for you.
Oh, Mr. Postman.
Ooh, that oxidol spark.
Mr. Postman, you've given me an idea. The man who plays the lead in the Hucksters will have to be a singer. So, this makes George the logical choice. The man doesn't breathe who can sing better than George Burns.
How about Frank Sinatra?
Well, I can't quite decide.
If he's better?
No, if he breathes.
Well, I'm glad I cheered you up, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, I'm eternally grateful to you, Mr. Postman. Thanks to you, George will make the picture. Would you like to see the sneak preview?
No, just tell him hello for me. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. You remember, keep smiling.
Oh, George, come here.
What is it, Gracie? What are you so excited about?
George, fate has played right into your throat. Clark Gable is automatically eliminated from the Hucksters. The leading man will have to be a singer.
How come?
Well, it's all about radio advertising. And that's nothing but singing commercials.
Say, that's right.
Get your hat. You're going right over to MBM and audition.
MBM?
After they hear you sing, it'll be Metro Burns Mayor.
Okay, I'll do April showers for them. Gee, I hope I don't get excited and forget the words.
Well, I'll be there to prompt you, darling.
Though April showers may come your way,
What do they bring, George? Do they bring weeds, dandelions?
they bring the flowers that bloom in May. And though it's raining,
Oh, what's your attitude toward that precipitation?
have no regrets,
Why this astonishing view of the matter?
because it is raining rain, you know. It's raining violets. And when you see clouds
Where?
up on a hill,
What are they?
you only see crowds
Yes?
of daffodils.
Would you like me to keep my eyes peeled for some type of bird?
So keep looking for a bluebird and listening for his own.
When, George? During the dry season?
Whenever.
During the summer?
Whenever, Rachel.
During the winter?
Whenever.
January?
When.
February?
When.
March?
Oh, quiet. Whenever April showers come up.
Short? Medium?
Long.
Oh, and people think Sinatra can sing.
Why, Hey, that's right, Sinatra. We haven't got a chance.
What do you mean?
He's under contract to MGM. If it's going to be a musical, they'll use him.
But you're better than Sinatra.
I know, but he's under contract. If you had a plumber living in your house, would you call in an outsider to fix a drip? Frankie's in and I'm out.
Well, we'll take care of that. So, Mr. Sinatra's the plumber, is he? Thinks he can handle a drip, does he? Well, he hasn't met George Burns.
I should say not.
Buckle down, Winsaki, buckle down. You know, Meredith, a football song like that comes along, people sing it down the ears, and after a while you almost get to feel Winsaki really exists.
Well, it does in a way, Bill. After all, what's Winsaki but a nice musical 8-letter word for alma mater?
True.
The boys out in New Haven call it Yale. In South Bend, it's Notre Dame. And in these parts, they spell it UCLA, but it's still Winsaki.
Yes, I guess you're right, Meredith. And any Saturday afternoon this time of year, in college stadiums the country over, this Winsaki business gets to have a special meaning. Helps you understand why college football has long been such a colorful and thrilling part of the American scene. And that brings to mind how truly Maxwell House coffee has come to be part of the American scene, too. For just as coffee is this country's favorite drink, so Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. North, east, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavors behind this popularity story, of course. The rich, satisfying Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these premium Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The sum of which is great coffee at its flavor peak. So why not enjoy the very best in coffee drinking goodness? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffees sold. Just ask for Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Well, here you are, Gracie. This is Frank Sinatra's house.
Oh, thanks for driving me over, Meredith. How did you find his house so easily?
All us members of the Sinatra fan club know where Frankie Boy lives.
You're a member?
Sure. Kind of wish they hadn't passed that rule that at meetings everyone had to wear sweater skirts and bobby socks. I felt a little conspicuous.
Oh, I should think you would.
Yeah, one of my bobby socks had a hole in it.
Well, thanks again, Meredith. I'm going in now and convince Frankie that he should leave town.
What for?
Well, so his studio won't be able to reach him, and they'll have to let George play the lead in that picture.
Oh, well, good luck. Oh, Gracie, don't forget your package.
Oh, yes, that's some baby clothes. A little gift for Frankie's boy. If my first plan fails, I can always soften him up with that. Goodbye, Meredith.
Bye.
Now, let's see. I'll tell Frankie that he should get out of town for a rest. I'll convince him that he looks tired and weak. Thank goodness I have nature on my side.
Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, little boy. I'd like to see Frank Sinatra.
Gracie, don't you recognize me? I'm Frank Sinatra.
Oh, wasted away to nothing.
I have?
Oh, yes, your bones have lost so much weight.
But Gracie...
And your neck, Frankie. Your neck is just hanging there in folds. And it's all covered with spots.
That's my bow tie, Gracie.
Oh. Well, anyway, you ought to get away for a little rest.
Yeah, I have been working pretty hard at that. Maybe I should go away to some resort.
Oh, sure. How about Africa?
Africa?
Oh, you'd love it, Frankie. It's not as crowded as Palm Springs.
Yeah, I know, but...
Oh, all the smart people are going there. The Frank Bucks, Tarzan and his mate, Dr. and Mrs. Livingston, I presume.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I'm not going to Africa. Suppose the cannibals grab me.
Well, what if they do? Why should we be the only ones to have a meat shortage?
Well, just the same, I am not going to Africa.
Well, then go to India. Whatever you do, don't stay at MGM.
Don't stay at MGM?
Yes. That's a place in India. The Mahatma Gandhi Motel. Don't stay there. The rooms are terrible.
Well, first of all, I have no intention of going to India. Excuse me just a moment, Gracie, while I answer the door.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sinatra. Here's your mail.
Thank you, Mr. Postman.
You want to hear something funny?
What's that?
They're going to make a big musical at your studio, and Mrs. Burns thinks her husband would be better for the lead than you.
Oh. Now I catch on. That's why she's been trying to send me out of town.
If she had succeeded, that would have been bigger news than man bites dog.
How do you mean that?
Woman sends Sinatra. Well, goodbye, Frankie boy, and remember, keep smiling.
Oh, Gracie, I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, yes, Frankie, what is it?
Wanting me to go to Africa and India, that had nothing to do with putting George in a picture, did it?
Putting George in a picture? Who told you?
The postman told me. Is it true?
Yes, Frankie. I can't look into your sweet, innocent, boyish face and lie to you. Not when I know you've been tipped off.
Gracie, tell me, do you really think George is a better singer than I am?
Oh, well, let's face it, Frankie, he is. I realize they call you the voice, but wait till I tell you what they call George.
Please, Gracie, there are children in the house.
They call George Sugarthroat.
Oh.
Of course, in fairness to you, I haven't heard you sing lately. Why don't you run through a number right now so I can make a comparison?
Okay. When I was a young man courting the girls, I played me a waiting game. If ever a maid refused me with curls, I let the old earth take a couple of whirls, while I plied her with tears in lieu of pearls. And as time came around, she came my way. As time came around, she came. For it's a long, long while from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September and the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for the waiting game. The days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you.
Well, what did you think of it, Gracie?
Well, Frank, before you sang, I thought maybe George was better, but now that I've heard you,
Yes?
I'm sure of it.
Well, even so, but I can't understand why you'd go to such lengths to get George a job.
Well, no, I guess you don't understand how a woman feels. Well, goodbye, Frankie.
Oh, wait a minute. You forgot your package. Here, I'll... Oh, I'm sorry, Gracie. I dropped it. Why, Gracie, it's baby clothes.
Yes, I know. I didn't tell you before, but
You're gonna have a baby.
I am?
I see it all now. You wanted George to have the job for the baby's sake.
Yes.
That's wonderful. You wanted the little fella to grow up and be proud of his daddy.
Yes.
What if you did resort to trickery? You were prompted by that noblest of all emotions, mother love.
Yes.
Gracie, you've helped me see the light.
Well, you've been pretty big help yourself.
Just wait till my wife hears this. Hey, Nance! Hey, Nancy! Oh, that's right. She can't hear me from here. She's in the den listening to Crosby records. But we'll...
Well, Frank, now that you know everything, George can do the picture, can't he?
You bet he can. Yes, sirree, by George. Gracie, maybe we've got some baby things that you can use.
Well,
You tell Nancy to give you those three-cornered pants she put in my shirt drawer. I'd be glad to get rid of them, believe me.
No, Frankie, the baby's things are enough. We can't take your clothes, too.
Well, you talk to Nancy. She's right there in the den.
Oh, all right. Thanks for everything.
What am I waiting for? I gotta go over and congratulate George. He's gonna have a baby.
Well, I'll be darned. Here comes Frank Sinatra up the walk. I wonder if Gracie talked him into letting me have the picture. Come in.
George, old man, congratulations.
You mean Gracie talked to you and I'm going to have it?
You sure are, kid.
Well, this is just a start. If the first one turns out all right, I may go on a regular schedule of 2 a year.
2 a year?
Yeah.
Oh, but George, you can't do that.
Sure I can. All I have to do is sing a couple of songs.
Well, to each his own.
But those are in the future. Let's talk about this one. I hope it's as good as your last one, Frankie.
Yeah, I was kind of proud of that one myself.
Say, I don't remember. Was that one Technicolor?
Technicolor? Well, yes, George, in a way, yes. You see, it was sort of red in spots. But your baby will be, too, you know.
Baby? What baby?
The baby Gracie's going to have.
Oh, that baby. What? My wife was going to have a baby?
You mean you didn't know?
Of course I didn't know. She didn't tell me.
Oh, but, George, you should have guessed it. Haven't you noticed her acting rather strangely?
Frank, if acting strangely meant Gracie was going to have a baby, I'd be Papa Dion.
Well, sir, now you know, George. That's why Gracie is so anxious for you to play the lead in that picture. She wants you to make good for Junior.
Gee.
Well, George, I think that... Oh, Frankie, you're here.
Honey, Frankie just told me you're going to have a baby.
Well, so he told me. I mean, so I told him.
Gee, you mean I'm going to be a father? And you're going to be a mother?
Well, isn't that the usual arrangement?
Me a father. Gee, I'm all excited. Here, sweetheart, have a cigar. No, I mean, how about a kiss, Frankie? No. I mean, have a cigar, Frankie.
Oh, calm down, George.
Hello? I mean, come in.
Hello, Burnses. Well, Frankie boy.
Hiya, Bill. Hey, you want to dig some great news? George is going to be a father.
Yeah, have a cigar, Bill.
Gracie, are you expecting the stork?
Oh, goodness, no. A baby.
Well, this is wonderful. Congratulations. George, I hope the kid has Gracie's looks and your brains.
Thanks.
No. I hope it has Gracie's brains and your looks.
Oh.
No. Look, is it too late to call this whole thing off?
Never mind the funny stuff.
But, George, you just don't look like a father.
I think he looks like a great father.
I think he looks grand.
Well, now you got it. He looks like a great-grandfather.
Well, Frank Sinatra thinks he looks all right. He's recommending George for the lead in a picture.
Frankie, why didn't you recommend me? After all, I made you what you are today.
What?
Bad English, but it's true. I'm the one who started the girls going, ooh, when you sang.
Yeah, how come?
Well, I stood behind you and held up a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Naturally, the girls went, ooh. It was hot, yes. Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold.
Oh, but Bill, you wouldn't do for the picture because it's a musical. It's for singers like George and Frankie.
Oh, well, I can't sing like George. I have the handicap of being human. But I can sing exactly like Frankie. The music stopped, but we kept on dancing.
Oh, Bill. Nobody would say that sounds like Frank Sinatra.
Perry Como would.
Well, now, wait a minute. I can make it sound twice as good by putting some real lyrics in it. Listen to this. The coffee drip. It's a different key, isn't it?
So.
That Maxwell House coffee.
You may hear from my lawyer in the morning, kid. I'd rather hear 5 minutes more myself.
Well, it won't take me that long to tell you that Maxwell House is great, Frank. You see, the careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees plus radiant roasting give Maxwell House that famous flavor. In fact, it's so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Everybody knows that Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Well, you can just relax, Bill. George has got to make the picture. Just wait till his golden voice comes pouring through that screen.
Well, it can't, Gracie. Gravel won't go through a screen.
So you think I can sing, eh, comic?
Mm-hmm.
Though April showers may come your way.
Oh. That's showing him, George. That's Mama's little songbird.
Songbird?
What? Sometimes I think a titwillow flew down his throat.
Tell him, Gracie, tell him.
And it built a nest there and is raising a family.
Talk to him.
Yeah. And every time George opens his mouth, another egg hatches.
Told him plenty.
Ah, you solid, Jackson. The movies will pay millions for your voice.
Though April showers may
Save
come
it,
your...
Jack. Don't waste that stuff.
No.
Well, come on, George. Let's get over to the studio, and I'll introduce you to the right people.
Swell. I'll get my... Come in.
Hello, all.
Hello, Meredith. Have a cigar.
Oh, Meredith, have you met Frank Sinatra?
Not formally, but we have met.
We have?
Yes. Remember the time those Bobby Soxers mobbed you in Glendale and started tearing your clothes off?
Oh, yeah, I remember. I had to jump over a fence to get away.
Well, I got the part of your suit that went over the fence last.
George, I'm sorry, but we haven't time to visit with you now. Frank is taking George to the studio to get started on that picture.
Oh, that gift for Frankie's baby did it, huh?
What gift?
Goodbye, Meredith.
No, the baby clothes for your little boy.
That was for my baby?
Goodbye, Meredith. I hear your sister calling you.
My sister's in Mason City, Iowa.
Loud voice, hasn't she? Well, goodbye, Meredith.
Just a minute, Gracie. Something tells me you are not going to have a baby at all.
I'm not going to have a baby? Oh, it almost worked.
Gracie, you mean I'm not going to be a father?
I'm afraid not.
Boys, give me back my cigars.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Our guest will be Luella Parsons. And the following week, Clark Gable. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. See him soon until the clouds roll by.
Good night, folks.
Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye Golden Sweet Corn. Plump, milky sweet corn, as tender and firm, fresh as if you'd picked it from the stalk this morning. No work. It's cut whole from the cob, already washed for you, whistled clean. It's always young, tender, and wonderful eating. So get Bird's Eye Golden Sweet Corn tomorrow. But be sure it's Bird's Eye. Remember.
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tomorrow, the World Cup Gymnastics Championships on ABC's Wide World of Sports at 5 on ABC.
Grand prizes total $50,000.
What?
It's McDonald's biggest game ever for Southern California. The $150,000 Diamond Hunt. Diamond? Grand prizes totaling $50,000 in diamonds. Or cash.
Cash?
And 1 million instant food prizes.
1 million?
Here's your free game book just for visiting McDonald's. No purchase necessary. And a free game stamp every time you come back.
I'm back.
The Diamond Hunt is on.
I'm a winner. Gane!
Come play at participating McDonald's.
I won!
Here's Jim Fix, author of The Complete Book of Running.
I run because the human body needs exercise. And to me, running's the most natural way to get it.
But whatever keeps you on the run, your body needs good food to keep it running strong. I eat Quaker 100% natural cereal. Whole grains, fruit, nuts, brown sugar. It's a great tasting source of natural food energy for me and my family. Quaker 100%. It's as natural a part of my day as running.
If you're still looking for the right touch for your home, Ward's can add the perfect accent to every room with 20 to 40% savings on our 3 best-selling draperies. Ward's Jenna draperies are so elegant. Or for a traditional open weave look, Lisbon draperies in bold dramatic stripes. Go traditional or contemporary with versatile Alamos draperies. Get these and more in the colors, styles, and sizes you want during the Sale for American Homes at Montgomery Ward.
Pub Crawling with Elmer Dills, live at 11.
I want to be the best I can be. I want to be number 1. So I work out every day.
Today's women want a comfortable feminine protection. Tampax tampons give you what you want in a tampon. Their design is different, unique, and there's a Tampax tampon for every woman's needs. They're the #1 choice of more women than any other tampon. Tampax tampons, the #1 choice.
Hello, people, what do you say?
Ask Mindy about Mork in this week's People magazine. Find out how Pam Dauber climbed up from her own lows to become Hollywood's prettiest straight man. Learn how the Allman Brothers have buried the hatchet. Can they make it back to the top again? Discover why this angry mother has launched her crusade against fraternity hazing. Find out in People. Why did this tough Chicago newsman become a newswoman? And how can Marcel Marceau wow America without saying a word?
Take a look at the people in People this week.
Hershey Kiss.
Real milk chocolate.
Hershey bar.
Hershey is. That's something special no matter where you are.
Anytime you want delicious chocolate, there's no need to go looking very far.
Hershey's great.
'Cause Hershey is the great American chocolate bar.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Stonewall Alibi. Fun, doubled and tripled. That's the kind of eating fun you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yep, 3-way breakfast fun. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. All 3 in 10 separate individual-sized packages, all in one handy carton. That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each morning you open a fresh package. Cheerios, Wheaties, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The grand jury had been making progress investigating graft in state politics. But the investigation came to an abrupt halt with the murder of a key witness.
3 weeks have gone by and the police haven't gotten anywhere.
Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was particularly anxious to see the killer brought to justice.
Andrews was one of my friends. Not only that, he was the kind of man who could have done a lot for the state and for the country. Now he's dead, Miss Case. And the killer is probably laughing at the efforts of the police.
And so are Boss Barton and 2 or 3 others who would have been indicted by the grand jury if Andrews had been able to testify.
Commissioner Higgins says the police haven't a lead of any sort.
Maybe a reward would tempt a squealer.
That's a good idea, Miss Case. Get Gunnigan. Tell him to break down page 1 and clear room for a 2-column box. The Sentinel is going to offer a reward.
$5,000 reward offered for Andrew Slayer. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Here you are, sir. Let's select Street, Fibber.
$5,000 reward. The news spread throughout the city and the state. The Daily Sentinel, carrying the announcement, lay on the desk of an official in the state prison. It was there when Joe Finnerty, a trustee, came to sweep.
What? $5,000. Oh, that'd sure help Molly. I wonder how much time I got. It's worth a chance. I hope Sinclair don't come in before I get this call through. Listen, sister, make this fast. I want to talk to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Joe Finnerty waited impatiently at the telephone. He couldn't see Sinclair coming down the road from his home some distance beyond the prison gate, accompanied by the prisoner who served as his chauffeur.
Sinclair, you should live closer to the prison. It's a long walk in bad weather.
Webster, I know lots of boys would be glad to walk 5 times as far for a setup like yours.
I earned my setup. You ought to know that, Sinclair. Boss Barton gave you orders about me.
Yes. I've had orders, all right.
You needn't talk that way. You're well paid. Say, what's the dope on that Sentinel reward?
I'll show you the paper when I get to my office.
Good. I want to keep in close touch with things.
Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Reed? Yeah? I've got to talk fast, so get it right the first time. My name is Finnerty. I'm talking from the state pen. It'll be curtains for me if I'm caught. You listening?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm calling you because I think you're on the level. You know that the warden's been away on sick leave for a long time, don't you?
What about it?
A guy named Sinclair's in charge. Well, there's a long-termer here, a big-shot crook. And he's the one who killed Andrews. The assistant warden let him out so he could do it. He came back right after.
Does Sinclair take orders from Boss Barton?
Yes.
Who killed Andrews?
Mr. Reed, I'll give you his name if you promise to pay the Sentinel reward to my wife.
I will if your information leads to a conviction.
I tell you, there's no... Oh!
Hello? Hello, are you there? What happened?
Close the door, Webster.
Finnerty was squealing to some guy named Reed.
Must have been Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
He's out cold. Must have given him quite a clout with your gun barrel.
I did.
How'd he get into your office?
He comes every day to clean up the place. I'm always here, but I was a little late today.
I was afraid that guy'd squeal if he got the chance. Use your private phone, too.
It was smart. The other phone goes through the switchboard.
You'd better think fast, Sinclair. You've got to cover this up. If I get into a jam, you're in it just as deep as I am.
Don't worry, I know how to cover. I've got something here in my desk. Here it is.
What's that?
It's a sort of a dagger made out of a tablespoon. We took it away from a con in Tier 3.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'll put it in Finnerty's hand. Then call in a couple of boys who'll swear I had to shoot him when he tried to attack me. That'll explain Finnerty's death.
But he wasn't shot. He isn't dead.
He'll be both after I talk to Britt Reed. I'll try to imitate Finnerty. This is 3289. I was talking to Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel when I was cut off.
One moment, please.
Did I sound like Finnerty?
You get by, but what's the idea?
Reed will wonder about the phone call. I'll give him a story that'll fix things up.
I don't know what to make of that phone call, Miss Case. Oh, hello, Axford.
Hi, Reed.
That fellow Finnerty was just about to give me the name of the man who killed Andrews.
Then what happened, Mr. Reed?
He hung up.
Maybe he's calling again. Hello?
If it's for me, I'll take it on your phone.
Very well. Just a minute, please. It's for you, Mr. Reed. I think it's the same party.
Hello? Oh, yes, Finnerty. Cut off, huh? Well, I'm glad you called back, because I told you if your information leads to a conviction, I promise you your wife will receive the reward. Now, give me the name of the man who killed Andrews. Take this down, Miss Case. Langdon? Did you say Randy Langdon? What are you trying to put over on me? Randy Langdon died in the prison hospital over a month ago.
What's that guy Finnerty think he's doing?
All right. Skip it. Oh, confound it. I thought we had something.
Oh, haven't we?
Finnerty was playing a long chance for the reward. He named the man who was dead before Andrews was shot.
Why, the spalpeen. Reed, wasn't it today you were to meet Police Commissioner Higgins for lunch?
Yes, Axford, and it's just about time I started.
Will you be at the Civic Club?
I expect so. I'm going to meet Commissioner Higgins at his office. If he has any different plans, I'll let you know.
Come in, Britt.
Commissioner Higgins, I'd like to talk to you before we go to lunch.
Sit down, Britt. Sit down and fire away.
Thanks. I had a phone call that has me guessing.
Hmm?
A trustee named Finnerty called from the state prison. Said he had information about the Andrews killing.
Finnerty? What'd he say?
Well, I'll quote him. He says, there's a big shot doing a stretch here. An assistant warden let him out just long enough to bump Andrews. I asked him if the assistant took orders from Boss Barton. He said yes.
Barton's a powerful man. Did Finnerty name the Andrews murderer?
Well, we were cut off. In a few minutes, he called back and said Randy Langdon killed Andrews.
Oh, Langdon wasn't a big shot. Anyway, he died in the prison hospital a week before Andrews was killed.
I knew that. I told Finnerty he was off the beam. He laughed and said you couldn't blame a guy for trying. Well, what do you make of it, Commissioner Higgins?
Britt, are you sure it was Finnerty who called the second time?
Sounded like the same voice. What?
Here's a flash that came to my desk just 2 minutes before you walked into my office. Now, read it.
Great Scott. Finnerty was shot and killed for attacking Sinclair with an improvised dagger. When did this happen?
Less than an hour ago.
Commissioner Higgins, maybe Finnerty did know who killed Andrews. Maybe Sinclair heard him talking to me and cut him off.
That's why I asked if you were sure it was Finnerty who called the second time.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe Sinclair called and imitated Finnerty, so I wouldn't investigate any further. If that's the case...
Britt, everyone from the governor down has been suspicious of conditions at the state prison, but investigations have gotten nowhere. Sinclair has managed to keep in the clear.
Yeah, but if he killed Finnerty for telephoning me, if he trumped up a story about Finnerty attacking
Britt,
him...
you may be sure he'll have an airtight story and witnesses to back it up. He's made his position impregnable.
Well, there must be some way to get the truth.
Well, I wish I could think of it. Of course, the state penitentiary's out of my jurisdiction, but I'd certainly like to see it cleaned up.
I'm sorry about Finnerty. The poor guy didn't want anything for himself. He hoped his wife would get the reward.
She's a swell girl.
If she visited Joe in prison, he might have given her some information.
I doubt it, Britt. Sinclair monitors all conversations with prisoners.
With Joe's death, she might be good for an interview. Well, yes. It might be a good idea to interview her. May I borrow your telephone?
Yeah, there it is.
I'll call my office and ask Miss Case to make a date to interview Joe Finnerty's wife tonight.
Tonight? Is there any special reason for waiting until tonight?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. There is. That interview is going to be interrupted by the Green Hornet.
That evening, Britt Reed prepared to move as the Green Hornet, with the aid of his faithful Filipino valet, Cato.
Well, here is gas weapon, also mask.
Did you check on that old boathouse on the waterfront? The one Dad used to rent?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. It is unoccupied. I have key to open.
Well, then we're all set. I explained the plan to Miss Case. She's going to interview Mrs. Finnerty at 9 o'clock. Come on, Cato. We'll make tomorrow's headlines.
Mrs. Finnerty, it was kind of you to give me an interview. I hesitated to call so soon after that. Well...
That's all right, Miss Case. I'm glad of a chance to talk. Poor Joe got a rotten deal up there in the pen. Joe wouldn't attack Sinclair.
No?
Take it from me, Miss Case. There was some reason why Joe was killed.
Did you visit him in prison?
Yeah, but he couldn't talk there. There was a guard listening all the...
What's the matter?
Look! There, at the door behind you.
The Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, pardon our freshness, but if you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It's the new assortment of 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix, all in one handy carton. Each of those 10 individual packages holds just enough for one good serving, so every morning you always open a fresh new package. That means your cereal remains sealed in its package until the very moment you sit down to breakfast. You enjoy the extra crispness, extra freshness of cereal at the very peak of its goodness. It's like eating popcorn fresh from the popper, crunchy and frisky with that first flush of flavor. Another reason for the cereal tray's extra keen, fresh flavor is this. Each of the cereals comes in a special flavor-protecting package. From tip to top, the outside of each box is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the package with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Remember, you get only top favorite cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix in 10 separate individual packages. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen, fresh flavor at breakfast every morning. And now to continue our story. Lenore Case knew when she went to the home of Joe Finnerty's widow that the interview would be interrupted. But when the Green Hornet appeared, she acted as surprised as Mrs. Finnerty.
No, please, put down that gun.
Talking to the press, huh, Mrs. Finnerty?
Well, what if she is?
I'll put a stop to that.
Wait, don't shoot!
You heel. What's the idea? That girl didn't do nothing.
Take it easy. I've merely put her to sleep.
Why,
Please listen to me, Mrs. Finnerty.
No, let me go.
Listen to me. I need your help.
Let me help you. In a pig's eye. Let me go.
Don't you want to get the man who killed your husband?
Let me. What was that?
I want to trap a couple of killers. You can help.
How can I help you?
When that reporter recovers consciousness, she'll spread the story that you've been captured by the Green Hornet.
Then what?
I have a place where you'll stay in hiding until Boss Barton and the men who follow his instructions stick their necks in a noose.
But what if I won't go with you?
You're going with me, willingly or otherwise.
Lenore Case heard the Black Beauty dash away from the neighborhood while she lay on the floor feigning unconsciousness.
I'll see that you get the headlines you want. Or I hope to goodness they lead to the results you're after.
Fibber, convict's widow captured by Green Hornet. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Hey, yes, sir. Hornet cuts in on interview. Sentinel exclusive extra. Fibber!
With Miss Case standing by, Brett Reed read the Sentinel article the following morning.
Mrs. Finnerty dropped hints that she knew of underlying reasons for her husband's death, but before she could disclose any facts, the Hornet appeared. Well, that's fine, Miss Case. That should make Boss Barton wonder how much the Finnerty woman knows.
Where is she?
In a boathouse on the waterfront. When I told her my plan, she was quite willing to cooperate.
Do you think she'll stay there?
I think so. Cato's watching. If she leaves, he'll keep me posted.
What's the next move?
I've got to know for sure that Sinclair is working with Boss Barton.
How can you find out?
Tonight at 8 o'clock, I want you to go to a pay station and call Sinclair by long distance. Tell him that the boss wants to talk to him. He's to go where it's private and call the boss at once.
Will he know who's meant by the boss?
If he does, my suspicions will be confirmed.
Well, how will you know whether or not he phones Boss Barton?
I'll be in Barton's home as the Green Hornet.
I want to speak to Mr. Sinclair. You can reach him at the state prison.
Mrs. Finnerty dropped hints that she knew of underlying reasons for her husband's death. But before she could disclose any facts, the Hornet appeared. Confound.
What's the matter, Barton?
You, that's my ask you. You're the...
Yes. I'm known as the Green Hornet. I'm acting on behalf of Mrs. Finnerty. She's after a $5,000 reward. Moreover, she's going to get it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. You're the one who wanted Andrews knocked off. You made a deal with Sinclair.
Sinclair?
At the state prison. He's working hand in glove with you, isn't he?
I barely know the man.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. Now, let me tell you something. If you think you can wave that gun and intimidate me into confirming a few of your wild guesses, you're badly mistaken.
Telephone, Barton.
Well,
No, hands off. I'll pick up the phone. You simply say hello, nothing more nor less. I'll do the listening. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Barton. This is Sinclair.
So, you don't know Sinclair, huh? And why is he calling you?
Well,
Tell him to hold the line a minute.
Hello, Mr. Barton. What's the matter?
Just hold the line a minute.
Now, listen to me, Barton. I'm going to speak for you, and if you open your mouth, I'll shut it in a hurry with gas in this gun.
Well, you...
Sorry to keep you waiting, Sinclair. I had to close the door to my study. Someone's in the house, so I'll speak low. You've seen the Sentinel, haven't you?
Yes. I wonder if the Finnerty woman knows knows anything.
She knows too much. She and the Hornet are out for the Sentinel reward unless I can make a higher bid.
A higher bid?
Now get this, Sinclair. I know where both the woman and the Green Hornet can be found.
How'd you learn that?
Never mind my sources of information. The hideout is a boathouse on the waterfront near Spring Street. It's called Miller's Boathouse. You got that?
I have it.
I don't propose to pay $10,000 to keep things quiet. You'd better send a gun to the boathouse between now and tomorrow morning. The sooner the better. You understand?
Okay, Mr. Barton. I'll take charge of it.
See that you do. Well, you heard what I told him, Barton.
But I don't understand. What side are you on, anyway?
Figure it out for yourself when you regain consciousness.
Regain consciousness? No, wait. Don't shoot me. You
take it.
Britt Reed felt the pulse of the unconscious man, then hurriedly prepared a hypodermic needle and injected a colorless fluid into Barton's arm.
I'll keep him sleeping until morning.
He turned out the lights and left the house by a rear door, then ran to a dark alley where Cato was waiting in the Black Beauty.
Everything all right, Mr. Britt?
Yes, fine, Cato. Now we've got to give Lenore instructions, then Mrs. Finnerty. After that, we'll see what happens. Get going.
Motivated by Britt Reed, events moved fast during the next half hour. At the state prison, Sinclair sent for the trustee named Webster and told him about Boss Barton's phone call.
Here, Webster, the keys to my car and a loaded gun.
Mm-hmm.
Be sure you get both the woman and the Hornet and get back here before daylight.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Green Hornet took Mrs. Finnerty from the boathouse to her home and left her with final instructions.
Do exactly as I've told you, and you may be in line for a $5,000 reward.
Yes.
Just call that reporter Lenore Case. Tell her you escaped from Miller's boathouse where you'd been held by the Green Hornet.
Yes.
A light fog shrouded the waterfront and added to the cloak of darkness to make the Black Beauty almost indiscernible where Britt Reed had parked it after resuming his role as the Green Hornet. His attention was divided between the luminous clock dial in the car and the lighted windows of Miller's boathouse 100 yards away.
We haven't much longer to wait, Cato. Lenore Case followed her instructions.
Yes, sir. Miss Case and X were already in boathouse for half hour.
And Commissioner Higgins is waiting in the darkness next to the boathouse.
He know his part?
We can count on him, Cato. He has Sergeant Burke with him. Cato, there's a car coming.
It's stopping just ahead.
I think that's our man. You stay here and be ready for a fast getaway.
As Webster stopped Sinclair's car, he wasn't aware of the masked man's approach until he heard a voice behind him.
Just a minute, mister.
Hey, what the...
Steady. They're covered. You're Webster.
Now, you've got me wrong.
I haven't got you wrong. Your name is Webster, and you're doing time in the state penitentiary. Now, hold still while I get your gun.
Hey, listen.
There. Now, you'll be more willing to listen to me. I'll dump the shells from this gun and give it back to you.
Now, see here. What is this, anyhow? You're masked. The Green Hornet.
I came here to warn you, Webster. You're being framed.
Framed?
You and Sinclair did a job for Boss Barton when you got Andrews. You know too much, Webster. You're dangerous to those two crooks, so you're scheduled for the same treatment Finnerty got.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You thought you were to get Mrs. Finnerty and me, but if you go to Miller's boathouse, you'll walk right into a trap. Sinclair will release a story telling how you escaped and stole his car and probably his gun as well. You couldn't deny it if you were sprawled in front of that boathouse with a bullet in your head.
Listen, if you think I'm going to believe that...
You don't have to take my word for it. Come over here and see for yourself.
I thought you were giving me a straight story.
Stop here. Look through that window. You see that girl?
That's not Finnerty's wife.
Of course it's not. It's a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Now look on the other side of the room. The Green Hornet was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, I know, but that guy...
You know him?
Well, his name's Axford. He's with the Sentinel now, but he used to be with the police. He still pals around with all the blue coats.
If you walked into that boathouse as you planned, you'd probably have found cops coming from all corners.
Why, those dirty double-crossers.
Webster, look out behind you.
Come on, Burke.
Hey, what is this?
I'll get the spell
The law, they were hiding behind the boathouse. I'm getting out of here.
Get that one, Burke. I'll get the other one.
Go for the gun, eh? He'll show you.
Boy, you...
Burke, what's going on?
Careful!
I got him, Axel. No! You knocked him out. I got him, all right. There's a car down there. Hey, it's the Green Hornet.
Looks like he got away from the commissioner.
Michael, what happened?
Burke slugged this guy. Stand him up.
He was coming here to shoot Mrs. Finnerty.
Come on, you. Get on your feet.
Dirty double-crossers.
This is Webster.
Here comes the commissioner.
Can't run as fast as I used to.
Well, after what we heard of Commissioner Higgins, maybe it's not so important to get that other guy. Look at what we got here. This guy's name is Webster. Slicker Webster. And he's packing a gun.
And if that Hornet hadn't dumped the shells, you'd have never have got me.
Did you break out of prison?
No, I didn't. Sinclair can't get away with that story. He let me out. He sent me here to frame me, but I won't take the rap alone.
Come on, Webster. Let's talk it over at headquarters.
Oh, Michael. Well, you're just in time to read my story of the Webster capture before I send it to the desk.
Wait till you see what I brought from the cops' headquarters. You know that gun that Webster had?
Yes?
It was Sinclair's gun, and a test bullet matched the slug that killed Andrews.
Michael, that does it.
Oh, golly, Webster's talking his head off. The commissioner called the governor, who'd take charge of Sinclair, and Burke has gone to pick up Boss Barton as an accessory.
I'm going to call Mrs. Finnerty. Well, after all, it was her phone call that started things moving.
But, Casey, it's after midnight.
Oh, do you think she'll object when I tell her that she should claim a $5,000 reward?
Casey, I still can't figure out what the Hornet was doing with Webster.
Did Webster implicate the Green Hornet?
No, I guess he didn't.
Do you have anything against the Green Hornet?
Casey, I've got a hunch that tonight at least, the Hornet was on our side. If he hadn't taken the bullets out of Webster's gun, things might have turned out different.
Set the Lux Pepper, Andrews murder solved, capture revealed, prison racket, read all about it. Police Commissioner credit Green Hornet with disarming killer, set the Lux Pepper.
Hey, kids, no matter whether you're a husky farmer or a city slicker, you've never seen a slicker city than the model city that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you can cut out and build. Besides the buildings, you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Just on one avenue in the model city, there's a big service station, an ice cream store, a bank, and a hotel. All this plus different style houses. Easy to build, too. There's no pasting needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Give the other fellow a break. You know it's impossible for all men to be alike in beliefs, religion, and race. The men who built our country knew it, too. That's why they did everything in their power to guarantee tolerance and freedom for all Americans, whether born in this country or not, whether Protestant, Catholic, or Jew. Give the man who is different from you a break. You are being a loyal American when you protect the rights of all other Americans. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingston and written by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, an outlaw and his gang meet their match in another thrilling and unusual story of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Monday, the all-time championship's on the line when Richard Dawson hosts the big battle of the big winners, the Championship All-Star Family Feud. Then,
take her easy, boy.
Josh gets a lesson in growing up.
Just who do you think you are, boy?
And fights for his place as a McKayan on how the West was won.
You know what he just found out? Clairol Herbal Essence gives you a clean that's so different from ordinary cleaning shampoos.
You're gonna swear.
We swear.
You got more hair.
The difference is, Herbal Essence has a special 100% oil-free conditioner. So instead of just clean, you get a clean without all those dry flyaways. Just smooth, shiny, thick, and full. Like you got more hair.
You're gonna swear.
We swear.
You got more hair.
You got more hair.
With Clairol Herbal Essence.
We swear.
How effective is Ban Roll-On?
I found out on vacation. I was staying with friends and ran out of my Ban Roll-On. They had Sure Aerosol, so I used it instead. It didn't keep me as dry as Ban Roll-On. I'm told Ban Roll-On keeps you drier than any leading spray, and I believe it.
Ban Roll-On. If you're using any leading spray, find out for yourself how effective Ban Roll-On is.
At a time like this, you probably don't care that we use only personally selected hops, or choice barley malt, or pure artesian brewing water. But you'd taste the difference if we didn't, so we do. Olympia. It's the water, and a lot more.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, government troops were sent to the new territory to subdue the Indian uprisings. But all the tribes were not like the Apache, and all chiefs were not like Geronimo. It was the masked rider of the plains who made the army realize that most of the Indians were quiet and peaceful, and that they would never cause trouble as long as their rights were respected. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Boulder Pass! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Major Clark, the commanding officer at the Army post outside Deerfield, had summoned Jack Smith, one of the Army's civilian scouts, to his headquarters. 2 other men were present. The first was Captain Greer. The second was a ragged and unshaven fellow who might have passed for an outlaw. Major Clark addressed the scout.
Smith, how well do you know the country beyond Boulder Pass?
Well, as you know this post, sir. I was raised there.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Well, if I send Captain Greer's troop into that country, do you think you could guide them there without their presence being discovered?
Yes, sir.
Good. You hear that, Captain? You'll leave in the morning.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Well?
Would you mind telling me Captain Greer's mission, sir?
Didn't you hear us discussing it?
No, sir. You just sent for me.
Oh, yes. Captain Greer will call upon Red Wolf to surrender and return to the post for trial. If he doesn't, Captain Greer will seize him by force.
What's Red Wolf done? Excuse me, sir, but I know Red Wolf.
A friend of his?
Yes, sir.
Better yet, then you can parley with him. Might save bloodshed.
But, Major, Red Wolf's always been friendly to the whites.
Oh, friendly, is it? Then will you be explaining why the varmint killed one of my pards and took the rest of us prisoner?
Who are you?
Big Mike is what they call me.
If Red Wolf made you prisoner, what are you doing here?
Escaped, I did. A mighty close thing it was.
Left your partners behind, huh?
Look here, young fellow.
Enough of that. Smith, according to this man's story, he and his companions were hunting buffalo when Red Wolf jumped them, took them prisoner, and stole their hides.
What could they expect, sir, after killing buffalo in that district? Didn't they know Red Wolf wouldn't stand for it?
I agree they were foolish. Nevertheless, Red Wolf must be punished.
I doubt this man's story.
Oh, now it's lying I am, huh? Why, you...
Quiet! Will you explain that, Smith?
Well, yes, sir. In the first place, if this fellow and his partners was just after buffalo hides, I doubt that Red Wolf would be angry enough to do more than drive him out of the district.
Go on.
If Red Wolf had lost his head, they wouldn't have lived to tell about it. Red Wolf doesn't take prisoners.
In this case, it seems he did.
And he had a reason we don't know about.
If he had, he'll be given every opportunity to tell it.
At his trial?
Of course.
Sir, do you think Red Wolf would surrender himself willingly?
I'll know how to deal with him if he doesn't.
Captain, you don't understand. Red Wolf's a chief. He couldn't surrender, even if he wanted to. His people wouldn't let him.
But
They don't understand the white man's brand of justice. And if they did, they'd never admit that it was superior to their own. You won't take Red Wolf without a fight.
And if they want to fight, we'll give it to them.
That's why I asked if you could guide the troop there secretly, Smith.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to get someone else.
You refuse?
Yes, sir.
By thunder, Smith, you...
I'll deal with this, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Smith, perhaps you don't realize it, but you're just as much subject to Army discipline as any trooper stationed here.
I know it, sir.
I thought you did, and I've never taken you for a fool. In view of your attitude, I'm prepared to believe there's more behind it than what you've told us. Well, is there?
Yes, sir, there is.
Let's have it.
I've never told this to anyone at the post, sir.
Go on.
Well, I've called myself Jack Smith, but that isn't my name. Or if it is, I haven't known it. You see, until I was 15, I was brought up by Indians.
Well, this is interesting. You mean to say you don't know who your own people were?
No, sir, I don't.
What happened to them?
Well, I couldn't say, sir.
Well, how did it happen that the Indians got a hold of you?
They found me, sir.
Stole you, most likely, if they didn't kill your parents. Now, what's all this got to do with your refusal to obey orders? You're not wasting sympathy on the Indians, I hope.
Well, not exactly, sir.
If that were the case, you had no business signing on as a scout.
Any other tribe, that wouldn't matter, sir.
No?
But that's the tribe that took me in. No matter why or how, they were mighty good to me. And
what?
Red Wolf and I are blood brothers. Did your father tell you, Ruth?
About your refusing to guide Captain Greer's troop?
Well, there's that, but what I meant was about my not having any folks. About being brought up by redskins.
He did, Jack.
Well?
Well, what?
Doesn't make any difference.
Oh, silly, of course it doesn't. But, Jack, what did Father tell you when you refused to go?
That I had nothing to say about it.
Yes?
That I was the only scout attached to this post who could do the job. If I wouldn't, I'd be punished according.
If he said that, he meant it.
Sure, I know.
Jack, you won't refuse, will you? Oh, you can't.
I've got to.
No. Tomorrow morning, when Captain Greer leads the troop away, you'll be with him.
No.
You will.
Ruth, there's no use arguing. I tell you, I won't.
here you are, Smith. Understood you to be confined to the guardhouse.
I'm reporting for duty, sir.
No. Changed your mind, huh?
Yes, sir.
This isn't a trick, is it? You're not planning to give our show away, are you?
No, sir.
You'll be sorry if you tried, I can promise you. You ride with me until we reach the pass. Mr. Lacey, call the roll. We ride in 10 minutes.
2 weeks later, a masked man with an Indian, both mounted on powerful stallions, looked down into a shadowed valley from the height of an overhanging cliff.
Soldiers, Tonto. What can they be doing on this side of Boulder Pass?
Hunter not know.
Riding by way of this valley. Whatever they're up to, it certainly looks as though they're not anxious to advertise themselves. The only business they could have in this district would be with Red Wolf.
Not right.
With a full troop on the march, it can't be peaceful business. Tonto, we're looking into this.
Come
on, Silver.
Get him up.
Come on.
Hey, Squint, can you see him outside this blaster tent? What are they up to?
How should I know?
Listen, they're dancing now, ain't they?
Uh-huh.
You figure they're getting their dander up to maybe finish us off?
Maybe.
But what'll we do?
Why ask me?
We got to escape.
Yeah? Tied up like this with a couple of redskins outside, just hoping we'll make a break for it? Hank, don't act like a bigger idiot than you are.
Yeah, there ought to be something we can do.
Sure. Wait and see if Mike made it to the soldiers. If he did, we'll be all right. If he didn't, well, that's something we won't think about.
But I tell you...
Hold it.
Huh?
Red Wolf just left his Hogan. I think he's heading here.
Then I'm going to tell him.
He ain't.
I am. I've had enough of this. What good'll it do us to keep still if they kill us for it?
Fool, the only reason they ain't killed us already is because we haven't talked.
But I tell you...
Red Wolf's been holding off, hoping we do. You keep your blasted mouth shut or we're done for. Here he comes.
How?
Well, what do you want this time?
You ready talk?
Look, Chief, we...
Shut up. What about?
You steal many horse. Where you hide 'em?
You figure we stole your horses, huh?
You steal 'em.
Red Wolf, you're loco. I tell you, we don't even know as much about it as you do. You can hold us here till doomsday, and we'll never be able to tell you any different. I wish to blazes you'd get that through your head.
You hear dance?
Sure.
You know what mean?
No, Hank and me were just wondering.
You kill 3 brave when you steal horse. Red men heap angry. Them want kill you.
Why get mad at us? We wasn't to blame.
You heap bad.
Doggone it, Squint.
Will you shut up and keep shut? Look here, Red Wolf. You're a smart Injun. Let me tell you something.
What's that?
No matter which way you figure, you'd be an idiot to finish us off. If we didn't steal your horses and kill them 3 fellows you speak of, then you'd be punishing us for something we never done.
You do.
All right, then, just for the sake of argument, say we did. And if we did, we know where your horses are. But you'd never find out with us dead. So you lose either way. If we're guilty, you lose your horses. If we ain't, well, don't forget there's an army post not so far away, and what'd happen to you would be a caution.
Red Wolf, not afraid.
It'd be a heap more sensible if you was. Anyhow, you can't lose by keeping us alive.
Me no want kill.
Well, then what do you got?
Other Indian want kill. Maybe them not listen, Red Wolf.
I get it. You might not be able to stop them even if you tried, huh?
Heap better you talk.
Monite! Squint, that means we ain't got no choice.
And what's to keep them from finishing us off even if we do talk?
They might let us go if they could get the horses back.
When they was sure it was us that killed them 3 Injuns. Not on your tintype. We stole them off and wait for the soldiers.
Room! Halt! Smith.
Well?
You said you could ride into Red Wolf's village in safety.
I can.
Very well. We remain here. Give Red Wolf Major Clark's message. Bring me his answer. When you return, be sure not to reveal our position.
Captain, you still mean to take him even if he won't surrender?
I do.
And I'll go. It's a waste of time. This means a fight. Come on, boy. Get up there.
The greeting exchange between the young scout who called himself Jack Smith and Red Wolf, the Indian, showed both respect and affection.
Oh, there. Red Wolf.
How?
It's good to see you again.
It heap good. Why you ride this way?
Red Wolf, word just reached the post that you'd taken white men prisoner. Is it true?
It true.
I doubted the story. But as long as it's so, and I know you had cause for it.
Them thief.
Yes?
Steal red man horse. Kill red man.
So, that's it.
Red Wolf try make 'em tell where horse now.
And they won't?
No.
I see. Well, Red Wolf, I don't blame you at all. As far as I'm concerned, you're justified. But this is serious business and concerns others.
That why you come?
Yes, Major Clark sent me. I've been instructed to tell you that if you'll ride to the post voluntarily, taking your prisoners with you, he'll promise you a fair hearing.
What you mean?
It's the white man's justice, Red Wolf. When you captured those fellows, you must have known it would make trouble. And I want you to know that I haven't forgotten all you've done for me in the past. The trouble isn't of my making.
You brother, Red Wolf.
I owe you more than I do any white man alive. I thought the day would never come when I'd have to take sides against you.
Why you do?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, will you go back with me, Red Wolf?
No. Me no do that.
And I'll have to tell you.
What?
What
matter?
Red Wolf, I've played you a rotten trick. I've brought soldiers here. If you don't surrender, they attack.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, who had watched the meeting between the scout and the chief from a distance, returned to the camp where Tonto was waiting.
Oh, hold there, Silver. Oh, boy. Hold there. Oh.
What you hear?
I couldn't get close enough to hear what they said, Kimosabe.
Oh.
But I could tell just from watching them that whatever they discussed, it was serious. I'm not sure, but I think I know what this is about.
What that?
White men are in Red Wolf's camp. I saw their horses. One of the teepees is obviously under guard. The Indians are working themselves up for something. There's going to be trouble, Tonto. And that's what must have brought the soldiers.
Not right.
I don't like to see it. Red Wolf has been a good chief.
Him heap good.
We'll prevent that trouble if we can.
And what we do?
You're acquainted with Red Wolf. Ride to the village. Talk to him. Find out if white men are really being held there. And if so, why?
Time to do it. Here, Scout.
I'll wait for you. Get that information, then we'll see what can be done.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Tonto, calling upon his friend Red Wolf, learned the truth of the situation and reported to the masked man. Then, late that night, in the teepee where Hank and Squint were confined...
Squint? Hey, Squint, you awake?
Sure I'm awake. What's the matter with you?
I thought I heard something just then. Huh? Like somebody was moving around outside.
Yeah, why shouldn't you? They still got us guarded, ain't they?
Listen, what was that?
Gosh, I don't...
Quiet. There's somebody just come in.
Anyone in here?
Who's there?
Keep your voice down.
Squint, it's a white man.
Right. I've just knocked out your guards, and we'll have to move fast.
You gonna free us?
I am. Your horses are waiting for you beyond the village. And I've cut your ropes. Follow me, and don't make a sound. horses. Now into the saddle.
Stranger, I reckon we owe you plenty for this. How come you done it?
Maybe I could use some of Red Wolf's horses myself, Squint.
So that was it, huh?
Who told you about him, Big Mike?
Perhaps.
Knew you was one of our kind the minute I saw that mask.
Are you cutting me in?
I reckon you've earned it.
Then let's get going before they give the alarm.
Right. Get up, boy. Get up. Get on there, boy.
Come on, Silver. Come on.
It was less than 2 hours later that the Lone Ranger and his two companions drew rein within a small valley.
Whoa, there, Silver. Oh.
There they are.
You must have 100 head here.
Over that. And doggone good stock, too. Red Wolf's Injuns are the only ones I ever knew to have horses worth the stealing. Once we get 'em across the line, they'll fetch a right good price.
And no questions asked.
How will you get them out of here?
When we first stole 'em, before we was captured, we figured to head further back into the hills and then cut east.
Do you know a better way?
I think I do.
Yeah, how?
Go south, then east. Most of the way you can keep to the dry arroyos. You'll have cover, and it'll be easier to keep the horses from scattering.
But that'll take us towards the village.
And not within hearing distance.
But I tell
You'll
you
have
that-
easier going, and you'll save mileage. You can be beyond the danger zone before dawn. There's another valley I know about. You can hide there during the day and travel again tomorrow night. After that, you can travel as you please.
We can? I thought you was in on this.
I am.
Then what do you...
I'm going to scout the village to see what happens when they discover your escape. They pick up your trail, I'll warn you. In any case, I'll be with you again before the night's out.
That's a good idea.
And let me tell you something.
Huh? What?
Don't try to double-cross me by going another way. If that happened, I might be tempted to show Red Wolf this valley and put him on your trail.
We wouldn't think of it.
We're pards, ain't we?
We're not. I had my reasons for helping you escape. You had your reasons for accepting that help. I wouldn't trust either one of you beyond sight.
Now, look, stranger.
That's all that needs to be said. I think we understand each other. Now, round up these horses and get started. You have my word you'll see me before morning.
Right.
Come on, old fellow. Hurry, boy.
What do you think?
I'd sure like to give that fellow the slip and keep all the horses for ourselves.
So would I.
But I don't reckon we'd better. We couldn't outrun that horse of his in a million years. And if he was to show our trail to Red Wolf, it'd be our finish.
Uh-huh.
So, for now, we do like he said.
For now?
Sure. There's always another time, ain't there? And a bullet in the back would go a long ways towards cutting that hombre down to our size.
Aye, Savvy. Come on. Let's get these critters on the way.
Although no fires were lit where the soldiers had camped, sentries were on the alert, and Captain Greer remained awake. It was about 3 in the morning when he heard the approach of a horseman.
Whoa, boy, whoa there, steady, whoa. Sir.
Well?
I've been watching the village as you ordered, sir. Something's going on there. I don't know what, but it looked funny. I figured you ought to know.
You couldn't see what they were doing?
No, sir, just that they was doing a heap of moving around.
Very well. I've been expecting this. Smith?
Yes, sir?
You told Red Wolf we were in the district?
Those were my orders.
Of course. Well, I think you'd be interested to know that your red-skinned friend is going to try to escape.
I don't believe it.
I've just learned the village is awake. There's no doubt of it.
Red Wolf promised to think it over and give me an answer in the morning.
Which shows how much faith you can put in the word of an Indian.
But
He told you that simply to put us off guard. He had no intention of being anywhere around when morning came.
I know Red Wolf better than that, sir.
Well, it seems you were mistaken. Well, he's due for a surprise.
I don't understand it.
You questioned my judgment when I ordered that we take our position at this place. You see now that I was right. Red Wolf no doubt believes we're to the east. This is the way he'll come if he tries to escape. He'll find us waiting for him.
I still say he's not leaving.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to change your opinion. Tell Lieutenant Lacey I wish to see him. We'll awaken the men and have them ready.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had rejoined Tonto.
Steady, Silver. The Red Wolves learned about their escape, huh?
That right.
Then returned to the village.
And what me do?
Red Wolf trusts you. Get him to ride with you as close to where the soldiers are camped as possible.
Uh-huh.
Make it near the bend in that old arroyo. I'll be waiting for you there.
And then what do?
Then we'll be on hand when things start to happen, Kemosabe. And we won't have long to wait. Now hurry.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
All right, old fellow, let's go. Come on, Silver.
The soldiers, awakened by their officers, stood silently beside their mounts, ready for instant action when the command should be given. Finally...
They're coming, sir.
How do you know?
We've heard their horses. They're coming down the arroyo from the north. You'll be able to hear them yourself in just a minute, sir.
Splendid. They'll find us ready for them. So they wouldn't try to escape, huh, Smith?
I can't.
Now you'll see which one of us was right.
Listen. You can hear them already, sir.
Right.
You ambush them?
They chose to fight. When I'm finished with them, they'll think better of it next time.
But,
Take your position. We'll go into action in a moment.
Captain, you can't do this.
You're questioning my orders?
Red Wolf's not a criminal.
Do as I told you.
No, you're not going to take them by surprise.
Watch out!
Turn back, Red Wolf! Turn back!
Arrest this man! Sergeant, take his gun! We have to attack!
Bugler, blow the charge!
They're attacking. Watch what happens. When they discover their mistake, we join them. Can you make them out, Tonto?
Them ride down arroyo.
Good.
Them not fire, though.
And they probably know they've made a mistake. Ready? Then let's go. Come on,
Get 'em up,
go!
Bring those fellows here.
Right.
Get your hands
Captain.
Well,
Those are the two men Red Wolf took prisoner.
You're sure of that?
I saw them.
What are your names?
Blast it all. What's the idea of this? You might have killed us.
Answer my question.
Now, look
You've
here.
got plenty to explain. You try to evade it, you'll only make matters worse for yourselves. I want your names and an explanation for these horses.
This fella's called Squint, sir.
Squint, eh? Well, what about the horses?
Hey, they belong to us.
That's a lie.
But I tell you...
Smith here told me Red Wolf's story. That you'd run off horses belonging to his tribe. I doubted the story at first, but now I'm inclined to believe it. Well, what have you to say?
These are wild horses, Captain. We rounded them up to sell.
Wild horses? And how do you explain that several of them are painted? Painted with the same markings Red Wolf's tribe always uses. Have you noticed them, Captain?
I have.
Maybe some of them got mixed in by accident.
Too thin.
But
You're both under arrest.
Someone's coming, sir.
So I see. Who is it?
One's riding a white horse.
Maybe that fellow's masked.
And it's Red Wolf with him.
Rein up!
That's the fella helped us escape.
You recognize me, huh?
Hey, just a second.
Well?
I'm beginning to savvy what's happened. When you told us to bring the horses this way, did you know there were soldiers here?
I did.
You double-crossed us.
I told you I'd give you a warning if the Indians picked up your trail. I promised nothing else.
Why?
Silence. Stranger, you're responsible for this?
I knew where you were camped, Captain. I directed these fellows so they'd fall into your hands.
Why?
Because I knew without proof you'd never believe Red Wolf's story. You'd have attacked his village and started more Indian troubles. Now Red Wolf's story is verified, and his horses have been returned. These men have been proven guilty, and they're your prisoners.
It seems to me you've accomplished quite a lot.
You're satisfied that Red Wolf acted within his rights?
Well, after what's happened, I couldn't believe anything else.
Come on, Tonto.
You're leaving?
Our work's finished, but let me suggest something.
Yes?
Forget your rank and give Red Wolf the apology you owe him.
Masked man, I will.
Good. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Silver! Away!
Red Wolf, I do apologize.
That heap good.
And Smith.
Yes?
If you'll forget the fool I've made of myself, I'll forget that report I threatened to give the Major.
Forget? I've forgotten already.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
There's a fortune in diamonds if you can live to collect. On Beretta, late night.
We're going back.
The Warriors are 27 miles from safety.
It's the only choice we got.
They're in a war zone called New York City. Every gang wants to get them. Every cop wants to bust them. They have one way out. They have one chance. They have one night. The Warriors, rated R.
Starts today at the Brew in Westwood, Mann's Hollywood, and specially selected theaters and drive-ins.
Jerry Dunphy here. Extremely heavy fog has closed all of the runways at Los Angeles International Airport. Many of the flights have been diverted to the Burbank-Glendale Airport, causing major traffic problems there. Orange County officials are keeping a watch all night at the site of a major new slide in Bluebird Canyon, while Caltrans is wondering what to do with a 60-ton rock that's threatening to fall on several homes in the Malibu area. Elmer Dills will have a live report on how to learn pub crawling, all on Eyewitness News. That's tonight, right here at 11.
We're dealing on Corolla, the best-selling car model in the world. Toyota's #1 in imports, and we plan to stay that way by dealing.
We're making great deals.
Dean Martin's Matt Helms, Saturday night.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
You driveling old idiot. What did you do with it?
I'm not going to tell you.
Carl, be careful.
Shut up, Therese. We've got to find out what he did with that copybook.
What's the matter?
Look. He's dead.
Dead? You killed him.
Don't be stupid. He just died. There's no one can prove anything. Just keep your mouth shut and help me find out what he did with the copybook.
Well. Somebody sends me a copybook through Box 13. Now I wonder why. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Sad Night. It was just a child's copybook. And on the front cover was the name Marina Layton and a date, the year 1930, written in a childish scrawled handwriting. I riffled through the pages. There was nothing of interest, at least. That's the way it looked then. But Susie thought differently.
Maybe it's some kind of a code, Mr. Holliday, like one to a buried treasure.
Susie, with your imagination and my typewriter, we could go places.
Well, gee, the Count of Monte Woolley found a buried treasure.
That's Monte Cristo, Susie. Two different people.
Well, they both had beards. Oh, look.
Huh? What's that?
It's a letter to Box 13. Listen. Box 13. A day or so ago, you may have received a child's copybook in the mail. If you did, I should appreciate it if you'd bring it to the address below. Yours truly, Therese Layton.
Let me see that, Susie.
Here.
6821 Lakeshore Boulevard. Swanky neighborhood.
Are you going to take it back, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, yes, Susie. If only to see how the other half lives. I went to 6821 Lakeshore Boulevard. I tossed the copybook in the back seat of my car, and it bounced on the floor. Maybe I was thinking about anything but the book, for when I rang the doorbell of the big house, I suddenly remembered I'd left the book in the car. I just about started back down after it when the door opened.
Yes?
I'm looking for Teresa Layton.
I'm Mrs. Layton. And you?
Holiday. Dan Holiday. I'm sorry, box 13.
Oh, of course. Please come in, Mr. Holliday. In the library, please.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Holliday?
Thanks very much.
It's very kind of you to come all this way to return the book. You see, it belongs to my little girl, and I suppose she sent the book to you in, well, mischievously.
Your little girl?
Yes, Marina. Sometimes I think she's a problem child.
Oh, really? How old is she, Mrs. Layton?
7.
Did she tell you she sent the book to box 13?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, she wouldn't say. Then her father found a newspaper with an advertisement cut from it.
And?
We got hold of a paper with the same date and compared the page.
Nice detective work, Mrs. Layton.
I suppose all this uproar over a child's book seems, well, stupid, doesn't it?
Oh, no, not at all. But there's one question I'd like to ask.
Yes, Mr. Holliday?
You say Marina's 7 years old?
That's right. Why?
There's a date in the book, 1930. It seems to have been written in the same hand as the rest. That date would make her quite a big little girl, wouldn't it?
She put down that date, I suppose, well, not thinking.
Oh, yes, of course. Where is she now, Mrs. Layton?
She's dead, Mr. Holliday.
Huh?
Mr. Holliday, this is my husband, Carl.
How do you do?
I'm very happy to know you, Mr. Holliday. Do you have the book?
You get right to the point, don't you?
Mr. Holliday, our daughter Marina is dead. We want the book merely for sentimental reasons.
Well, I could understand that if your wife hadn't, well...
Lied to you?
Bluntly, yes.
Therese, dear, will you excuse us?
Yes, I'll be upstairs.
My wife isn't well, Mr. Holliday. It's not an easy thing for me to say, but she imagines our daughter is still alive.
Look, Mr. Layton, if I'd ever written a story with as many holes in it as yours, I'd be laughed out of the writing game.
What do you mean?
Your wife says Marina sent me the book, yet you say Marina's dead. You know, you two should get together.
All right, Mr. Holliday. How much do you want for the book?
Oh, now we're getting someplace. What's it worth to you?
500.
Oh? That's a lot of money for a child's copybook.
You asked how much, and I told you. Now, may I have the book?
I don't think so.
It's worth nothing to you, Mr. Holliday. Believe me, it's worth absolutely nothing to you.
All right, maybe I'm just curious. Tell me why you want the book, and maybe we'll do business.
I can't tell you.
Or you won't tell me, is that it?
I want that book. Now.
I haven't got it with me.
You're lying.
All right, search me. I haven't got it with me. I forgot it.
You're going to be difficult.
Look, the book was sent to Box 13, obviously not by you, your wife, or your daughter. You found out it was sent when you traced my ad, right? All right. That means someone else sent it to me. I'll return the book when I find out who and why.
Mr. Holliday, I'm going to get that book.
All right. We'll play a game. Book. Who's got the book? Now, goodbye, Mr. Layton.
Goodbye, Mr. Holliday. You can find your way out, I hope?
I think so. Oh, anytime you want to tell me the reason behind all this, we may be able to do business.
I think we'll do business, Mr. Holliday. Later.
I left, and when I got home, I spent the rest of the day and most of the evening trying to figure out why anyone would be so anxious to get hold of the book. It was filled with a kid's scrawling handwriting, sums and addition, problems in subtraction, alphabets. Then I came to one page and stopped. It was filled with strange, weird-looking figures, as a kid would try to draw human beings. But there was something about them that didn't look like a kid's work. They were grotesque, almost fiendish faces and distorted, twisted bodies. And underneath were 3 words in Spanish: La Noche Triste, the sad night. The words were scrawled, too, but somehow they were different from the rest in the book. I kept turning back to that page, wondering, trying to connect something in my mind with those figures in the book. Then I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, it was 3 a.m. Turned off my light, lay back in bed, then I was getting company unexpected, and I wasn't in the mood to entertain. Well, what a wonderful thing a skeleton key is, like the magic words, open sesame. Somebody was looking for something, and it wasn't Easter eggs on the White House lawn. I waited, and then... Looking for something, Bud? Whoever it was didn't wait for the floor show. I turned on the light. Yeah. He'd grabbed the book, but he had left a knife behind. One that I picked up with a handkerchief. If there were fingerprints, it would introduce me to the gent. And Kling could do me that favor.
Got any idea who it was, Holiday?
No, I haven't, Kling. We had our waltz in the dark.
Oh, must have been romantic.
Oh, yes, I was overcome. Look, can you get prints off that knife handle?
Seems to me you could pick an easier way of meeting people.
Oh, I like the hard way. It makes for lasting friendships.
Look, did he try to knife you?
Well, I don't think he was doing KP with it.
Why was he after you?
He wasn't.
Oh, I see. He breaks in at 3 a.m. You surprise him, he pulls a knife on you. But he wasn't after you. It was just a social call, or maybe he was a visiting nurse.
Kling, will you see about those prints?
Yeah. If you'll prefer charges.
Maybe, but more important, he took something I want back.
What?
A child's copybook.
A child... You know, Holiday, the more I see of you and this Box 13 can make you run, the more I believe in elves and pixies. Why did you have a child's copybook?
I'm learning to write.
You're going to keep this all to yourself, huh?
Till I find out what it's all about.
Okay. Well, from what you say about the cookie who disturbed your Betty by this morning, he might have a record.
In that case, you can tell me who he is.
You don't want me to pick him up?
No, I'd rather have the pleasure. You see, he hung one on my chin.
He hung one out here. All right. Come back in an hour.
Oh, Mr. Holiday. Gee, I've been trying to get in touch with you all morning.
I was at headquarters, Susie.
Oh, what'd you do?
Oh, no, don't jump to conclusions. Why were you trying to get in touch?
Look.
Huh? When did this come?
This morning, I picked up Box 13 mail at the Star-Times, and that note was in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, as they say in the books, Susie, the plot thickens. In fact, it's so thick now I can't see a thing.
How'd you get that bruise on your chin?
I shaved with a baseball bat this morning.
Oh. Well, are you going to meet Marina Layton?
Yeah, that's what she asked me to do in her letter. So if you want me, I'll be at...
At where she says, the lobby of the Camden Hotel.
So I got to the lobby of the Camden Hotel. It wasn't hard to find Marina Layton. She was dressed as she said she'd be. I took a good look before walking over to her. She was about 24, not pretty, but with one of those faces that always says, wonderful day, isn't it? Okay, so maybe now I'd find out what all the excitement was about. I walked over. Oh, pardon me. Are you Marina Layton?
Yes. And you're...
That's it, Box 13.
You know, I didn't think there was such a thing. I thought this would all turn out to be some sort of a joke.
Oh? Well, do we sit here?
If you like. Well, may I have it, Mr...
Holiday. First name's Dan.
All right. May I have the book, Dan?
I haven't got it, Marina.
But you must have it. Mark said he sent it to you.
Oh, no. Another character in the show. And who's Mark?
He was my father's dearest friend. But surely you ought to know that.
Look, Marina, I don't know a thing.
Wait a moment. Here's his letter to me.
You want me to read it?
Yes.
Dear Marina, for years I've kept something from you that your father wanted you to have. Now I know someone else wants it. But you can have it by writing to Box 13, care of the Star-Times. I want to write more, but I don't dare. Just remember your own name is a clue. Love, Mark.
Well?
Well, what? If your father wanted you to have what he gave to this mark, why didn't he try to get it from me?
Who? Who tried to get what from you?
Your father and mother, they...
That's crazy. My mother died when I was born, and my father disappeared almost 5 years ago.
Oh, now it begins to make some sense. Not much, but a little.
What are you talking about?
The character who said he was your father, he wanted that copybook of yours. He must have found out in some way that Mark had it.
But who was the man?
I don't know. He said he was your father.
I don't understand all this.
It makes two of us. But listen,
What's the matter?
How do I know you're Marina Layton?
But I am.
Yeah, I guess you are. Because since someone already took the copybook from me early this morning, it'd be a little senseless to try to get it this way. All right, Marina, what do you know about a copybook? Yours, with the date 1930 written in it.
Copybook? Mine? But nothing at all.
Huh? Oh, now, wait a minute. All this business has to mean something. Don't you even remember a copybook?
Well, I suppose I must have had one. Wait, of course. Black, ragged-looking. Alphabets in it.
That's it. Now, what about it?
Oh, nothing. It was just an ordinary book. I scribbled in it, and... Did you say 1930?
Well, yes, why?
Because in 1930, I was with my father in Mexico. I had the book then because I was being tutored by Mark, and I used it for my lessons.
Did you write anything in it that might be important?
No, not a thing.
Well, you must have.
I didn't.
Did you write the Spanish words, La Noche Trista?
Why, that means the sad night.
Yes, I know. Did you write them?
No, I don't think so.
Then your father must have. But why?
Are you sure those words were in the book?
Well, of course I am. Oh, would Mark know?
Mark? Why, Mark's dead.
And now back to The Sad Night, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
We went to the place where Mark had lived. Yes, he was dead. Heart failure, the doctor said. But we learned something else. That he had had visitors the night he had died. And from the description of them, they could have only been the man and woman who posed as Marina's parents. And I learned a few things more from Marina. That her father was an archaeologist, and in 1930 he was excavating Aztec ruins outside Mexico City. It was on the way back to Kling's office in my car that she told me some more.
Father disappeared in Brazil almost 5 years ago. Then the remains of his expedition were found.
And your father?
He died. But he left records, letters for the museum.
And anything for you?
No, nothing.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Wrote letters to the museum, yet nothing for his daughter.
Why do you say it like that?
Doesn't it seem odd that he should leave letters and records for everyone but you?
Yes, it does.
There are a lot of things that seem odd. You wait here, Marina. I'll be right out.
Well, Holliday, I'm just about to leave your office.
Oh, what'd you find out?
You had distinguished company this morning. Little George E. Garson, strong man, general hoodlum.
I didn't think it was Little Eva.
Want me to pick him up?
Yeah, I'd love your company. Okay, Kling, let's go. I want to ask Georgie a few questions. It took Kling about 5 minutes to get Georgie to talk. He told us he'd been hired to get that book, and from his description of the guy who hired him, well, it couldn't have been anyone else but the man who posed as Layton the day before. Then a quick trip to the house on Lakeshore Boulevard. We might as well have stood in bed. The fake Mr. and Mrs. Layton were gone, and with them, the copybook. And that left us at a dead end. But dead. But at the morgue of the Star-Times, Marina and I learned something else.
Uh-huh. I think we got lots of stuff on Albert Layton.
Well, trot it out, Jonesy.
Yeah. He's the one who got himself lost in Brazil about 5 years ago, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Here's a folder on him. News clips, photos.
That's Dad.
Look, who's this, Jonesy?
Well, let me see. Oh, that's the guy who found Layton, or what was left of the expedition. Name of Carl Bremer.
Oh, Mr. Bremer and the gent who wanted that book are one and the same. Did you ever see Marina?
Not that I remember.
Where were you when your father went to Brazil?
In school.
And you didn't see him again after he left for Brazil?
No.
Jonesy.
Uh-huh.
You know a lot of things. What are the Spanish words? La Noche Triste mean to you?
Nothing except they mean the sad night.
Is that all?
Yeah, why?
Because they mean more than that. Marina, can you get a sample of your father's handwriting?
Oh, yes, of course.
And I've got a hunch that Bremer and his wife are leaving for Mexico.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah?
Look, this Layton was an archaeologist. Why don't you go to the museum to find out about him?
Good idea, Jonesy, thanks. But I've got a phone call to make first. If my hunch is correct, we've got to stop Bremer from getting to Mexico.
Let me get this straight, Dan. You want this Bremer and his wife picked up, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
What's the charge?
You pick them up, I'll prefer charges. And maybe one of them will be murder.
What?
Will you do it?
Well, what if they're out of the country by now?
Extradite them.
You've got to have a strong charge to do
Well,
that.
I have. 1, causing the death of an old man by trying to force something out of him. 2, hiring Georgie Garson to break into my apartment. And 3, attempting to defraud. Is that enough?
Yeah. If you can make those charges stick.
You get them, and I'll make them stick. Marina got a sample of her father's handwriting.
Is this what you wanted?
You sure this is your father's handwriting?
Of course. That's a letter from him, just before he left for the interior of Brazil.
But the writing in the book, it was nothing like this.
Well, maybe he didn't write it.
He must have. Wait a minute. Mind if I write on the other side of this paper?
No.
Okay. Now watch. I'm right-handed. But suppose I write like this with my left hand. What's it look like?
Just a scrawl.
Sure, as a kid would write. As you would have written in 1930.
But why would he have done that?
To make it look as though you'd written it.
Oh, that doesn't make sense.
It does make sense if you realize that your father had learned something that was big enough to make him want to hide it. And where would he hide it? In a place no one would ever think of looking for it. A kid's copybook.
No, he kept his notebooks. Everything he did was in his own notes.
But not this. You were with him in 1930. What was he doing?
Oh, I told you, working on the Aztec ruins outside of Mexico City.
And what did he find?
His findings were published. The museum has a full
the museum. What's the matter with me? Come on, Marina. Maybe we're getting someplace.
Yes, of course I know Albert Layton's work. He was a great man. World has lost a genius, Miss Layton. Too bad.
Look, Mr. Dougal, we want you to help us.
I'll do my best. You said over the phone that it was important. Had something to do with our Mexican antiquities here at the museum.
Yes, that's right. What did Professor Layton send here?
Well, come in here, into the Aztec room.
I remember all these things.
Of course, everything isn't here. The Mexican museums were given their share, and...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah?
Look.
What's the matter?
Look, on that far wall, those figures.
Oh, yes. Well, they're only copies. Quite well done, of course. The original paintings were lost when the Spaniards destroyed the temples. The Aztecs were jealous and warlike people.
Because on the far wall were the same figures I'd seen in that copybook. The same grotesque, weird figures with their twisted bodies and savage faces. There were 3 of them. Their painted eyes looked out at us, seemed to accuse us. I turned to the curator. Mr. Dougal.
Yes, Mr. Holliday.
What are those figures?
Well, they're Aztec gods. The one over here in the upper left is Quetzalcoatl, supreme god of the Aztecs. The one in the upper right is Huitzilopochtli. He's one of my favorites, a god of war. The one at the base of the triangle is Tlaloc, god of rain.
Marina, those were the figures in your copybook. And they were above the words La Noche Triste.
But why? Why should Dad have done that?
Mr. Dougal, what is that triangle?
Well, where each of those figures is painted was a temple long ago destroyed by the Spaniards under Cortez. In the center was one of the causeways that led to Tenochtitlan. That's today's Mexico City. It was over that causeway that the Spaniards made their escape on La Noche Triste.
La Noche Triste. Look, sit down, Mr. Dougal. I want you to tell me a lot more. The curator talked for an hour. And what he told Marina and me all added up. The copybook, the figures of those old Aztec gods. Oh, Marina's father had something, all right. And he hid it in that copybook. No wonder Bremer wanted it. No wonder old Mark had kept it, and the whole thing made a story that went back over 400 years. A story of greed and bloodshed. One that reached out to touch me, Marina, old Mark, Bremer, all of us. Later in Kling's office, facing the Bremers, with Marina sitting there, too.
All right, Holliday. Let's have it.
First, I'll take that copybook, Bremer.
All right. What good will it do you?
None. And it wouldn't have done you any good either.
What do you mean?
You caused the death of one man to get this. Another man, famous, respected, lost his head and tried to keep what he had found. But it wouldn't have done your father any good either, Marina.
No, I know.
What's the story, Dan?
Well, it really begins, Kling, when Bremer found the remains of the Leighton expedition in Brazil. He found letters, records. He brought some of them back with him, but some he didn't. That right, Bremer?
You know everything. You tell it.
Thank you, I will. One of the letters was to Marina. Marina, whose name is the same as the Indian girl who was Cortez's consort. That was the one you kept, Bremer. A letter telling Marina about the copybook and what it contained.
All right. What is it, Holliday?
Let's go back to July 1st, 1520, to Hernan Cortez and his army. The army that marched through Mexico and destroyed the Aztec Empire.
That's got something to do with all this?
Everything. On that night, the Aztecs rose up in fury against the Spaniards. They had thought Cortez and his men were gods, but they'd found out differently. They determined to drive the Spaniards out forever. The Spaniards took all the gold they could carry. The Aztecs went after them. They trapped Cortez and his army on one of the causeways that led to the city. The causeways were narrow. There were thousands of Indians in canoes. All night long, the battle went on until in the morning, 450 of the Spaniards were dead and thousands of Aztecs. But Cortez and the remnant of his army escaped, got to the mainland.
And the copybook?
Those 3 words, La Noche Triste, the sad night, are written into Mexican history as the night Cortez and his army and the Aztecs fought and killed each other until the canals were choked with them. The gold the Spaniards took with them did them no good. They couldn't fight with it or eat it. So sobbing and screaming, they dumped the treasure into the waters of the canal, and it sank into the mud of the bottom. It's never been found. Marina's father thought he had located it. But look. Here's a map of modern Mexico City, where the causeways once ran. There are streets and houses, so you see, no one will ever find that gold. And maybe it's just as well. It's too red with blood to be of any use to anyone.
But gee, Mr. Holliday, if all that gold's there, why doesn't somebody go after it?
Oh, you too, Susie?
No, I guess not. But, tell me something, Mr. Holliday. What were the names of those Aztec gods?
Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Hang on, kids. Rough terrain ahead. Last year, we never could have made it. We had a conventional 2-wheel drive wagon. Now we've got a 4-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee, and anything's possible.
The road's pretty squishy up ahead.
This would have bogged down our 2-wheel drive wagon. But my Cherokee's equipped with Jeep's Quadra-Track, proving the automatic 4-wheel drive with the best traction.
Hey, Dad, can we make it up there?
Billy, our Cherokee can go anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe your next wagon should be a Jeep Cherokee.
We wrote the book on 4-wheel drive.
If you're using an ordinary moisturizer, you may think you're doing all you can to smooth dry skin wrinkles. But it takes more than plain moisture. It takes Raintree. Raintree adds a smoothing ingredient, a natural protein complex. See these dry skin wrinkles? Raintree actually makes them less noticeable. So why not do all you can? Try Raintree. Raintree by Noxzema. sooner you start, the younger you'll look.
No doubt about it. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
From deep space,
Space flower?
Why not a space flower?
the seed is planted.
Why do we always expect metal ships?
It smells lovely.
Put it down, Jack.
Terror grows. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Donald Sutherland, Brooke Adams, Leonard Nimoy. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Rated PG. Starts this week at a theater near you.
Let's try it again, Sue. This pattern has to match. What are you doing?
You smell good.
Hey, I came over here to work today, you know?
Your breath is so fresh.
That's close-up.
Close-up toothpaste?
Why do you think they call it close-up? It's the toothpaste with real mouthwash to freshen your breath. And it gets your teeth as white as they can be. A perfect match.
We sure are.
Whiter teeth, fresh breath. Why do you think they call it close-up?
Mrs. Butterworth?
Yes?
How come you taste so good?
Well, my syrup is very thick and rich.
Thick and rich?
Twice as thick as the leading syrup. See how the leading syrup runs over this stack? But Mrs. Butterworth's takes her own sweet time. My syrup's got to be thick to pour this slowly. Thick and rich and...
Boy, Mrs. Butterworth, you're the greatest.
You missed a drop.
Are you pregnant? Find out quickly in your own home with new Predictor. Predictor is the identical test method used in over 2,000 hospitals and 9 million laboratory tests. Predictor's method gives you all this. Used in 9 million lab tests in over 2,000 hospitals, results in 2 hours. Safe, easy, and at home. Follow directions exactly. See your doctor as recommended. Insist on Predictor, the identical test method used in hospitals and laboratory tests.
On ABC's Wide World of Sports, top gymnasts like Kurt Thomas and Kathy Johnson take on some of the world's best in the World Cup Gymnastics Championships. Plus, Willie Mosconi and Minnesota Fats in the Great Pool Shootout of 1979. The Pro Bowlers Tour, then ABC's Wide World of Sports, Saturday.